It was a house like any other on the street, nestled among a row of aging, crumbling structures that had long ceased to hear the laughter of children or the soft hum of family life. It had the forlorn look of a haunted place, not from its facade, which was no more decayed than its neighbors, but from the silence that wrapped around it like a shroud. The other houses on the street, even in their neglect, whispered of memories and warmth. But this house seemed to swallow sound. I moved in on a gray autumn day, the sky overcast and heavy with unshed rain. As I placed the last of my boxes in the front room, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. It was an absurd notion, of course. The house had been vacant for years, a relic of better times when the neighborhood was alive. I had found it advertised for a price so low, it seemed a mistake. Yet the records were all in order, and the keys were mine. An escape, I thought, from the life I wished to leave behind. The first few days passed uneventfully. I spent my time unpacking, turning the forgotten rooms into something resembling a home. The noises of the old house, the groans and creaks of wood settling, were familiar to me from my childhood, when I lived in my grandmother's similarly aged abode. But then, on the third day, I became aware of the wardrobe. It stood in the corner of the bedroom, a massive antique piece that I had assumed was simply part of the house, too cumbersome to remove. Dark wood, intricately carved with designs that twisted into shapes almost recognizable, but ultimately strange. I had not paid it much heed before, but as I lay in bed, a cold draft seemed to seep from its seams, chilling me to the bone in a way the autumn air never could. I dismissed it, resolving to check for gaps or openings the following day. That night, I dreamed of her, a pale lady, gaunt and ethereal, her eyes sunken and devoid of life, standing silently beside the wardrobe. Her presence was not overtly threatening, yet there was an undeniable malice in the silence that enveloped her. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding, the room dark and silent. The wardrobe loomed like a specter in the moonlight, filtering through the curtains, and I could not shake the feeling that the pale lady had been watching me as I slept. In the days that followed, the sense of unease grew. The house began to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a trap, each room holding its own secrets. Doors that I was certain I had closed were found ajar, and items shifted out of place as though moved by unseen hands. Most disturbing, however, were the whispers, low, incomprehensible murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very walls, often late at night when the world outside was still. I would lie awake, straining to understand them, yet they always eluded me, fading into the stillness of the room. I tried to rationalize these events, attributing them to the overactive imagination of someone in a new and unfamiliar setting. Yet, deep down, I knew that something was wrong. The dreams of the pale lady persisted, each one more vivid than the last, until her presence was as real to me as the bed upon which I slept. It was on a particularly cold, silent night that I awoke to the sound of the wardrobe door creaking open. Paralyzed by fear, I lay there, listening to the slow, deliberate movement of wood against wood. The pale lady stood there, real now, emerging from the darkness within the wardrobe, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that burned into my soul. I could not move, could not speak, as she drifted closer, her form both solid and ephemeral, like a shadow made flesh. In that moment, I felt a chill settle over me, a cold deeper than any winter night, penetrating to my very core. The encounter left me shaken, the boundary between dream and reality blurring until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. My attempts to explain these phenomena to myself faltered, and I began to avoid the bedroom, sleeping fitfully on the living room couch. But the pale lady was not confined to the wardrobe. She appeared in mirrors, her reflection, a ghostly echo of my own, always watching, always waiting. The whispers grew louder, clearer, forming words that slipped through my mind like smoke, intangible and fleeting. Desperation drove me to research the house's history, trawling through archives and old newspapers. What I discovered sent a chill through me, deeper than any I had known. The house had belonged to a woman named Eliza, a recluse whose sudden disappearance had become the stuff of local legend. Neighbors spoke of strange happenings, of seeing her pale form in the windows long after she was gone. The wardrobe, they said, held a secret, a gateway to her world of shadows and silence. Armed with this knowledge, I resolved to face the pale lady, to confront her and end the torment. It was a fool's hope, but it was all I had left. On the night of the new moon, when the world was cloaked in darkness, I returned to the bedroom, standing before the wardrobe. The air was thick with tension, electric with expectation. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pulled the door open. Inside, there was nothing but shadows, a yawning abyss that seemed to draw the very light from the room. Yet, as I peered into its depths, the pale lady emerged, her presence no longer a specter of my imagination, but a tangible reality. "Why do you haunt me?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Her lips parted in a smile, cruel and knowing, as she reached out, her fingers brushing against my arm with a chill that burned. In that moment, I understood. She was not merely a ghost, but a part of the house itself, bound to it by ties of anger and despair. Her whispers were not words of malice, but a plea for release, for an end to the torment that bound her to this place. The wardrobe was her prison, and I was the key to her freedom. As I stood there, the understanding blossomed into resolve. I would help her, though it terrified me to my very core. I reached into the wardrobe, feeling the darkness close around me, and in that instant, I felt her presence fade. The oppressive weight lifting as though a storm had passed. The house sighed, the creaks and groans of its ancient timbers settling into a new, peaceful rhythm. The following morning, the air felt lighter, the oppressive silence replaced by a calm I had not known since moving in. The pale lady was gone, her presence no longer lingering in the corners of my vision or the edges of my dreams. Yet, the memory of her stayed with me, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next, and the echoes of those who linger, waiting for release. Though the house was peaceful now, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes observing from the shadows. The neighborhood, too, seemed to come alive once more, the decay of its buildings softened by the return of whispers, this time of life and laughter. New families moved in, drawn by the low prices and the promise of renewal, unaware of the secrets the streets held. I held my peace, content to let the past remain buried, knowing that some stories are better left untold. As for the wardrobe, it remained in its corner, its presence no longer menacing, but a reminder of the house's history, of the pale lady who had once called it home. I could never bring myself to remove it, as if doing so would erase the memory of her entirely. In the quiet moments of the night, I would sometimes imagine her smile, no longer cruel but free, as she roamed the endless corridors of her own choosing. And yet, on some nights, when the wind howled and the shadows stretched long and thin, I would find myself listening for the whispers, wondering if somewhere out there, in the realm of shadows and dreams, the pale lady watched still, her story entwined with mine, an unending dance of silence and release. I remember the day we moved into the house vividly, though the details sometimes rearrange themselves in my memory. The house was a quaint suburban home, the kind you'd find in an illustration of the perfect neighborhood. White picket fences lined the street, and the lawns were immaculate. Children played in the yards, their laughter echoing through the crisp morning air. Our house stood slightly apart, flanked by tall oak trees that whispered secrets on the wind. It was the kind of home that seemed to promise a new beginning, a fresh start, away from the bustling city life we had left behind. At first, life settled into a comfortable routine. My husband, Mark, and I busied ourselves with the mundane tasks of setting up our new life. Boxes were unpacked, furniture arranged, walls painted with the colors of our choosing. There was something soothing about the ritual of building a new home, a sense of purpose that grounded us. Evenings were spent on the porch, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Our conversations were filled with plans for the future, hopes and dreams we dared to whisper to the stars. It was a Sunday afternoon when the first disturbance occurred. I was in the kitchen, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth, filtering through the open window. The sound of the front door creaking open caught my attention. No one should have been there. Mark was out running errands, and I was alone. I stepped into the hallway cautiously, calling out his name, but my voice was met with silence. Standing before the door, I noticed something peculiar. A small pair of muddy footprints trailed across the hardwood floor, leading from the entrance to the staircase. They seemed too small to belong to an adult. A chill ran down my spine as I followed the trail, each step raising the hairs on the back of my neck. The footprints ended abruptly at the foot of the stairs, as if the owner had vanished into thin air. I shook my head, convincing myself that it was merely a trick of the rain and my imagination. But deep down, a sense of unease began to take root, an inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. Days passed, and though I tried to forget the incident, it lingered at the edge of my thoughts, a shadow that refused to be banished by the light of day. The house, once a place of refuge, began to feel unfamiliar. Strange occurrences became more frequent. Objects shifted from where I had placed them. Lights flickered inexplicably, plunging rooms into brief moments of darkness. I heard whispers at night, soft murmurs that seemed to seep through the walls, just beyond the edge of comprehension. At first, Mark dismissed my concerns, attributing them to stress or the unsettling nature of moving to a new place. But I could see the doubt creeping into his eyes, a fissure in the facade of his reasoning. Then came the day when I saw the child. It was a rainy afternoon, the kind of day that swallowed sound and blurred the edges of the world. I watched from the kitchen window as a little girl wandered into our backyard. She was dressed in an old-fashioned white dress, her hair a cascade of curls, wet and clinging to her face. There was something off about her appearance, a translucence that unsettled me. She stood there, unmoving, staring at the house with a gaze that seemed to pierce through time. I called out to her, my voice hesitant and trembling. She did not respond, did not flinch or turn away. Instead, she raised her hand, pointing a finger toward the attic window. Her eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, a wave of cold washed over me, as if I had been submerged in icy water. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving nothing behind but a sense of disquiet that refused to fade. I rushed outside, searching for any trace of the girl, but the yard was empty, the grass undisturbed. I returned inside, trying to quell the panic rising within me. That evening, I finally told Mark about the girl. He listened, his expression a mix of concern and incredulity. We decided to inspect the attic together, hoping to find some logical explanation. The attic was a claustrophobic space, filled with the clutter of forgotten memories left behind by previous occupants. Dust motes danced in the beams of light, filtering through the small window, casting ghostly shadows on the walls. We searched through the boxes and old furniture, but found nothing unusual. Yet, as we turned to leave, Mark paused, his gaze fixed on a corner of the room. There, tucked away beneath an old trunk, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside the box lay a collection of photographs, faded and yellowed with age. They depicted a family, a mother, a father, and their daughter. The little girl from the photographs was unmistakably the same child I had seen in the yard. Her face, though smiling in the pictures, held an eerie familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. I glanced at Mark, seeking reassurance, but his expression mirrored my own fear and confusion. The discovery only deepened the mystery. Who was she, and why did she seem to haunt our home? The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I found myself drawn to the attic, poring over the photographs, searching for clues that might unravel the enigma. Each image seemed to carry a story, a fragment of a past that refused to be silenced. My perception of reality began to unravel. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, their words forming an incoherent chorus that invaded my thoughts. I heard my name among their murmurs, a haunting chant that followed me through the house. The line between dream and reality blurred, as if the house itself was a living entity, breathing and pulsing with a life of its own. Mark began to worry, his concern for my well-being outweighing his skepticism. He insisted I see a doctor, fearing I was succumbing to some psychological affliction. But deep down, I knew there was something more to these experiences, something that could not be explained by mere delusion. I felt a connection to the girl, a bond that transcended time and reason. The climax came on a stormy night, the wind howling through the trees like a chorus of lost souls. I awoke to find the house shrouded in darkness, the power out once more. The whispers were deafening, a cacophony that echoed through my mind. I stumbled out of bed, drawn by an unseen force toward the attic. The stairs creaked beneath my feet, each step a resonant drumbeat in the silence of the house. I reached the attic door, my hand trembling as I turned the knob. The room was illuminated by the flickering light of a candle, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. In the center of the room stood the little girl, her figure solid and real in the dim light. She gazed at me with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of the world, a sadness and longing that transcended her years. She opened her mouth, and for the first time, I heard her voice, soft and ethereal. "Help me," she whispered, the plea resonating within the depths of my soul. Before I could respond, the candle flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. I felt a rush of air, a presence sweeping past me, and then silence. When the lights returned, the girl was gone, leaving behind only the lingering scent of roses and the echo of her words. I stood there, breathless and trembling, the reality of what had transpired sinking in. The house was not merely haunted by memories, but by the spirit of a child trapped between worlds, seeking release. The photographs, the whispers, the visions, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was destined to solve. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the house shifted. The whispers faded, the shadows retreated, and a sense of peace settled over the place. I continued my search, uncovering fragments of the family's history, piecing together the story of their tragic past. The girl, it seemed, had died in a fire, her life cut short by a moment of fate's cruelty. Yet, despite the resolution, a lingering fear remained. The line between reality and the unseen world had been breached, revealing a realm of possibilities that defied logic and reason. I often found myself glancing toward the attic, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting with those haunting eyes. The house, once a refuge, had become a keeper of secrets, its walls echoing with the memories of lives long gone. As I sit on the porch, watching the sun sink below the horizon, I reflect on the events that have unfolded. The wind carries with it the scent of roses, a gentle reminder of the girl whose presence lingers still. I am left with a sense of wonder and unease, a knowledge that the world is far more complex and mysterious than I had ever imagined. In the quiet moments, I hear her voice, a soft whisper on the breeze, a plea for help that resonates within me. And though I am haunted by the past, I find solace in the knowledge that I am not alone, that there are others who, like me, seek to unravel the mysteries hidden within the shadows. The girl's story, though a part of my life now, will not define me, but I will carry the memory of her with me, a reminder that some truths are buried deeper than we care to delve, and that some spirits, though lost, are never truly forgotten. Growing up, bedtime stories were a cherished ritual in our household. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows began their slow creep across the room, my father would pull an old wooden chair beside my bed. The chair groaned beneath his weight, a familiar symphony of creaks that carried with it an odd comfort. Clutching a worn, leather-bound book, he would weave tales that sent my imagination spiraling into faraway lands where heroes and villains battled in a dance as old as time. Our home, nestled near the bustling I-95, was a sanctuary. The constant, distant hum of traffic acted as a lullaby, a reminder of the world beyond our walls. Yet, it was within these walls that my world truly existed, a world filled with love, warmth, and a sense of security that I had taken for granted. It was in this cocoon of normalcy that the disturbances began. They were subtle at first, barely noticeable enough to register, let alone disrupt. I would hear whispers, faint and elusive, threading through the night air like a breeze that rustled the leaves but left no trace. Dismissing them as figments of a tired mind, I hardly spared them a thought. However, when the whispers grew louder, resembling the soft murmurs of a child's voice, unease began to replace my nonchalance. The voice, ethereal and gentle, seemed to weave itself into the fabric of my nightly routine. It spoke not in sentences, but in fragmented phrases, a jigsaw puzzle whose pieces danced just out of reach. The realization that I might not be alone in my room was a chilling one. Yet I clung to rationality, attributing the sounds to the old house settling, or perhaps even the distant traffic. One evening, as autumn leaves swirled in the crisp night air, the whispers took on a new intensity. I lay in bed, the book of bedtime stories resting against my chest, when the voice became more defined, clear enough to recognize the distinct tone of a child's plea. The words were simple, laced with an edge of desperation. "Help me." A shiver traced its way down my spine, and I pulled the covers tighter around me, my heart thundering in my chest. The room felt colder, as if the very air around me had been sucked away, leaving behind a void that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I wanted to call out for my father, to seek the comfort of his presence, but a strange paralysis gripped me, rendering me silent and still. Days turned into weeks, and the child's voice became a constant companion. It was always there, hovering at the periphery of my consciousness, no longer confined to the night. Even during the day, I would find myself pausing mid-task, straining to capture the fleeting words that seemed so urgent, yet so unfathomable. Desperation gave way to curiosity, and I began to question the source of this spectral presence. Our house, with its creaking floors and weathered walls, had stood for generations. It whispered tales of its own, tales that my family had never thought to unearth. Thus began my search for answers, a quest that led me to the dusty corners of the attic, where relics of the past lay dormant. Among the cobwebs and forgotten trinkets, I discovered a photo album, its pages yellowed with age. Leafing through it, I found photographs of people I did not recognize, their faces frozen in time. Then, there she was, a little girl with a hauntingly familiar face, her eyes wide with an innocence that seemed at odds with the sorrow etched into her features. Her name was Emily, and as I flipped through the pages, a story emerged, a tragedy that had been woven into the very foundation of our home. Emily had lived here decades ago, her life snuffed out by an accident so sudden that it left a void, a fragment of her spirit lingering, trapped within the confines of these walls. Understanding dawned with the weight of a hammer's blow. The voice that had become my nightly companion was none other than Emily's, her spirit reaching across the chasm of time, her pleas for help echoing through the years. The realization was both terrifying and profoundly sad. She was a child, lost and alone, yearning for release from her spectral prison. With this newfound understanding, I resolved to help her. My father, ever the storyteller, was skeptical at first, dismissing my accounts as the imaginings of a mind too steeped in fiction. However, as I recounted Emily's tale and showed him the photographs, the disbelief gave way to a somber acceptance. We decided to hold a small ceremony, a gesture of closure for the soul that had been tethered to our home for far too long. We gathered in my room, the shadows pooling in the corners, silent observers to the unfolding scene. My father, with a voice steady yet tinged with emotion, recited words of farewell, a prayer for peace for the child who had been denied it for so long. As the final words faded into silence, a chill swept through the room, an almost imperceptible shift in the air. And then, a warmth blossomed, enveloping us like a gentle embrace. For a fleeting moment, I thought I heard a soft, contented sigh, the sound of a spirit finally at rest. Life returned to its familiar rhythm, the whispers receding into memory, leaving behind a sense of serenity. Yet, the experience left an indelible mark on me, a lingering fear nestled deep within my psyche. It was a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown, a veil that, once lifted, can never truly be lowered again. Even now, years later, as I lay in bed listening to the distant hum of traffic on I-95, I sometimes catch myself straining to hear the voice that once haunted my nights. The fear is still there, lurking in the shadows, a quiet acknowledgement of the unseen world that exists alongside our own. A world where the past is not always past, and where spirits like Emily's continue to weave their stories into the fabric of the living. The house I grew up in was as ordinary as they come, a simple two-story, built with the unassuming charm of the late 70s, its walls whispering tales of the past. Located in the heart of suburbia, surrounded by neat hedges and friendly neighbors, it was the kind of place where nothing extraordinary was ever supposed to happen. Yet, it became the stage for one of the most unsettling chapters of my life. My younger sister, Emily, had been mute since birth. Doctors never found a physical cause, and for years, her silence became a part of our family's rhythm. We communicated in gestures, expressions, and the occasional written note. Her eyes spoke volumes, and her laughter was silent, yet infectious. We never felt the absence of her voice as a lack, but rather as a unique melody in the symphony of our family life. The evening it all began was unremarkable. We were gathered around the dinner table, the soft clatter of cutlery punctuating our small talk. Emily sat opposite me, her usual serene self, nodding along to the conversation with her gentle smile. It was when we had just finished dessert that I noticed it. Emily's gaze was fixed, unblinking, on something beyond us. Her eyes, usually so full of life, were now wide, almost as if she were seeing something we could not. I followed her line of sight, but there was nothing unusual. Just the old grandfather clock, its pendulum swinging in its eternal rhythm. A shiver crept down my spine, but I brushed it off as a draft sneaking through the window. Later that night, as the house settled into its usual silence, I lay in bed, unable to shake the feeling of unease. The room was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp filtering through the curtains. It was then I heard it, a soft whispering, like the rustling of leaves or the distant murmur of a forgotten conversation. I strained my ears, trying to catch the source, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Convinced it was just my imagination, I shut my eyes tightly, willing myself to sleep. But the whispering grew louder, more insistent, until it became impossible to ignore. I sat up, heart pounding, and realized it was coming from Emily's room next door. I crept out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor, and paused outside her door. The whispering was clearer now, a hushed conversation between voices I couldn't quite discern. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, a strange reluctance washing over me. When I finally opened the door, the whispering stopped abruptly. Emily was sitting upright in bed, eyes open but unseeing, her mouth moving silently as if she were speaking in a dream. I watched, frozen, as a single word slipped from her lips, a word I never expected to hear. Alone. The sound of her voice, after years of silence, was jarring, almost otherworldly. I stood there, unsure whether to feel elation or dread. Emily's eyes fluttered, and she seemed to return to consciousness, looking at me with confusion. The following morning, the atmosphere in the house was strange. My parents hadn't heard what transpired, and without any explanation, I found myself hesitant to share. Emily had no recollection of the night, her demeanor unchanged, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was askew. Days passed, and the whispering began to seep into our daily lives. It was subtle at first, like a background noise I couldn't quite pinpoint. Emily, however, seemed unaffected. She continued with her routines, our silent exchanges as normal. Yet I noticed a change. Her moments of distant staring became more frequent, her eyes following invisible movements in the room. One evening, as I was reading in the living room, I heard the whispers again, now more distinct. They seemed to rise and fall, a symphony of unintelligible voices weaving through the air. I set my book aside, drawn towards the sound like a moth to a flame. It led me to the kitchen, where Emily stood in front of the window, her silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. "Emily," I called softly, afraid to break whatever trance she was in. She turned to me, her eyes meeting mine with a clarity that sent a chill through me. Then she spoke again, her voice a soft, ethereal echo of itself. "They're here." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I felt a chill sweep through the room, an invisible presence wrapping around us. Emily blinked, and the moment was gone. Her expression, once more that of innocent confusion. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was happening to Emily, something beyond my understanding. That night, as I lay awake, I made a decision. I needed to know what was afflicting my sister, what had awakened her voice after all these years. Over the next few days, I began to notice a pattern. The whispering intensified at night, a chorus of unseen voices filling the house. Emily's behaviors became more erratic. She would often stand in the middle of a room, staring at nothing, her lips moving soundlessly as if in conversation with the air. I began to research, diving into books and folklore, hoping to find answers. Every lead seemed to point to one thing: a haunting, a spirit world brushing against ours, using my sister as a conduit. The thought was both terrifying and strangely comforting, an explanation for the inexplicable events. One night, I decided to confront whatever was haunting us. I waited until the whispering began, its cadence familiar yet unsettling. I followed the sound to Emily's room, standing in the doorway, watching as she sat on her bed, her eyes fixed on the wall. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling but firm. "What do you want with my sister?" For a moment, the whispering ceased, the room enveloped in a heavy silence. Then Emily turned to me, her eyes reflecting a depth I had never seen before. She spoke, her voice both hers and not hers, layered with an echo that seemed to come from another realm. "We are the lost," she said. "We seek a voice, a way to be heard." Her words struck a chord within me, a resonance of despair and longing. I stepped closer, compelled by a mix of fear and empathy. "And why Emily?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "She has the silence we need," came the reply, her voice now a harmony of otherworldly tones. "A canvas for our echo." As the words settled, Emily blinked, her eyes clearing, and she looked at me with a vulnerability that broke my heart. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her silence had returned. The next day, the house felt different. The whispering had receded, leaving behind an oppressive quiet. Emily was withdrawn, her interactions minimal, and I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I knew I had to do something, but what? I didn't know. In my desperation, I reached out to an old friend, someone who had dabbled in the paranormal. They suggested a ritual, a way to cleanse the house of any lingering spirits. I was skeptical but willing to try anything for Emily's sake. That evening, with candles flickering and incense burning, I led Emily to the living room. We sat cross-legged on the floor, the air thick with anticipation. My friend guided us through a series of chants, their voice a calming presence amidst the unknown. As we chanted, the air around us began to shift, a gentle breeze rustling the pages of an open book. The whispering returned, softer now, a hesitant melody, weaving through the incantations. I felt a presence, a gathering of lost souls seeking solace. Emily's eyes closed, her expression one of peace, and I watched as a soft light seemed to envelop her. The whispering grew fainter, a distant echo fading into the night. Finally, there was silence. When Emily opened her eyes, there was a clarity, an understanding that hadn't been there before. She smiled, a wordless thank you, and I felt a weight lift from my heart. The presence had dissipated, leaving behind only a memory. In the days that followed, the whispering ceased entirely. Emily's behavior returned to normal, her silent laughter once more a part of our lives. Yet, I could never forget the voices or the look in her eyes when she had spoken those chilling words. I often wonder what might have happened if I hadn't intervened, if the lost souls had found their permanent voice through Emily. The thought lingers in the quiet moments, a reminder of the thin veil separating our world from theirs. Even now, as I sit in the old family home, the shadows lengthening with the setting sun, I sometimes think I hear a whisper, a faint, far-off echo of the past. And I am reminded that while the presence may be gone, its memory remains, quietly haunting the corners of our lives. It's the kind of neighborhood where everything is manicured to perfection, lawns trimmed to a precise inch, hedges sculpted into geometric shapes, and the occasional garden gnome peeking from flower beds. Our home, nestled comfortably within this enclave of suburban tranquility, had always been a place of solace. The two-story house with its white picket fence and sun-drenched porch seemed to radiate a warmth that matched my family's easygoing nature. Life here was routine, comforting in its predictability, until the day everything shifted. Life carried on with its usual rhythm, and the hours of the day ticked away in predictably comforting patterns. Morning coffee with the newspaper, afternoons spent working in the garden, and evenings filled with the gentle hum of family chatter. It was during one such evening, when the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows lengthened, that the first disturbance occurred. The phone rang, a shrill, unexpected note that cut through the hum of dinner preparations. I answered it, expecting the familiar voice of a friend, or perhaps a telemarketer. Instead, I was greeted by silence, a heavy, almost tangible void on the other end. I repeated my greeting, but only the static responded, crackling softly like a distant fire. Shaking my head, I hung up, attributing it to a misdial or a poor connection. Yet, it happened again and again. Each night at precisely 7:03 p.m., the phone would ring, and each time, the silence on the other end grew denser, more oppressive. It was an absence of sound that seemed to whisper secrets, taunting me to listen closer. My family dismissed it as a technical glitch, but a gnawing unease settled in my stomach, refusing to be ignored. The days began to blur as the calls continued, a persistent thorn in the side of our daily life. I found myself obsessively watching the clock, anticipating the inevitable ring. Then, one evening, as the digital display ticked over to 7:03, the call came again. But this time, it wasn't silence that greeted me. It was a voice, faint and distant, like a whisper carried on the wind. a voice I recognized, yet could not immediately place. "Let me in," it said, the words stretching like a sigh. My heart thudded, and I gripped the receiver tightly. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound composed. But the line went dead, leaving me alone with the echo of those words. I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice was familiar, a ghost from a past I had long buried. My nights became restless, haunted by memories and shadows that danced just out of reach. It was during one of these sleepless nights that I remembered. It was the voice of my younger sister, Emily, who had died in a car accident nearly a decade ago. The realization hit me like a tidal wave, pulling me under into a sea of grief and confusion. How could it be her? I spent the next few days in a daze, my mind a whirlwind of disbelief and longing. Despite the impossibility, each evening I found myself waiting by the phone, yearning to hear her voice once more. The calls continued, and each time, her plea was the same. "Let me in." It was as if she were trapped, reaching out from some unseen place, begging for a passage I could not grant. I tried to reason with myself, convince myself that it was merely a cruel trick of the mind, but deep down, a part of me believed. Desperation drove me to investigate. I rifled through old boxes of family photos and letters, searching for anything that might explain the impossible. It was during one such search that I found Emily's journal, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the attic. The pages were filled with her neat handwriting, recounting the mundane details of her days, mixed with dreams and aspirations that were forever unfulfilled. And then, there it was, a single entry, dated just weeks before her death, that chilled me to the bone. She wrote of strange dreams, of feeling watched, and of a mysterious presence that lingered at the edge of her vision. The words mirrored my own growing unease, a reflection of my own descent into the unknown. The idea that Emily was reaching out from beyond became an obsession. I mustered the courage to speak to the voice during the next call, my heart pounding in my chest. "Emily, is that you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The response was immediate, a single word that reverberated through me. "Yes." Overwhelmed with emotion, I promised to find a way to help her, though I had no idea how. I began researching anything that might offer a clue: books on the supernatural, forums filled with tales of spirit communication. I even contacted a medium, hoping they might bridge the gap between this world and whatever lay beyond. The medium, a woman with wise eyes and a calm demeanor, listened to my story with an understanding nod. She suggested a seance, a way to reach out to Emily and understand her message. Hesitant but hopeful, I agreed, feeling as though I had nothing left to lose. The night of the seance was thick with anticipation. We gathered in the living room, the medium, my family, and I, forming a circle around the coffee table where a single candle flickered. The medium began to chant softly, her voice a soothing lullaby that filled the air. I closed my eyes, focusing on Emily, willing her presence to reveal itself. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity of silence and flickering shadows. Then, the temperature dropped, a chill that seeped into my bones. I opened my eyes to find the candle flame dancing wildly, casting eerie shapes on the walls. The medium's voice rose, calling out to Emily, inviting her to speak. And she did. Her voice, clear and unmistakable, filled the room, though her form was unseen. "I'm trapped," she said, her tone tinged with fear. "Help me." The medium asked questions, gently coaxing Emily to share her story. She spoke of a darkness, a presence that had attached itself to her in life and continued to bind her in death. It fed on her fear, growing stronger with each passing year, until she found a crack through which to call out: our phone line. The medium guided us through a ritual meant to sever the ties that held Emily captive. We followed her instructions, our voices joining together in a chant that resonated with hope and desperation. As the final words were spoken, the candle flame flared brightly before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment, everything was still. Then a sense of peace enveloped me, a lightness that had been absent for too long. The medium smiled, reassuring us that Emily was free, her spirit finally at rest. The calls ceased, and life slowly returned to its familiar patterns. But the experience left an indelible mark, a lingering fear that occasionally whispered from the shadows. Though the connection to Emily had been broken, the boundaries between our world and the next felt thinner, more fragile. Even now, as I sit on the porch watching the world go by, I sometimes imagine I can hear her laughter, carried on the wind that rustles the trees at the forest's edge. I wonder if she's truly at peace, or if she watches over us, a guardian unseen. Our home remains a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos beyond its walls. Yet, there are nights when I still find myself drawn to the phone, listening for a ring that no longer comes, and a voice that will forever haunt the corridors of my mind. The fear, though quieter now, remains, a shadow that stretches with the setting sun, a reminder of the things that lingered just out of sight, waiting for the moment when they, too, might be heard. I had always been fond of the basement. It was a retreat, a cool and quiet sanctuary beneath the bustling life above. Our house, an old Victorian, creaked with the stories of yesteryear, but the basement was my escape from the noise, both literal and metaphorical. It was my domain, where I could indulge in hobbies and lose myself in the pages of old books, the dim light from a single bulb casting long shadows that danced on the stone walls. For years, it was a place of comfort, immune to the changes that life brought. Even as the world above shifted and twisted in the relentless march of time, the basement remained steadfast, an anchor in the stormy seas of life. I found solace there, surrounded by the smell of damp earth and the distant hum of the furnace, a living entity in its own right. But that was before the calls began. It started on a rainy October night, the kind of night where the world outside felt distant, the patter of rain against the windows a soothing lullaby. I was deep in the heart of a well-worn mystery novel when the phone rang. The sound was unexpected, jarring against the rhythmic backdrop of rain. I frowned, glancing at the clock. It was well past midnight, Who would call at this hour? The phone, an old landline installed before we moved in, was a relic that seldom rang. With a reluctant sigh, I set the book aside and moved to answer the call. The moment I picked up the receiver, a chill ran down my spine. There was no voice, no words, just a low, crackling static that seemed to seep into the marrow of my bones. I waited, heart thumping in my chest, but the static continued, relentless and unnerving. I hung up, dismissing it as some technical glitch, but the unease lingered, a shadow in the back of my mind. The following night, the phone rang again, this time with an urgency that could not be ignored. Again, I answered, and again, the static greeted me. But there was something more now, a faint whisper beneath the crackle. It was as if someone was trying to speak, their voice lost in a sea of interference. I strained to hear, pressing the receiver close, but the words remained elusive, just beyond comprehension. An unsettling feeling settled over me, a sense of being watched, of not being alone. Night after night, the calls persisted. Each time, the static grew louder and the whisper more insistent. My dreams, once a refuge, became haunted landscapes where shadows danced and whispered secrets I could not understand. I became obsessed with the calls, waiting for the phone to ring, eager yet fearful of what I might hear. My waking hours were consumed by thoughts of the voice, the whisper that seemed so desperate to reach me. I began to notice changes in the basement, small things at first, a draft where there had been none, a flickering of the light bulb that seemed almost deliberate. Then, larger things. A book moved from its place, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the stairs when I was alone. I felt a presence, something watching from the shadows, its intentions unclear, but unmistakably focused on me. One night, as the clock ticked towards midnight, the phone rang again. This time, the static was gone, replaced by a voice both familiar and strange. It spoke my name, a whisper that sent a shiver through my soul. "Help me," it said, the words clear yet distant, as if spoken from another world. The voice was filled with a sorrow so profound it was almost tangible. I felt a connection, a pull towards something I could not see but felt deeply. I began to research the house, delving into old records and newspaper clippings. What I found chilled me to my core. The house had once belonged to a man named Edward, a recluse who had vanished without a trace over 50 years ago. Rumors spoke of a tragedy, a heartbroken lover who had met a grim fate within the very walls I now called home. The basement, my sanctuary, had been his as well, a place where he had spent his last days, waiting for a call that never came. The pieces began to form a picture, a ghostly tale of love and loss, of a soul trapped in a liminal space, unable to move on. The calls were a cry for help, a plea for acknowledgement and closure. I felt a strange sense of duty, a need to help this lost soul find peace. The basement, once a place of comfort, had become a bridge between worlds, a portal through which the past reached out to the present. Determined to free Edward from his purgatory, I set about trying to communicate with him, I spent nights in the basement, talking to the shadows, hoping my words would reach him. I played old records, music from his time, hoping the familiar sounds would comfort him. Each night, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with an energy I could not explain, but felt in every fiber of my being. The calls became less frequent, replaced by subtle signs that I was not alone. Objects moved without explanation. The light flickered with a will of its own, and the air felt thick with unspoken words. I knew Edward was listening, that he was close, but something held him back. Some unfinished business, some unresolved pain kept him tethered to this world. The climax came on a stormy night, much like the one when the calls first began. The phone rang, but this time I did not answer. Instead, I spoke aloud, my voice firm yet gentle. I told Edward that it was time to let go, to move on from the pain that bound him. I promised to remember his story, to keep it alive so that he could find peace. As I spoke, the room grew cold, a chill that seeped into my bones, but I did not waver. For a moment, there was silence, a stillness so profound it felt as if the world had stopped. Then, a presence filled the room, a feeling of warmth and gratitude that washed over me like a benediction. I knew then that Edward was free, that he had finally found the peace he sought. The phone, silent now, was no longer a conduit for his cries, but a symbol of closure, of an end to a story long forgotten. In the days that followed, the basement returned to normal, the shadows receding back into their corners, the light bulb steady in its perch. But the sense of presence lingered, not as a haunting, but as a gentle reminder of the past, of a life once lived within these walls. The phone, once a source of dread, was now a relic of a story that had come full circle. Yet, the experience left its mark on me. The fear, the uncertainty, the sense of being watched. They lingered, echoes of a time when the boundary between worlds had blurred. I found myself listening for whispers in the night, watching for movements in the shadows, my senses attuned to the unseen. The basement, though no longer haunted, held a new significance, a place where the past and present had collided and transformed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. The call that haunted me was not just a plea from a forgotten soul, but a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the next. It taught me to look beyond the surface, to listen to the silences and to find meaning in the whispers of the past. Edward's story had ended, but the lessons it imparted stayed with me, a testament to the mysteries that dwell in the spaces we cannot see, but only feel. I still remember the sweltering heat of that summer in Phoenix, the sun relentless and unyielding. It was the kind of heat that seemed to warp time, slowing the hours, stretching them into an endless expanse of shimmering asphalt and cicada song. I was living with my parents then, a teenager caught in the liminal space between childhood and the adult world, where stories of mystery and danger were an abstraction, a figment of someone else's imagination. But that summer etched a different narrative into my life, with the disappearance of Uncle Brian. Uncle Brian was my father's younger brother, a man of peculiar habits and an aura of perpetual mystery. He was an eccentric, a collector of oddities and obscure knowledge, The kind of person who would regale you with tales of ancient civilizations and conspiracy theories over a cup of coffee. His presence was both comforting and unsettling, like an old leather-bound book you couldn't quite bring yourself to trust. He lived alone in a small, cluttered apartment on the outskirts of the city, filled with books and artifacts from his travels. It was early June when we first noticed his absence. My father and I had planned to visit Uncle Brian, a ritual we performed every few weeks, more so to check on him than anything else. His apartment was unusually quiet when we arrived, the silence almost palpable. We knocked and then knocked again, but there was no answer. My father, never one to worry unnecessarily, shrugged it off, mumbling something about Brian probably being out or engrossed in a new project. But a week passed with no word from him, and then another, until my father's unease began to bleed into our everyday lives. It was around the third week of Uncle Brian's absence that I first noticed something strange. The house across the street from us, which had been vacant for years, suddenly had new occupants. I wouldn't have paid them much mind, except for their peculiar behavior. Two men, always dressed in impeccably tailored black suits despite the unbearable heat, seemed to watch our house with an unsettling intensity. When I mentioned them to my parents, they dismissed my concerns, attributing it to the overactive imagination of a teenager prone to creating ghost stories out of mundane events. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the men remained. They were always there, standing by the window or sitting in a car parked strategically across the street. It was an eerie tableau, the kind that you'd expect to find in the backdrop of a noir film. My unease grew, a shadow that clung to the edges of my awareness. I began to notice other oddities too, small things like the sudden static that interrupted our phone conversations, or the letters we never received. My father finally decided to file a missing persons report for Uncle Brian. The police were indifferent, treating it as just another case in a city where people often vanished like dreams upon waking. I could see the frustration building in my father, a tight coil of anxiety that wrapped itself around him, squeezing tighter with each passing day. As for me, I found myself drawn to Uncle Brian's apartment, a moth fluttering towards the flickering light of unanswered questions. I visited the apartment secretly, slipping away when my parents were occupied. The door was locked, but the old window on the side was loose, allowing me to slip inside. The room smelled of dust and forgotten memories, a time capsule of Uncle Brian's life. I wandered through the clutter, running my fingers over the spines of books, the cool surfaces of strange artifacts. My heart raced with the thrill of discovery and fear, as if I were trespassing in a forbidden world. The first real clue I found was a journal, hidden beneath a stack of yellowing newspapers. Its pages were filled with Uncle Brian's meticulous handwriting, detailing his research into various conspiracies and urban legends. But one entry stood out, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic manner. It spoke of men in black suits, shadows that had haunted him, watching his every move. He described feeling trapped in a web of surveillance, where every action was observed, every word recorded. The last line was a chilling confession. They know everything. I am no longer safe. I stumbled back, the journal slipping from my grasp. My mind was a whirlpool of confusion and dread. The men across the street, could they be the ones Uncle Brian had written about? As I left the apartment, the weight of the journal's revelations pressed heavily on my chest. I felt like a character in one of Uncle Brian's stories, caught in a labyrinth of intrigue and danger. Days passed, each one taking on an increasingly surreal quality. I found myself watching the men in black, trying to decipher their purpose, their intentions. They never spoke, never interacted with anyone. Their presence was like a silent scream, an anomaly in the fabric of our everyday life that refused to be ignored. The escalation of events came suddenly, without warning. One night, as I lay in bed, a series of loud bangs echoed through the neighborhood. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding. The men in black were no longer across the street. They were on our lawn, standing in perfect formation, like spectral sentinels. My parents, now fully aware of the strangeness that had seeped into our lives, came rushing to my side. We watched in horrified silence as the men moved closer to the house, their expressions hidden beneath the shadow of their hats. My father, driven by a mixture of fear and anger, flung open the front door and demanded to know what they wanted. The men didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge his presence. They simply stood there, their silence more terrifying than any response could have been. I don't recall how long we stayed like that, frozen in a tableau of fear and defiance. But eventually, the men turned and walked away, disappearing into the night like phantoms. My father slammed the door shut, a look of determination etched into his features. "We have to find him," he said, his voice a whisper in the heavy silence. The next day, driven by a newfound resolve, we delved deeper into Uncle Brian's life. We visited old haunts, spoke with his friends and colleagues, piecing together fragments of his world. The more we learned, the stranger it became. Everyone we spoke to mentioned the same thing. Uncle Brian had been increasingly paranoid, convinced he was being watched. He had spoken of a discovery, something significant, though no one knew what it was. It was during one of these visits, in a dusty corner of a second-hand bookshop, that we encountered a man who introduced himself only as Mr. X. He was an enigmatic figure, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, his demeanor both unsettling and intriguing. He claimed to have known Uncle Brian well, and more importantly, he claimed to know what had happened to him. According to Mr. X, Uncle Brian had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. They had been watching him even before he realized it. The men in black were real, he said, agents of a shadowy organization that operated beyond the reach of ordinary law. They had deemed Uncle Brian a threat, and in their world, threats were dealt with swiftly and permanently. When we asked about Uncle Brian's discovery, Mr. X was evasive, speaking in riddles and half-truths. But one thing was clear. Whatever Uncle Brian had found, it was enough to make him disappear. "He's alive," Mr. X assured us, "but he's not free." The encounter left us with more questions than answers, a lingering sense of dread that clung to us like a fog. As we returned home, The men in black were once again stationed across the street. Their presence, once an anomaly, had become a constant, a macabre watchdog that reminded us of our helplessness. The climax came on a storm-laden night, the air crackling with electricity. I awoke to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs and found them. Two of the men in black, standing in our living room as if they had always belonged there. They didn't speak, but their intent was clear. They were here for something or someone. My parents, awakened by the noise, joined me, their faces pale but resolute. There was a moment of silence, a heartbeat in which time itself seemed to halt. And then, as if on cue, the men turned and left as silently as they had come. It was a warning, a reminder of their omnipresent reach. In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by the events of that summer. The men in black continued their vigil, and Uncle Brian remained missing, a ghost in the periphery of our lives. We never saw Mr. X again, and any attempts to trace him led to dead ends and unanswered questions. Life in Phoenix eventually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the shadow of those events never fully dissipated. The fear lingered, a specter that loomed over our existence. I often found myself staring at Uncle Brian's journal, its pages a chronicle of his descent into the unknown. There were nights when I thought I caught glimpses of him, a figure in the distance watching over us, a guardian, or perhaps a prisoner of the truth he had uncovered. The men in black remained, their presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond our understanding. They were both the beginning and the end of Uncle Brian's story, a chilling testament to the reality that some things were beyond our grasp. As I reflect on those days, I realize that the greatest horror was not in the disappearance itself, but in the silence that followed, the unanswered questions and the knowledge that we were, in some way, watched over by forces beyond our control. The world was a bigger, stranger place than I had ever imagined, and Uncle Brian, wherever he was, had glimpsed its true nature. Even now, I sometimes catch sight of them, the men in black standing in the shadows, silent sentinels in a world of secrets. They are a part of our lives now, a reminder that the unknown is always closer than we think, just a breath away from our reality. And with that knowledge comes a fear that never truly goes away, an echo of Uncle Brian's discovery that lingers like a whisper in the dark. In the gentle embrace of suburbia, our family home sat nestled among others that were nearly indistinguishable in their meticulous construction and polished facade. The front yard was a neatly trimmed patch of green, bordered by shrubs that my father pruned with the same precision he expected from us. To an outsider, everything appeared perfect, soothing in its predictability, reassuring in its stability. Yet, beneath the pristine surface, there lurked shadows deeper and more insidious than any passing cloud. My father's rules were the axis on which our world turned. He was a man of structure, of habitual rigidity. Breakfast was always at 7, dinner promptly at 6. The newspaper was read in silence, and interruptions were met with a glacial stare. that could freeze the soul. His presence was commanding, a palpable force in every room he entered. My mother, on the other hand, was a ghost of her own making, flitting from task to task, her voice a mere whisper, lost in the echoes of our Father's commands. For the longest time, I believed this was how all families operated. It was only when I found myself spending more time at a friend's house, where laughter was welcomed and not silenced, that I began to sense the first tremors of an unsettling realization. There was something deeply wrong with our normal. I first noticed the disturbance on a particularly calm Thursday evening. The day had been uneventful, much like any other. I sat in my room, an island of solitude amid the ocean of our family home. My sanctuary was filled with books and the soft glow of a lamp that cast reassuring shadows on the walls. It was here that I escaped into worlds where adventure was welcome and danger was thrilling, as opposed to the quiet dread that lurked outside my door. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself drawn to the window. It was a habit I had developed over time, watching the transition from day to night as if the shifting light might bring with it a revelation. On that particular evening, as I gazed out, I noticed something peculiar. Across the street in the Johnsons' home, there was a figure in the window, standing still and watching. At first, I thought it was one of the Johnsons, or perhaps a guest. But something about the way the figure stood, perfectly still and obscured by shadow, made my skin prickle with unease. I turned away, dismissing it as a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. Yet the feeling lingered like a phantom touch. I glanced back again, expecting to find an empty window. Instead, the figure remained, unmoving, as if waiting for something, waiting for me. Over the next few days, the figure became a fixture in the window, an unsettling constant in the periphery of my world. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was none of my concern. But curiosity, mingled with a growing sense of dread, gnawed at me until I could no longer stand it. One evening, driven by a need to understand, I ventured outside. The cool night air, a stark contrast to the warmth of the house I left behind. I crept across the street, heart pounding in my ears, until I stood beneath the window where the figure had been. The house was dark, save for the soft glow from the window above. I stood there for what felt like hours, debating whether to knock or slink back to the safety of my room. Before I could decide, the light flickered and died, leaving the window a void of blackness. The figure, it seemed, had vanished. Returning home, I found my father waiting, his expression a mask of disapproval. He said nothing, but the air between us crackled with unspoken reprimand. It was a warning, one that I understood all too well. Curiosity was a dangerous thing. Despite this, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Over the following weeks, the figure appeared intermittently, sometimes absent for days, only to return when I least expected it. Its presence was a puzzle that begged to be solved, and I was a moth drawn to its flame. As the days wore on, strange things began to occur within our own household. My father, once a paragon of stoic control, grew increasingly agitated, his temper flaring over the slightest provocation. My mother, ever the silent supporter, seemed to shrink further into herself, her eyes hollow and distant. The house itself felt different, as if the walls were closing in, the air thick with an invisible tension. One night, the tension snapped. I awoke to the sound of raised voices, a rarity in our home where silence was the norm. I crept from my room, heart pounding, to find my parents in the kitchen, engaged in a hushed yet heated argument. Their words were clipped, angry, but it was the way they moved. My mother recoiling, my father advancing, that sent a shiver down my spine. In that moment, I realized that the figure in the window was not the only thing watching. There was a presence in our home, unseen yet omnipresent, a voyeur of our darkest moments. And it was feeding on us, thriving on the chaos and fear that had begun to seep into every corner of our lives. The escalation was subtle at first, a broken dish here, a raised voice there. But soon it became impossible to ignore. My father's outbursts grew more frequent, his control slipping through his fingers like sand. My mother, once a pillar of quiet strength, was reduced to a shadow of herself, retreating further into the background. I began to notice things, small at first. Objects moved, doors left ajar that were usually closed. It was as if our home had come alive, conspiring against us, plotting its own narrative. I felt watched, not just by the figure across the street, but by something within our very walls. The climax came one stormy night when the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. Lightning flashed, illuminating the world outside in stark relief. It was in one of these flashes that I saw the figure, not across the street, but in our own backyard, illuminated for a brief second before the darkness swallowed it again. Panic surged through me, a visceral wave that propelled me towards my parents' room. I found them there, sitting in the dark, their faces lit by the sporadic bursts of lightning. For the first time, I saw fear in my father's eyes, a reflection of the turmoil within our home. The storm passed, but the unease remained, settling over the house like a shroud. My father became increasingly paranoid, convinced that we were being watched, that someone or something had infiltrated our lives. His outbursts became erratic, his once unyielding facade crumbling under the weight of his own fear. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The figure in the window disappeared. The strange occurrences ceased. On the surface, life returned to its previous state of uneasy calm. But beneath, the fear lingered, a constant undercurrent that kept us all on edge. The experience left its mark, an indelible stain on the fabric of our lives. My father, once a man of unshakable presence, was left a shell of his former self, haunted by the shadows he could not defeat. My mother, though she regained some semblance of her former self, carried with her the weight of unshed tears and unspoken fears. And me? I often found myself at my window, peering out into the night, searching for that familiar silhouette. It never returned, yet its presence was felt in every creak of the floorboards, in every gust of wind that rattled the window panes. I was left with the unsettling knowledge that some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The question that haunted me most was not who or what had been watching us, but why. Why had our home become a stage for such strange and sinister events? Why had the figure chosen us, and why had it vanished without a trace? Perhaps the most disturbing thought of all was that there was no reason, no grand design or malevolent intent. Perhaps in the end, it was simply because it could, because in a world where boundaries are easily crossed and privacy is but an illusion, we are all vulnerable to the gaze of the unseen. And so, we continued our lives amid the calm facade of suburbia, the perfect family in a perfect home. To the world, we were the picture of normalcy, but we knew the truth that lay beneath. We had been seen, our secrets laid bare to an unseen audience. And though the curtain had fallen, the fear remained, a silent specter lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to return. The sun had long sunk behind the jagged silhouettes of the trees, and the quiet town of Ravens Hollow settled into its usual evening rhythms. Our home, a modest two-story with ivy creeping up its brick facade, sat nestled near the end of a cul-de-sac, where the children played hide-and-seek during the day, and the streetlights flickered like sentinels by night. Inside, the warm glow of the living room lamp cast soft shadows that wavered gently against the walls. As was customary, the TV murmured in the background, a gentle hum of familiarity as my family gathered around the dinner table. We exchanged stories of the day, the clinking of cutlery a subtle percussion to our laughter. My daughter Lily regaled us with tales of her schoolyard adventures, while my wife, Sarah, responded with her usual amused exasperation. It was an ordinary evening, wrapped in the comfort that comes with routine and the unspoken bonds of family. As the clock ticked closer to 8, the familiar jingle of the nightly news intro floated from the television. It was a ritual of sorts, tuning in to catch the headlines before our evening wound down entirely. This night, however, the screen flickered with an unusual static before the image resolved into the stoic face of the local news anchor. His expression was stern, more so than usual, which piqued my curiosity. The anchor's voice, typically a melodic cadence, now carried an edge I couldn't quite place. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt your regular programming to bring you an urgent announcement from the Emergency Broadcast Network, his voice intoned, grave and deliberate. The room fell silent, the air pulsing with a sudden heaviness. Lily's fork paused midway to her mouth, her eyes bright with innocent curiosity. Sarah and I exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between us as the anchor continued. We have received reports of a phenomenon that requires your immediate attention. Authorities urge all residents to remain calm and to stay indoors until further notice. Please avoid interacting with any unfamiliar individuals or entities. With those words, the signal cut abruptly to static, leaving an unsettling void in its wake. The room was thick with an unspoken tension, the kind that curls up from the pit of your stomach and settles in your chest. I reached for the remote, switching channels in a futile hope for further clarification, but each station was the same: static, or a similar message repeating like a broken record. "What do you think it means?" Sarah's voice was a thread of anxiety, her fingers drumming an uneven rhythm on the table. I didn't have an answer, only an uneasy feeling that crawled beneath my skin. As the evening wore on, an unnatural quiet descended upon the town. The usual sounds that filled our nights, the distant howl of a neighbor's dog, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, seemed to have been snuffed out. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting. I checked the locks on the doors, a ritual that now carried more weight than ever before. The windows revealed only the deepening dark outside, the street devoid of its usual vitality. It was as if we were the only ones left in the world, the rest slipping away into some parallel silence. Time passed slowly, each tick of the clock a reminder of our suspended state. The television remained our only connection to the outside, its screen now a silent sentinel in the corner of the room. We stayed up later than usual, sleep elusive beneath the cloak of uncertainty. It was during this restless vigil that I first noticed something, a movement, or perhaps a shadow, flickering at the edge of my vision. It was fleeting, a trick of the light, I told myself. Stress had a way of conjuring phantoms from the simplest of things. I dismissed it, willing myself to focus on the trivial comfort of Sarah's voice as she speculated aloud about the broadcast. Yet, as the night deepened, the feeling that we were not alone in our home began to grow. It was a presence, intangible yet persistent, threading itself through the air like an unseen specter. The soft creak of the floorboards, the whisper of fabric brushing against the walls. It was as if the house itself had come alive, echoing with the footsteps of an uninvited guest. We finally retired to bed, though sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, listening to the rhythmic breathing of my family, anchoring myself in their presence. The darkness closed in, thick and suffocating, pressing against my eyelids until fatigue finally overcame the grip of my racing thoughts. I awoke to a new unease, a feeling that the night had shifted in some imperceptible way. The room was still, the shadows long and insistent as the first light of dawn seeped through the curtains. I rose quietly, careful not to disturb Sarah, and made my way downstairs. The kitchen was as we had left it, the chairs askew from our hasty retreat to bed. But the television whispered with a low hum, the screen a dull glow in the dim light. I moved closer, my footsteps soundless on the wooden floor. The static had returned, a mosaic of black and white pulsing across the screen. And then, as if sensing my presence, the image flickered, resolving into something that made my breath catch in my throat. A figure stood in the center of the screen, indistinct and shrouded in shadow. It was neither male nor female, its features obscured by the grainy quality of the broadcast. Yet, there was something disconcertingly familiar about its silhouette, as though it had been plucked from the depths of my own subconscious. The figure did not speak, merely stood there, a silent sentinel in the digital void. I felt its gaze, heavy and knowing, piercing through the screen to settle upon me with a clarity that defied explanation. It was a challenge, a silent demand for acknowledgement. I reached for the remote, my hand trembling as I fumbled with the buttons. The image flickered, but the figure remained, steadfast and immutable. It was a haunting, an apparition conjured by the collective fears of a town on edge. The hours stretched on, the day unfolding with an eerie normalcy that belied the undercurrent of dread. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, caught in that peculiar limbo between disbelief and a growing certainty that something was indeed amiss. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon once more, we gathered in the living room, the unease, a tangible presence between us. The broadcast played again, its looped warning now a chilling lullaby that frayed our nerves to the breaking point. The figure remained a constant, its shadowy form now etched into the fabric of our reality. Lily was the first to speak of it, her young voice cutting through the silence with a clarity that left no room for doubt. "There's someone outside," she whispered, her gaze fixed on the window, where the curtains stirred with a phantom breeze. I moved to her side, peering through the glass into the encroaching dark. At first, I saw nothing, only the familiar outline of our street, the empty road stretching out like a forgotten memory. Then, as if conjured by Lily's words, a shape emerged from the shadows. It was the figure from the broadcast, its form unmistakable even in the dim light. It stood at the edge of our yard, motionless, yet somehow thrumming with a silent energy that reached across the distance between us. Fear, cold and electric, surged through me, but with it came a fierce protectiveness. I drew the curtain closed, my voice steady as I turned to Sarah and Lily. "Stay inside. Lock the doors." The night wore on, each minute a testament to our endurance. The figure remained, a constant in the periphery of our vision, neither advancing nor retreating. It was a standoff of wills, a tension coiling tighter with each passing second. Sleep was a distant memory, chased away by the relentless sense of being watched. The house creaked and sighed around us, its old bones speaking in a language of its own. I found myself drawn to the windows, compulsively checking for the figure, verifying its presence like a twisted reassurance. It was during one of these vigils that I realized the figure had shifted positions, its silhouette now closer, poised at the threshold of our driveway. It was a subtle change, yet it set off a cascade of alarm within me. I gathered the courage to step outside, the air crisp and biting against my skin. The figure remained at the edge of the light, its features still shrouded in mystery. I called out to it, my voice carrying an edge of desperation. "What do you want?" Silence answered me, the figure as inscrutable as the static from which it had emerged. Yet, in that moment, a strange clarity washed over me. This was not an apparition of malice, but a harbinger of something beyond my understanding. The night stretched on, a tableau of shadows and whispered fears. I returned inside, the warmth of the house a stark contrast to the chill that lingered in my bones. Sarah's touch grounded me, her presence a balm against the encroaching dread. Morning arrived with a tentative light, the new day bringing with it a cautious hope. I checked the television once more, the screen now blank, devoid of the figure that had held us in thrall. The broadcast had ceased, its warning a distant echo in the waking world. Yet, as we gathered around the breakfast table, a lingering unease remained, woven into the fabric of our lives. The figure's presence, though gone, had left an indelible mark, a reminder of the fragility of normalcy and the thin veil that separated us from the unknown. In the days that followed, life in Raven's Hollow resumed its familiar rhythm, but the shadow of that night clung to us like a second skin. We carried on, aware of the silent undercurrent that whispered beneath the surface of our town. The figure had vanished, but its message lingered, a silent broadcast in the back of our minds, a warning that the world we knew was not as immutable as we believed. And as the sun set each evening, casting long shadows across the street, I would find myself at the window, watching, waiting for the return of the figure, a reminder that in the quietest of towns, the unknown could manifest at any moment, altering the tapestry of our lives with its unseen hand. In the quiet suburb where I lived, everything felt as if it was painted in shades of normalcy. Rows of identical houses lined the streets, their well-kept lawns and cheerful garden gnomes creating an idyllic picture of suburban life. Neighbors chatted over fences, children rode their bikes along the sidewalks, and the air was perpetually filled with the scent of freshly cut grass. It was a place where the biggest excitement had been the annual block party, a tradition as rooted in the community as the large oak trees that dotted our streets. I moved into this neighborhood about a year ago, drawn by its reputation for tranquility and the promise of a slower pace of life. The house I chose was charming, a 2-story colonial with a red front door and a porch swing, perfect for sipping iced tea on lazy summer afternoons. My days fell into a comfortable rhythm of work, leisure, and the occasional social gathering with my friendly neighbors. One evening, as twilight draped the sky in hues of purple and blue, I found myself flipping through the channels on my television. The white noise of channels blurring together was a familiar soundtrack to my evenings. I wasn't really watching, mostly letting the chatter wash over me while I read a book. But then, amidst the cascade of familiar networks, something unusual caught my eye. A channel I hadn't noticed before. The screen flickered to life with a strange local broadcast, identified only by an innocuous number. Channel 23. It struck me as odd, since I knew every channel available in our area, being the sort of person who liked to keep things organized and predictable. The broadcast wasn't flashy or polished. It was grainy, almost like an old VHS tape. There was a man sitting at a plain wooden desk, his expression calm but his eyes disconcertingly intense, as if he was looking directly at me. "Good evening, dear viewer," he said with a slow, deliberate smile. "Welcome to Channel 23, your local connection to everything that matters." His voice was soothing, yet strangely compelling, carrying an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place. It was like velvet lined with nails. Intrigued but slightly unsettled, I continued to watch. The broadcast was unlike anything I had seen. A mix of bizarre local news updates, interviews with unknown figures, and unsettling stories about the very neighborhood I lived in. It didn't just report on events. It seemed to know things, intimate things, about the lives of nearly everyone around me. The next morning, I mentioned the channel in passing to my neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, while admiring her prize-winning roses. Her reaction was not what I expected. Her face blanched, and she looked around as if to make sure no one else was listening. In a hushed tone, she advised me, "It's best not to watch that channel. We've had incidents before. People start seeing things, hearing things. It's not worth the curiosity." Her words lingered with me long after I returned home. What kind of channel could incite such fear? My rational mind dismissed it as superstition, but a seed of doubt had been planted. Yet, as the days passed, I found myself inexplicably drawn to Channel 23. Each evening, the familiar man with the calm demeanor and unsettling gaze would return, sharing more peculiar stories about our community. One night, the broadcast took a more personal turn. The man began recounting an event that had occurred in my own home. He described in unnerving detail an argument I had with a friend over the phone, down to the words I had spoken in the privacy of my living room. The eerie precision of his retelling sent a chill through me. How could he possibly have known? My logical mind struggled to comprehend what was happening. I began to feel as though I was being watched, my privacy invaded by unseen eyes. The sensation was suffocating, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling. I started avoiding my windows, drawing the curtains tighter each night. I even considered disconnecting my television, but some part of me couldn't let go of the thread of this strange mystery. As the weeks went on, Channel 23 became more than just a curiosity. It was an obsession. The broadcasts grew more intrusive, detailing not only my life, but those of my neighbors with an eerie clairvoyance. It was as though the channel knew everything about us, feeding on our secrets and fears. For reasons I couldn't explain, I stopped sharing my concerns with anyone. I kept my discomfort to myself, fearing ridicule, or worse, confirmation that my sanity was unraveling. The escalation came subtly at first, in the form of whispers that seemed to follow me from room to room. It was as if the walls of my home had gained a voice, a soft, persistent murmur that mirrored the broadcasts in its omniscience. I would catch snippets of conversations that never happened, yet felt deeply personal and accusatory. The whispers infected my dreams, twisting them into surreal nightmares where I was endlessly watched by a multitude of eyes. The climax began on a stormy night when the wind howled like a wounded animal outside my window. I was sitting in my living room, the glow of the television casting long shadows against the walls. I had intended to turn off the television, to break free from the grip the channel had on me. But as I reached for the remote, the screen flashed with a new broadcast. This time, the man at the desk seemed more animated, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling excitement. "Tonight, dear viewer, we bring you a special feature," he announced, his voice dripping with anticipation. "A glimpse into the heart of fear, the soul of despair." Before I could process his words, the screen shifted to footage of my own home. The camera seemed to float through my halls, capturing every intimate detail with a sickening familiarity. I was paralyzed, unable to look away as images of myself appeared. sitting where I was now, my face a mask of terror. It was as if I was watching a live feed of my own nightmare, filmed by a camera that didn't exist. The images morphed, showing my neighbors in their homes, each of them caught in moments of vulnerability and fear. The broadcast was not just observing us, it was orchestrating our lives, pulling strings with malevolent precision. The realization struck me like a blow, knocking the breath from my lungs. Channel 23 wasn't merely a source of information. It was a puppet master weaving a web of dread and control. In a desperate bid to end the madness, I lunged for the power button, my heart pounding in my chest. But as my fingers grazed the remote, the television flickered, and the screen went black. Silence enveloped the room, heavy and oppressive, but the feeling of being watched lingered, more potent than ever. The following morning, the sun rose as usual, casting warm light across my neighborhood. But something had changed. My world, once vibrant and familiar, now seemed dulled by an invisible shadow. The whispers that had plagued my nights were gone, yet their echo remained, a reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. I no longer watched television, the thought of Channel 23 sending a shiver down my spine. But the lingering fear was impossible to shake. Every sound, every movement in my house felt amplified, as though the very air had become sentient. I began noticing subtle changes in my neighbors. They seemed distant, their eyes holding a haunted look that mirrored my own. Perhaps we all had our brushes with the sinister broadcast, each too afraid or ashamed to admit it. It was an unspoken bond, a shared experience that tethered us in our silent dread. I often wondered if the channel still existed, broadcasting its insidious content to those unwary enough to stumble upon it. But I dared not find out. Some mysteries, I realized, were better left unsolved. Despite my efforts to move on, the feeling of exposure persisted. It was as if the channel had imprinted itself on my soul, leaving an indelible mark. I lived my life in cautious fear, forever glancing over my shoulder, expecting the familiar face of the broadcaster to reappear, his eyes filled with knowing. The neighborhood, once my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, each of us playing our parts under the scrutinizing gaze of unseen cameras. I had become a reluctant actor in a play I couldn't escape, the omnipresent dread, my constant companion. The world outside my window continued to spin in its predictable orbit. But for those of us who had seen the broadcast, the thread of normalcy had been irrevocably severed. And so, we carried on with our lives, shadows of our former selves, haunted by the knowledge that somewhere, someone was always watching. It was a truth we could never unsee, a reality woven into the very fabric of our existence. In the depths of night, when silence reigned, I would lay awake, staring into the darkness, listening for the whispers that never truly left, and waiting for the broadcast that, in my heart, I knew would never end. The day I found the videotape was a day much like any other in our suburban neighborhood. The morning sun filtered softly through the sheer curtains of our living room, casting delicate patterns on the floor that I had once found comforting. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, humming a gentle tune as she prepared breakfast. Our daughter, Mia, sat at the dining table, cheerfully doodling in her sketchbook. It was an ordinary day, serene in its routine, until the mail arrived, and with it, a package that would unravel the fabric of our lives. I noticed it immediately, a small, unassuming box with no return address. It was nestled amidst the usual stack of bills and flyers. Curiosity piqued, I brought it inside, setting it on the table. "What's that?" Sarah asked, glancing over her shoulder with mild interest. "Not sure," I replied, already reaching for a pair of scissors to cut through the tape. Inside, there was a single VHS tape, its label blank, except for the words "Play Me," written in a neat script. It was curious, evocative of something out of a mystery novel. We hadn't owned a VCR in years, having long since succumbed to the conveniences of modern technology. "Who sends a VHS these days?" Sarah mused, wiping her hands on a dish towel as she came to examine the tape. "Maybe it's a prank," I suggested half-heartedly, though I could feel a niggling sense of unease take root in my mind. Despite the benign appearance of the tape, it felt out of place, an anachronism that unsettled me. After breakfast, with Mia off to school, Sarah and I rummaged through the attic until we unearthed the old VCR, dusty and forlorn. We set it up with a sense of curiosity that bordered on excitement. There was something about the tactile nature of the tape, the mechanical whir as it slid into the mouth of the machine, that felt tangible, real, in a way streaming services could never replicate. As the tape began to play, the screen flickered to life with images of a family, our family, sitting together in the very room in which we now sat. The figures moved and spoke with an uncanny familiarity, yet there was something subtly off about them, a hollowness in their eyes, a stiffness to their smiles. It was as if we were watching ourselves through a funhouse mirror, distorted yet eerily recognizable. The scenes played out like a home movie, capturing mundane moments of domestic life. There we were, celebrating Christmas, our faces illuminated by the glow of fairy lights. There was Mia, playing in the backyard, her laughter echoing faintly through the speakers. But as the tape progressed, the scenes grew darker, the atmosphere more oppressive. The family dinners turned silent, the conversations strained, punctuated by long, uncomfortable pauses. The final scene was the most unsettling. It showed us, or our doppelgangers, sitting in the living room, just as we were now, watching a blank screen. The camera panned slowly, almost deliberately, capturing the expressions of the figures, twisted in a grotesque parody of contentment. Then, abruptly, the tape ended, leaving us staring at the static. The room plunged into an uneasy silence. "That was strange," Sarah said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "It has to be some kind of joke," I replied, though doubt crept into my voice. Who could have made such a thing, and why? The next few days were marked by a growing sense of dread. It was as if the tape had infected our home with its sinister presence. We began to notice things, little details that seemed inconsequential on their own, but together painted a more disturbing picture. The tapping at the window at night, the feeling of being watched, the shadows that seemed to move on their own accord. Mia was the first to mention it. "There's someone in the backyard," she whispered one night as I tucked her into bed. "There's no one there, sweetheart," I assured her, casting a glance out the window. But even as I spoke, I felt it. A prickle at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes were observing us from the cover of darkness. The following weekend, I decided to investigate. Sarah and Mia were out, and the house felt oppressively silent. I ventured into the backyard, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the grass. As I approached the edge of the property, where our neatly trimmed lawn gave way to the wild tangle of the woods, I noticed something strange. There, amidst the foliage, was an old abandoned cabin I had never seen before. The cabin was a ghost of its former self, weather-beaten and overgrown. Vines crept up its sides, and the windows were clouded with dust. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I approached, and yet I was drawn to it, compelled by an inexplicable urge to explore. Inside, the air was musty, the floorboards creaking underfoot. It was empty, save for a few broken pieces of furniture and a layer of thick dust that coated everything. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. An old camcorder, sitting incongruously in the corner. It was aimed at the door, as if waiting to capture anyone who dared enter. I took the camcorder home, driven by a mix of curiosity and apprehension. That evening, after Mia was asleep, Sarah and I watched the tape inside it. The footage was grainy, but it was unmistakably of our home, shot through various windows, capturing moments that were both intimate and invasive. There was a sickening realization that whoever had been watching us was not content with just observing, but was documenting our lives in meticulous detail. The situation escalated quickly from there. More tapes began to arrive, each depicting scenes from our life, interspersed with clips of the abandoned cabin. It became clear that someone was orchestrating a twisted narrative, manipulating our reality. Panic began to seep into the corners of our existence, coloring every interaction with suspicion and fear. I became obsessed with the tapes, scrutinizing every frame for clues. The footage seemed to be getting closer, more intrusive, as if the unseen voyeur was tightening their grip. Sarah, on the other hand, withdrew, her usual warmth replaced by a cold detachment. We found ourselves snapping at each other over trivial matters, the strain of our situation driving a wedge between us. One night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, the phone rang. It was an old rotary phone, one of the few analog relics we still possessed, and its shrill cry pierced the silence of our bedroom. I answered it with trepidation, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely steady. There was a pause, followed by a low, distorted chuckle. "Are you enjoying the show?" a voice asked, its words dripping with malice. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line went dead, leaving only the dial tone and the echo of that chilling laugh. The climax came when we found Mia's sketchbook, open to a page filled with drawings of the cabin. Her usually bright and colorful illustrations were replaced by dark, unsettling images. Twisted trees, shadowy figures lurking in the periphery, and the cabin, always the cabin, looming ominously. "Mia, where did you see this?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "In my dreams," Mia replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It was then that I knew we had to confront whatever malevolent force had ensnared us. We returned to the cabin, armed with nothing but a flashlight and the desperate hope of reclaiming our lives. The night was oppressive, the air thick with anticipation. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was charged, the shadows deeper, more menacing. We found a hidden room, concealed behind a false wall. Inside, there were more tapes, stacks of them, each meticulously labeled with dates and notes. It was a shrine to our life, curated by someone with an unsettling obsession. As we stood there, the flashlight flickering, we heard it, the sound of footsteps approaching. We turned, the beam of light catching a figure standing in the doorway, their face obscured by the shadows. Panic surged through me, but before I could react, they spoke. "You're ruining the script," the figure said, their voice calm, almost conversational. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice cracking with fear. "I am the director," the figure replied, stepping into the light. Their face was ordinary, unremarkable, but their eyes burned with a feverish intensity. "This is my masterpiece." We backed away slowly, our hearts racing. The figure made no move to stop us, simply watching with an unsettling calm as we fled into the night. The authorities dismissed our claims, attributing our experience to stress and paranoia. We moved away shortly thereafter, leaving behind the house and the cabin that had become a symbol of our nightmare. But the fear lingers. Every time I see a video camera, every time the phone rings unexpectedly, I am reminded of that voice, those eyes. The director's presence remains, an invisible specter haunting the edges of my consciousness. I find myself wondering if, even now, we are being watched, our lives played out for an unseen audience. That's the thing about fear. It plants seeds that take root in the fertile soil of the mind, growing into shadows that cannot be easily dispelled. Even in the light of day, the shadows remain, a testament to the darkness that once touched our lives and the eerie possibility that it might one day return. Growing up in a quiet suburban neighborhood, my world had always been a safe and predictable place. Rows of identical houses lined our street, each with well-manicured lawns and neatly trimmed hedges. It was the kind of place where nothing unexpected ever seemed to happen, where every day unfolded like the one before. My home, a modest two-story house nestled at the end of the cul-de-sac, was no different. Inside, the comforting hum of routine filled the air, and it was easy to believe that we were insulated from anything sinister or strange. It was during a lazy autumn afternoon when the first disturbance crept into my life. The leaves were beginning to turn, painting the neighborhood in shades of gold and crimson. I was rifling through the attic, searching for an old photo album, when I stumbled upon a cardboard box that I had never seen before. It was unremarkable, dusty and worn, but there was something about it that piqued my curiosity. On the side, scrawled in faded black marker, were the words, "Home Movies." I brought the box downstairs and opened it in the dimly lit living room. Inside were several VHS tapes, their labels yellowed and curling at the edges. Most were innocuous enough. Christmas '98, Summer Vacation 00, and so on. But one tape stood out. It was unlabeled, devoid of any indication of its contents. Intrigued, I decided to watch it, expecting perhaps an old birthday party or a forgotten family gathering. I dusted off the VCR that had been sitting unused for years and inserted the tape. At first, there was nothing but static, a grainy hiss that filled the room. But soon the screen flickered to life. The image was shaky, the colors muted and washed out. It appeared to be amateur footage of a house, not unlike my own, the camera panning slowly across rooms that felt eerily familiar, yet unsettlingly foreign. There was no audio, just the persistent hum of the tape itself. As the footage continued, I began to feel a strange sense of unease. The house in the video was empty, devoid of life, yet it felt as though someone or something was there, just out of sight. I watched as the camera lingered on a dimly lit hallway, the shadows stretching long and foreboding. Then, abruptly, the screen cut to black. Puzzled, I rewound the tape, thinking perhaps it was damaged or incomplete. But each time I played it, the same sequence unfolded. The empty house, the oppressive silence, the abrupt end. It was a mystery, one that I couldn't shake from my mind. Over the following days, the footage haunted me. I found myself returning to it, watching it over and over, searching for something I couldn't quite define. Each viewing left me more unsettled than before, as if the tape were drawing me into its world, blurring the lines between reality and the grainy images on the screen. Then, the escalation began. At first, it was subtle, little things, easily dismissed or explained away. I'd hear a creak in the hallway at night, a whisper of movement from an unseen source. Doors I was certain I'd closed would be ajar when I returned. Objects seemed to shift ever so slightly from where I'd left them. But as the days turned to weeks, these disturbances grew more pronounced. I'd wake in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house. But whenever I investigated, I found nothing. My dreams became plagued by visions of the house from the tape, the shadows within it, twisting and turning in ways that defied explanation. It was during one of these restless nights that I decided to watch the tape again, hoping perhaps for some clarity or peace of mind. As I sat in the darkened room, the screen flickering with the familiar images, I noticed something I hadn't before. There, in the corner of one of the rooms, was a figure barely visible in the shadows. It was as if they had always been there, just out of reach of my perception. The realization was chilling. I watched, transfixed, as the figure seemed to move, almost imperceptibly, within the confines of the video's world. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath shallow and quick. I paused the tape, rewound, played it again, and there it was. The figure, always present, always watching. In the days that followed, my world unraveled. The presence I'd glimpsed on the tape seemed to spill over into reality. I felt it in every room, every shadow, a constant oppressive watchfulness that left me on edge. The air in the house grew thick, stifling, as if charged with an unseen energy. I began to doubt my own senses. Was it possible that the tape was a portal of sorts? A conduit for something beyond comprehension? The thought was absurd, yet I couldn't dismiss it. The more I fought against the reality of what I was experiencing, the more entrenched it became. The climax of this ordeal came on a night like any other. I had succumbed to the grip of the tape, watching it repeatedly in a vain attempt to understand. As I sat in the living room, bathed in the flickering glow of the television, the power went out. The house plunged into darkness, the silence absolute. Then, in the pitch black, I heard it, a soft, raspy whisper, so close it might have been in the room with me. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears, straining to hear. The whisper came again, clearer this time, a voice that was both familiar and utterly alien. "Join us," it said, the words wrapping around me like a cold embrace. "Find the truth." Panic surged through me, and I fumbled for the flashlight I kept on the side table. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the room. But there was nothing there. No figure, no presence, just the same empty space I'd always known. Yet the feeling lingered, a cloying sense of being watched, of not being alone. The tape had become more than just a mystery. It was a malevolent force that had seeped into my life, entwined with my very being. In the days that followed, I avoided the tape, hiding it away in the attic where I'd found it. But even with it out of sight, the fear remained. Small things continued to happen, a whisper here, a shadow there, enough to remind me that whatever I'd unleashed was still with me. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, the days passing in a blur of routine. But the tape was never far from my thoughts. It was a secret, a dark undercurrent to the placid surface of my life, a reminder that the world was not as safe or predictable as I had once believed. And so, the fear lingers, a quiet, persistent dread that I carry with me each day. I never did discover the truth behind the tape, nor the identity of the figure within it. But I learned to live with the knowledge that some mysteries are best left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. In the end, I found a certain peace in the uncertainty, a strange comfort in the acceptance of the unknown. Yet, as I walk through the quiet rooms of my home, I can't help but feel the weight of unseen eyes, the faint echo of a whisper in the dark, a constant reminder that the tape still waits for me in the attic, waiting for the day I'll be compelled to watch it once more. From the outside, the house on Pinewood Lane appeared no different from any other in the quiet suburb. Its picket fence, painted a pristine white, a lawn meticulously trimmed, and flower beds that boasted a careful selection of seasonal blooms. I had moved into this neighborhood a few months ago, drawn by its serene atmosphere and the comforting illusion of normalcy it promised. The Devereaux family lived next door, and over time, I grew familiar with their routine as it danced seamlessly through the days. Mr. Devereaux left early for work, a punctual man in a comfortably worn suit, while Mrs. Devereaux, a gentle woman with a perpetual soft smile, busied herself with the household chores and the well-being of their young daughter, Clarissa, a bright-eyed girl of 7. Initially, my interactions with the Devereaux family were limited to the polite neighborly exchanges over the fence or brief conversations about the weather as we collected our mail. Their life seemed idyllic, a picture of familial harmony that one might find in a lifestyle magazine. There was something soothing about their presence, a sense of constancy that felt grounding amidst the mundanities of suburban life. It was during one of those mundane exchanges that I first caught a glimpse of the peculiar. Mrs. Devereaux, while tending to her garden, mentioned offhandedly that their family had lived in the same house for generations. Her words resonated in a way that seemed disproportionate to their content, echoing in my mind with an ominous weight I could not quite place. She spoke with an affectionate nostalgia. Her eyes, however, reflected a depth of something I couldn't quite name. Was it sorrow, perhaps, or a resigned acceptance? One evening, as I sat by the window, sipping my tea and watching the clouds cast elongated shadows over our neighborhood, I noticed movement from the Devereaux garden. Clarissa was playing outside, her laughter a sweet tinkling sound that carried on the breeze. There was nothing unusual about a child at play, yet I felt a compelling urge to watch over her, as if drawn by an invisible thread. She moved with an unsettling grace, her footsteps light, though not entirely carefree. As she skipped among the flowers, her laughter suddenly ceased, her frame going rigid as though frozen in time, eyes fixed on something beyond my view. The silence was palpable, heavy with an indescribable tension. Then, just as abruptly, she resumed her play, yet I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted subtly, though irreversibly. As days turned into weeks, I began to notice other disturbances. Whispers, too faint to decipher, seemed to emanate from their house late at night, carried on the wind through the thin walls that divided our homes. I questioned whether it was merely the house settling, the groans and creaks of wood aging with grace, or if I was imagining things, my mind playing tricks on me. But there was an intensity to those whispers that gnawed at my senses, an insistence that refused to be ignored. The disturbances grew more pronounced with each passing day. I observed the lights in the Devereaux house, flickering at odd hours, a staccato dance of shadows and light that made the unassuming structure seem alive. More unsettling still was the way Clarissa's behavior began to change. Her previously bright eyes now held a haunted look, and her laughter, once so innocent, carried an edge of something hollow. It was as if she were being pulled into a world just beyond my grasp, a place where reality blurred with something darker. Driven by a combination of curiosity and concern, I decided to speak with Mrs. Devereaux directly. I found her in the garden, her hands busy pruning the roses with a precision that belied the turmoil I sensed beneath her composed exterior. I approached her casually, my words carefully chosen, aimed at uncovering the source of my unease without causing offense. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately, Mrs. Devereaux?" I asked, feigning casual interest, though my pulse quickened in anticipation of her response. Her hands stilled, the pruning shears poised midair. She turned to face me, the smile that graced her lips failing to reach her eyes. "What do you mean?" she inquired, her tone light, yet I could hear the slight tremor beneath it. "The lights, the whispers. Clarissa seems different," I persisted gently. She sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. "Some things are part of the family, you see," she replied cryptically, her gaze drifting towards the house as if drawn by an invisible force. Her words sent a shiver coursing through me, the cryptic nature of her response fueling my imagination with possibilities both terrifying and inexplicable. I wanted to press further, to unravel the mystery that hung like a shadow over the Devereaux family. But her expression warned me off, a silent plea to let the matter rest. The nights following our conversation grew increasingly restless. I found myself waking at odd hours, disturbed by dreams I could never fully recall, yet left me drenched in a cold sweat. It was as if the house next door had breached the sanctity of my mind, its presence a constant, inescapable intrusion. One particularly stormy night, as lightning illuminated the suburban landscape in startling white, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a wail, inhuman and piercing, cutting through the clap of thunder like a knife. The sound echoed from the Devereaux house, a siren's call that resonated with an otherworldly anguish. My instincts screamed at me to ignore it, to lock my doors and close my windows, but an overwhelming sense of dread propelled me towards the source of the sound. The rain lashed against me as I hurried across the yard, my heart pounding in rhythm with the storm. I reached the Devereaux' porch, hesitating only for a moment before knocking on the door, my fist echoing hollowly against the wood. The door swung open, revealing Mrs. Devereaux, her face a mask of calm that did little to hide the turmoil in her eyes. "Please," I breathed, "what is happening?" She hesitated, then stepped aside to let me in. The interior of their home was familiar, yet altered, as if the very air had thickened with an unseen presence. Shadows clung to the walls, and the flicker of candlelight cast eerie shapes that danced and twisted in the corners of my vision. "It's the family," she said at last, her voice a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile balance holding their world together. "Our bloodline is different. Every few generations, one of us transforms." The word transform hung in the air, pregnant with implication. I felt my mind reaching for understanding, grasping at the threads of a truth too horrific to fully comprehend. Mrs. Devereaux must have seen the disbelief etched on my face, for she continued, her words tumbling over each other in their urgency. "Clarissa, it's happening to her. The curse, it chooses, and we can do nothing but endure." The weight of her confession settled heavily between us, a shared burden that tethered us together in that moment. I wanted to ask more, to understand the mechanics of this curse, the reason behind it, the history that bound their family to such a fate. But the sound of a door creaking open drew our attention. Clarissa stood at the top of the stairs, her small figure outlined against the dim glow of the hallway. Her eyes were wide, filled with both fear and resignation, and as she descended, I noticed a subtle shift in her appearance, a transformation that was both physical and intangible. Her skin seemed paler, her features more pronounced, as if she were shedding layers of herself to reveal something entirely new. Mrs. Devereaux moved to her daughter, wrapping her arms around the trembling child. I watched, rooted to the spot, a silent witness to a scene that defied all logic. The room pulsed with a rhythm that resonated deep within my bones, the very walls seeming to contract and expand in time with each heartbeat. As lightning flashed once more, illuminating the room in stark relief, I saw the shadow of something else, a presence that loomed over the Devereaux family, its silhouette monstrous and formless, a testament to the curse that gripped their lineage. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, yet the impression lingered, an indelible mark upon my psyche. I stayed with the Devereaux family that night, compelled by a need to offer what little comfort I could, though I knew my presence was but a small balm against the storm they faced. We spoke in hushed tones, our conversation weaving a tapestry of understanding and shared fear. Mrs. Devereaux recounted stories of ancestors who had undergone the transformation, tales of survival and loss passed down through generations like a dark inheritance. The night stretched on, an endless expanse of waiting, and when dawn finally broke, it brought with it a fragile sense of calm. Clarissa slept fitfully, her small body curled against her mother's side, and as I prepared to leave, I felt the weight of Mrs. Devereaux's gaze upon me. "Thank you," she said simply, the gratitude in her voice a quiet testament to the bond that had formed between us. I returned to my home, exhausted, yet unable to shake the feeling that the curse had reached beyond the confines of the Devereaux house, its tendrils entwining with my own life. The events of that night played on an endless loop in my mind, a haunting refrain that refused to be silenced. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the neighborhood shifted subtly. The Devereaux family maintained their routine, but there was a palpable tension in their movements, a wariness that spoke of battles fought just beneath the surface. Clarissa returned to her play, though her laughter was now accompanied by a haunting echo, a reminder of the transformation that lay just beneath her skin. I found myself more attuned to the nuances of my environment, acutely aware of the shadows that stretched and twisted in the corners of my vision, the whispers that brushed against the edges of my consciousness. The world seemed to pulse with a hidden vibrancy, a secret life that danced just beyond my reach. Though I tried to resume my own routine, the events of that stormy night had left an indelible mark upon me. I felt a kinship with the Devereaux family, an unspoken connection born of shared experience and the knowledge of a curse that refused to relinquish its grip. My dreams continued to be plagued by visions of transformation, the boundaries of reality and imagination blurring in the dim hours before dawn. The lingering fear was not one of imminent danger, but of something far more insidious, the knowledge that the curse was real and that it had irrevocably altered the fabric of our lives. I could see it in the way Mrs. Devereaux glanced towards the shadows, in the way Mr. Devereaux's smile no longer reached his eyes. in the way Clarissa's laughter carried that haunting echo. The consequence of their lineage was a burden they carried with quiet dignity, and though my own life had been touched by its shadow, I knew that I could do little but bear witness to their struggle. The passage of time did little to erase the memory of that night. It remained a reminder of the thin veil that separated the mundane from the supernatural, the ordinary from the extraordinary. In the end, the story of the Devereux family became part of the tapestry of my own life, woven into the fabric of the days and nights that followed. It served as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of the unknown, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of suburbia, a darkness could linger, waiting patiently for its moment to be seen. I often find myself wandering through the echoing halls of LeBlanc Manor, a place that wears its opulence like a faded garment. The manor, once a beacon of grandeur and sophistication, now stands as a testament to days long past, with its ornate chandeliers casting dim shadows against the dusty walls. The air is thick with the scent of forgotten memories, and each step I take is muffled by the plush, albeit time-worn, carpet beneath my feet. Amber LeBlanc, my cousin, is the reason I find myself here. She is a peculiar figure in our family, the kind of person who inhabits the space between shadow and light, always present, yet somehow distant. Despite living in the manor, she seems to belong to another realm entirely, one that eludes the rest of us. Her letters had always been a source of intrigue, filled with curious insights and musings that hinted at something beyond the ordinary. Thus, when she wrote to me, imploring me to visit, I felt a pull I could not resist. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by Amber, who appeared unchanged by the years. Her eyes, sharp and bright as ever, seemed to hold secrets I was eager to uncover. Yet, there was something in her demeanor, an undercurrent of unease, that unsettled me. We exchanged pleasantries, and she led me through the maze of rooms, her footsteps barely making a sound. It was during one of these meandering walks that I first sensed it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, something I couldn't quite place, but felt down to my bones. It was as though the manor itself had paused to listen, its ancient walls absorbing the whispers of time. We passed rooms filled with antique furniture and faded portraits of ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow us. Amber spoke of the history of the manor, her voice a gentle lull that contrasted with the growing tension in my chest. I found myself hanging on her every word, compelled by a force I couldn't name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the manor in an ethereal glow, Amber led me to the library. It was a cavernous room, its shelves lined with books that seemed to hum with stories of their own. She settled into a chair by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting playful shadows across her face. "I must show you something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze was steady, yet there was an urgency in her eyes that unsettled me. Curiosity piqued, I nodded. She retrieved a small leather-bound journal from a secret compartment in the desk. Its pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded yet legible. She opened it carefully, revealing sketches and notes that spoke of creatures and rituals long forgotten by the world. As I perused the pages, a chill crept over me. The sketches depicted beings unlike any I had ever imagined, grotesque, yet mesmerizing, with eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. The text spoke of a parasitic creature that could masquerade as human, blending seamlessly into society. The idea was absurd, yet the conviction with which Amber presented it was disarming. "Do you believe in such things?" she asked, her eyes never leaving mine. I hesitated, the rational part of my mind grappling with the possibilities. "I suppose anything is possible," I replied, choosing my words carefully. Amber nodded, satisfied with my response. "There's something here," she confided, her voice barely audible. "Something that doesn't belong." Her words lingered in the air, heavy and foreboding. I wanted to dismiss them as the fanciful imaginings of an idle mind, yet there was something in her tone that suggested otherwise. From that night on, my perception of the manor shifted. The once grandiose halls took on a more sinister air, and every creak of the floorboards became a harbinger of something lurking in the shadows. I found myself hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Amber, too, seemed changed. Her once vibrant demeanor had dulled, and she spent long hours locked away in her study, emerging only for meals that she barely touched. I grew increasingly concerned, yet every attempt to broach the subject was met with evasive responses. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began to plague the manor. Objects moved of their own accord, doors creaked open in the dead of night, and the air grew thick with a palpable tension. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, a constant presence that sent shivers down my spine. One particularly unsettling night, I awoke to the sound of soft, insistent whispers. They seemed to emanate from the very walls, a cacophony of voices speaking in a language I couldn't decipher. Heart pounding, I ventured from my room and wandered the darkened corridors, drawn by the haunting melody. The whispers led me to a small, forgotten chamber at the far end of the manor. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet I could sense the presence of something or someone within. As I stepped inside, the door creaked shut behind me, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. I felt a chill in the air, a sense of being watched by something unseen. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I could just make out the figure of Amber standing by the window, her silhouette framed by the pale moonlight. She turned to face me, her expression unreadable. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Amber didn't respond immediately. Instead, she continued to gaze out the window, her eyes distant and unfocused. When she finally spoke, her voice was laced with an unfamiliar edge. "It's here," she said simply. I followed her gaze to the sprawling gardens below, their once vibrant blooms now withered and lifeless. It was as if the very essence of the manor had been drained, leaving behind a hollow shell. "What is it, Amber?" I pressed, a sense of dread settling in my stomach. She hesitated, as if weighing her words carefully. "I've tried to stop it," she confessed, her voice trembling. "But it's too late." The gravity of her words hit me like a physical blow. It was as though the world had shifted on its axis, and I was left to navigate a reality that defied logic and reason. I wanted to deny it, to cling to the comforting illusion of normalcy, yet deep down, I knew she spoke the truth. And so began the escalation. The whispers grew louder, their insistent chorus invading my every thought. The shadows lengthened, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced at the edge of my vision. It was as if the manor itself had come alive, its ancient secrets clawing their way to the surface. I became increasingly paranoid, my every waking moment consumed by the sense of being hunted. Sleep eluded me, and I wandered the halls in a daze, seeking answers that remained frustratingly out of reach. Amber, too, seemed to be unraveling. Her once immaculate appearance became disheveled, and her eyes took on a haunted quality that mirrored my own. She spoke in cryptic riddles, her words tinged with desperation. One evening, as the storm raged outside, Amber approached me with a proposition. "There's a way to end this," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her eyes. I listened as she outlined her plan, a ritual of sorts, designed to banish the parasitic creature that had taken hold of the manor. It was a last-ditch effort, fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet it offered a glimmer of hope in the suffocating darkness. The ritual was to take place in the heart of the manor, beneath the grand chandelier that had witnessed countless gatherings and celebrations. We gathered the necessary items, a collection of herbs, candles, and symbols drawn from the pages of the journal. As midnight approached, we prepared the space, our movements synchronized in silent understanding. The storm outside intensified, as if reflecting the tumultuous energy that crackled in the air. With the stage set, Amber began the incantation, her voice resonating with a power that belied her frail appearance. The room thrummed with energy, the air thick with anticipation. I watched as the symbols began to glow, their light casting eerie shadows on the walls. It was then that I felt it, a presence, malignant and ancient, pressing down upon us with a force that threatened to crush my very soul. The atmosphere grew oppressive, the air charged with the scent of decay. I glanced at Amber, who stood resolute, her eyes locked on the ritual. I could see the strain etched on her face, the toll it was taking on her frail body. Yet she persevered, her voice unwavering as she chanted the incantation. The presence grew stronger, its malevolent force threatening to overwhelm us. I could feel it probing my mind, seeking to exploit my deepest fears and insecurities. It was a battle of wills, one I feared we were losing. In that moment of despair, Amber turned to me, her eyes blazing with determination. "We mustn't give in," she urged, her voice a lifeline in the storm. I nodded, drawing strength from her resolve. Together, we continued the ritual, our voices merging in a harmonious counterpoint to the chaos that surrounded us. The battle raged on, the creature's presence a constant oppressive force. Yet, through sheer force of will, we held our ground, refusing to succumb to the darkness. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm abated. The oppressive weight lifted, leaving behind an eerie silence that echoed through the manor. The air was still, the malevolent presence gone as if it had never existed. Amber collapsed to the floor, her strength spent. I rushed to her side, cradling her fragile form in my arms. Her eyes fluttered open, a weary smile playing on her lips. "We did it," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Relief washed over me, mingled with a profound sense of loss. The price of our victory was steep, and as I held her, I knew that the horrors of the manor were far from over. In the days that followed, the manor seemed to breathe easier, its oppressive atmosphere lifted. Yet, the scars of our ordeal remained, etched into the very fabric of its walls. The whispers, though diminished, continued to haunt the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Amber, though weakened by the ordeal, retained her enigmatic presence. She spoke less of the creature, choosing instead to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. Yet I sensed an unspoken understanding between us, a bond forged in the crucible of our shared experience. As I prepared to leave, Amber accompanied me to the door, her eyes holding a quiet strength that belied her frail appearance. "Take care," she said softly, her words carrying a weight of their own. I nodded, the unspoken acknowledgement of our ordeal lingering in the air. As I stepped into the sunlight, leaving the manor behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows would always be with me, lurking just out of sight. The road stretched before me, a path leading away from the darkness of LeBlanc Manor. Yet, as I walked, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see the specter of what we had faced standing in the doorway. The world seemed brighter, the air fresher, yet a part of me remained tethered to the manor, bound by the lingering fear that the parasitic creature might not be as gone as we hoped. It was a shadow that would follow me, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the horrors that lay just beneath its surface. The mansion stood solemnly against the amber glow of a Los Angeles sunset, nestled within a forgotten stretch of land that had long ceased to charm the bustling city. Its once glorious gardens now tangled with wild ivy and untamed roses, whispering secrets of a time when the grounds were alive with vibrant blooms and lively gatherings. Yet, the mansion held a peculiar allure of its own, a quiet grandeur that I, a modest gardener in search of solace, found impossible to resist. My first encounter with the estate was through an advertisement that seemed to beckon me specifically, as though the words were penned with me in mind. "Gardener needed," it read, promising a generous sum for tending to the mansion's expansive gardens. A picture accompanied the text, capturing an image of bygone elegance amidst encroaching decay, igniting a curious longing within me to restore what had been lost. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the caretaker, an elderly man named Mr. Croft, with a demeanor as weathered as the estate itself. His eyes bore an indefinable sadness, a hint of shadow that whispered of stories untold. He handed me a key, its intricate design cold in my palm, and said, "The mansion has its rules. Follow them, and you shall be fine." His instructions were simple, yet strangely specific. Never remain in the gardens after dusk. Always speak kindly to the roses. Whatever you do not enter the west wing. The words seemed peculiar, yet there was an earnestness in his voice that left no room for doubt or jest. With a nod, I accepted the key, my heart a curious mix of caution and intrigue. The days bled into one another as I immersed myself in the work. The gardens, though tangled and unruly, possessed a latent beauty that was slowly revealing itself under my care. Each snip of the shears, each turn of the soil seemed to breathe new life into the earth. I found an unexpected peace among the blossoms, and the whisper of leaves under the gentle sway of the breeze was like a symphony composed just for me. Yet, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, an unease settled over the grounds. The air grew thick, laden with a tension that set my skin crawling. It was subtle at first, a rustle too close, a shadow where there should be none. I adhered to Mr. Croft's rule, retreating indoors before the last light faded, yet curiosity gnawed at my resolve. One evening, drawn by an inexplicable pull, I lingered a moment too long. The garden was cast in the eerie glow of twilight, and as I turned to leave, a soft voice carried on the wind, faint yet unmistakable. "Stay." The sound was a gentle plea, almost mournful in its insistence. I froze, heart pounding, searching for the source. There was no one, only the roses swaying slightly as if reaching out. A chill skittered down my spine, urging me to retreat into the safety of the mansion, the door closing behind me with a definitive click. Sleep that night was elusive, haunted by dreams that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. Images of the garden, vibrant and alive, twisted into visions, plagued by shadows that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. I awoke bathed in sweat, the echo of the whispered plea lingering in the dim light of dawn. Despite the unease, the work continued. The gardens were transforming, their beauty slowly resurfacing from beneath the bramble and decay. Yet, with each passing day, the sense of being watched grew stronger, the shadows deepening with a malevolent presence that I could not escape. I took solace in the rules, clinging to them as though they were a lifeline amidst the rising tide of fear. Curiosity, however, proved a persistent companion. The West Wing, a forbidden mystery, beckoned with a silent allure. Its door was locked, the key long missing or perhaps intentionally hidden. I often paused before it, fingers brushing against the aged wood, tempted by the secrets it held. But Mr. Croft's warning echoed in my mind, a deterrent strong enough to keep my inquisitiveness at bay. One afternoon, while pruning a particularly stubborn rosebush, I noticed something glinting beneath the tangle of thorns. Carefully, I unearthed the object, a rusted key, its shape hauntingly familiar. My heart leapt within my chest, a mix of dread and anticipation warring within me. Surely, it couldn't be. That night, under the shroud of darkness, I found myself drawn to the West Wing, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The mansion was eerily silent, the walls alive with a presence that thrummed with anticipation. The key turned smoothly in the lock, the door creaking open to reveal a hallway steeped in shadow. I hesitated on the threshold, the air heavy with a foreboding that pressed against my every instinct. Yet the pull was irresistible, and I stepped inside, the door whispering closed behind me. The hallway stretched on, each step echoing softly, leading me deeper into the heart of the mansion. The room at the end was dimly lit, the air stale and thick with the scent of neglect. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through curtained windows, revealing a space frozen in time. Books lined the walls, their spines cracked and faded. A grand piano, its keys yellowed with age, sat silently in the corner, as if waiting for someone to breathe life back into its strings. And there, in the center of the room, stood a mirror, a towering presence that commanded attention. Its surface was clouded, the reflection warped and indistinct. Yet, as I approached, a figure began to take shape, emerging from the depths of the glass with a haunting familiarity. It was me, yet not me. My reflection moved independently, eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Slowly, the image began to change, morphing into something twisted and unrecognizable. A grotesque smile stretched across its face, and I stumbled back, heart racing. The mirror flickered, the room around me shifting, and I was no longer alone. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, whispering voices rising in a chilling chorus. Panic gripped me, and I turned to flee, the hallway stretching impossibly long before me as I ran. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, and slammed it shut, the key clattering to the floor. The mansion was silent once more, the presence receding into the depths of the forbidden wing. Heart pounding, I retreated to my room, the mirror's haunting image seared into my mind. Sleep offered no respite, my dreams a chaotic swirl of darkness and dread. The garden, once a sanctuary, felt oppressive beneath the weight of unseen eyes. I followed the rules more diligently than ever, yet the sensation of being watched persisted, a constant reminder of the malevolent force lurking just beyond the veil of reality. Days passed in a blur, my work a mechanical routine, devoid of the joy it once held. The mansion, with its secrets and shadows, had become a place of unease, its grandeur marred by the presence that haunted its halls. I longed for escape, yet the pull of the garden, the whisper of the roses, kept me tethered to the estate. One evening, as I stood at the threshold of the garden, a sense of determination welled within me. I had to confront the presence, to understand the nature of the nightmare that had taken root within the mansion's walls. With the sun dipping below the horizon, I stepped into the twilight, heart steady with resolve. The garden was cast in muted hues, the air heavy with anticipation. I moved deliberately, the rustle of leaves a symphony of silent voices guiding me. The roses swayed gently, their petals glowing with an ethereal light, as if urging me onward. As I reached the center of the garden, the air shifted, a chill wrapping around me like a shroud. The shadows coalesced, forming a figure that stood shrouded in darkness, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was the embodiment of the presence, its form fluid and ever-changing. "Why have you come?" The voice was a whisper, soft yet commanding, echoing in the stillness. I swallowed hard, the answer unformed on my lips, driven by an instinct more profound than thought. To end this, I replied, my voice steady despite the fear coiling within me. The figure seemed to shift, the garden around us alive with an energy that thrummed with life. The presence loomed closer, the air thick with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm. Yet, within the depth of the shadows, I sensed a flicker of something else, an understanding, a plea. The roses rustled, their petals brushing against my skin like a gentle caress. The presence paused, its form wavering, and for a moment I saw the truth hidden within the darkness. A reflection of myself, twisted by fear and shadow, seeking solace in the garden's embrace. With a breath, I reached out, hand trembling as it passed through the intangible form. The garden shimmered, the presence dissolving into the night, leaving a profound emptiness in its wake. The air was still, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a profound calm. The mansion stood silent, its secrets laid bare, the night air cool against my skin. I lingered for a moment, the garden a place of peace once more, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The roses swayed gently, their whisper a song of hope and renewal, a promise of the dawn to come. As I turned to leave, the voice of the caretaker echoed in my mind, a reminder of the rules that had guided me through the darkness. I had faced the nightmare, confronted the shadows that had haunted the estate, finding within myself the strength to dispel the fear that had taken root. The lingering fear remained, a shadow in the recesses of my mind, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered just beyond the veil of reality. Yet, as I walked away from the mansion, the garden a sanctuary once more, I carried with me a sense of peace, knowing I had survived the gardener's nightmare and emerged into the light of a new day. I first discovered the garden when I was an inquisitive child, fervent and fearless. Our family estate, a relic of past grandeur, sprawled like an old man too proud to fall. My grandfather had warned me time and again to steer clear of the western edge of the property, where the land sloped down into a dense thicket of trees. He said that it was haunted, that the witch who once lived there had cursed the land, and the wise stayed away. His words were vivid, but ineffective against the curiosity that thrummed through my veins. One late summer afternoon, the sun hung low in a sky so blue it could have been painted. I ventured beyond the familiar stretch of groomed gardens and into the wild, heart thumping with a thrilling mix of fear and anticipation. As I pushed through the overgrown foliage, I stumbled upon a clearing that seemed a world apart from the rest of the forest. It was a secret garden, hidden and untouched by time, vibrant with colors so vivid they seemed otherworldly. The heart of the garden was a single gnarled tree, its branches heavy with fruit that gleamed like polished jewels in the dappled sunlight. The tree, both ancient and alive, exuded an aura that was as inviting as it was unnerving. I stood there, transfixed, my eyes drawn to the forbidden fruit, a mixture of red, gold, and deep purple. They were plump and enticing, nestled among the dark leaves like buried treasure. My hand itched to pluck one, just one, to taste its forbidden sweetness. But just as I reached out, a soft wind rustled the leaves, whispering with a voice I could almost understand. It carried a warning, an echo of my grandfather's tales about the witch who once dwelt here, casting a curse upon any who dared to partake of her bounty. Startled, I withdrew my hand, stepping back from the line I had nearly crossed. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, and an inexplicable chill swept over me, urging me to flee back into the safety of the mundane world. Years passed, and the memory of the garden faded to the back of my mind, a curious echo of childhood adventure. The estate remained my home, its stately decay an ongoing testament to our family's history. Life moved on, yet something in me lingered, a root tied to that hidden place. It was inevitable, perhaps, that I would return. Drawn by a pull I couldn't quite articulate, I found myself wandering the grounds once more, the seasoned air carrying a crispness that heralded autumn's approach. The estate had grown more silent over the years, absorbing the whispers of time into its walls. The garden awaited me, unchanged by the passage of years. This time, I was not a child. Rationality and skepticism were my companions as I stepped into the clearing, but they did little to quell the flutter of fear and curiosity. The tree stood there, as if expecting me, its fruits still gleaming with that impossible allure. My hand reached out almost of its own accord. As my fingers brushed the fruit, the air thickened around me, and the world seemed to pause. The whisper returned, a soft murmur at the edge of hearing, a lamentation and a temptation intertwined. I hesitated, remembering the tales, the curse, the witch who preyed upon those who dared to defy her warnings. But my curiosity proved stronger, or perhaps my skepticism overpowered the fear. I picked a fruit, its skin smooth and cool against my palm, and bit into it. The taste was indescribable, a burst of sweetness that flooded my senses, surreal in its intensity. For a moment, I was suspended in a blissful delirium, the world around me forgotten. The first disturbance came not from the outside, but from within. That night, as I lay in my bed, I felt an unfamiliar sensation, a creeping unease that settled in my bones. Sleep eluded me, chased away by dreams that flitted at the edges of consciousness, tantalizingly elusive, yet disturbingly vivid. I saw the garden, the tree, the fruit, each warped and twisted, their vibrant colors bleeding into shadows that reached for me. Days turned into a blur of restless vigils and growing dread. Strange occurrences began to needle at the fringes of my reality. At first, they were easily dismissed, a misplaced object, a creaking floorboard. But soon, they became harder to ignore. Shadows seemed to lengthen around me, moving with an intent that defied logic. The estate's silence grew oppressive, as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting. The escalation was a slow, insidious agony. My reflection in the mirror began to warp, a stranger's eyes staring back at me with a depth of malice I couldn't comprehend. Voices whispered through the corridors, too quiet to decipher, yet too persistent to ignore. They spoke of longing, of hunger, of a curse that could not be broken, I felt eyes upon me constantly, a prickling at the back of my neck that would not abate. Isolation took root in my heart as friends and family became distant, their concern a veiled accusation. I was alone, trapped in a world that had shifted beneath my feet. The garden became both a refuge and a prison, its allure undiminished, even as its curse tightened its grip around me. I knew deep down that the climax was inevitable. As the days shortened and the shadows deepened, I found myself drawn back to the garden, compelled by a force that was both familiar and terrifying. The tree awaited me, its gnarled branches twisting against the sky like skeletal fingers. The fruits hung heavy, each a reminder of my transgression. Under a moon that cast the garden in silvery light, I confronted the source of my torment. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, a reminder of the witch's presence, lingering and powerful. As I stood before the tree, the whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of despair and longing. It was her voice, the witch, calling from the depths of her curse, demanding reparation for my audacity. The shadows coalesced around me, and I felt the weight of her gaze, as cold and eternal as the grave. The garden seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the fruits shimmering in the spectral light, mocking my futile defiance. Desperation clung to me as I reached for another fruit, hoping beyond hope that some hidden truth lay within. But as my fingers brushed against its skin, the whispers ceased, the world holding its breath in anticipation. I understood then, with a clarity born of despair, that there was no escape. The fruit, the curse, the witch, they were all part of a cycle, an eternal dance that ensnared all who dared to cross its path. In that moment of reckoning, I felt the garden shift, its ancient magic binding me to its heart. The witch's presence swirled around me, a specter of vengeance and sorrow. I could feel her curse settle into my soul, a shadow that would cling to me for eternity, the price of my hubris. The garden released me then, the whispers fading into the night, leaving only the haunting echo of its curse. I stumbled back to the estate, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what I had unleashed. The house seemed to cradle me in its decaying embrace, its walls still and silent once more. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root, a constant companion that shadowed my every step. The garden remained, a forbidden sanctuary that called to me even as it repelled. Its fruits, vibrant and inviting, were a reminder of the witch's curse, of the choices I had made and the consequences I could not escape. I am still here, within the confines of the estate, bound by the ties of family and fate. The garden remains hidden from view, its secrets safely guarded by the shadows. Yet there are moments, fleeting and terrible, when I catch a glimpse of its vibrant colors in the corner of my eye, a reminder that the witch's curse is never truly broken. And in the quiet of the night, when the world is hushed and the shadows stretch across the floor, I hear the whispers return, a lullaby of longing and loss. They sing of the witch, of her power and her pain, and of those who dare to taste the forbidden fruit. It is a song that will haunt me forever, a melody of darkness that binds me to the garden and its eternal curse. The garden had always been a place of tranquility for me, a sanctuary where the burdens of everyday life seemed to lift like mist under the morning sun. It stretched wide behind our old house, bordered by a line of towering oaks and peppered with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. At its heart, an ancient stone well stood sentinel, a relic from a time long gone. As a child, I would circle it, running my fingers over the cool, moss-covered stones, wondering about its depths. The well was said to be a wishing well, a detail that lent it an air of magic and mystery, though I had never been one to believe in such things. My days passed in a gentle rhythm, each one mirroring the last, until the day I decided to clear the garden of the overgrown weeds that had begun to encroach upon the stone path leading to the well. It was a task I'd been putting off, but on that bright spring morning, an inexplicable urge pulled me from my usual routine. As I worked, the garden seemed to hum with a kind of energy, a pulse that drew me closer to the well. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden glow over everything. I paused, wiping the sweat from my brow, and approached the well. A rope hung from the beam above it, frayed and aged, yet still sturdy. It was then that I noticed something new. A small, beaten-up bucket resting against the stones, filled with stagnant water. I couldn't recall ever seeing it before, and a shiver traced its way down my spine as I leaned closer. It was the whispering that caught my attention first, faint and indistinct, like the echo of a forgotten dream. I strained to listen, heart pounding in the sudden silence that enveloped the garden. The voice was barely perceptible, yet it seemed to beckon me, weaving promises of dreams fulfilled and desires granted. I shook my head, trying to dispel the unease that had settled over me, but the voice lingered like smoke, curling around my thoughts. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the well, with a compulsion that I could neither understand nor resist. The whispers grew more insistent, and it became clear that they were not merely a trick of the wind. There was something, or someone, within the well, and with each visit, the compulsion to drop the bucket into its depths grew stronger. Curiosity, mingled with a strange fear, gnawed at me. Finally, one night, unable to sleep, I ventured into the garden, my path illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The air was cool and still, the only sound the crunch of gravel underfoot. I stood at the well, staring into its shadowy abyss, and then, hesitantly, I lowered the bucket. It dangled for a moment, suspended in the dark, before disappearing into the blackness below. Time seemed to stretch, the world holding its breath. Then, a gentle tug at the rope signaled the bucket's return. It emerged, dripping with water that shimmered in the moonlight, and clutched to its side was a small golden trinket, a token of gratitude, or perhaps a lure. I hesitated only a moment before reaching out, the cool metal sending a thrill through my fingertips. The whispers rose, swirling around me in a cacophony of promises and threats. But beneath them, a new voice emerged, clear and distinct. "Thank you," it said, the words resonating with an ancient power that thrummed through my bones. In the days that followed, I found more trinkets, each one unique, each one more beautiful than the last. The whispers turned to conversations, and I began to learn of the man in the well, a presence who spoke of debts unpaid and dreams unfulfilled. His voice was full of longing, but tinged with something darker, an edge that scraped against my senses. He spoke of a time long past, when the well had been a gateway, a bridge between worlds where wishes were granted for a price. The price, it seemed, had been too high, and the gateway had been sealed, trapping its last visitor within. The man was bound to the well, cursed to grant wishes no more, waiting only for someone who could release him. As days turned into weeks, I found myself caught in his tale, tangled in its threads, as if in a spider's web. My dreams were haunted by visions of the man, glimpses of a shadowy figure within the depths, his eyes glinting in the darkness. The whispers grew louder, more demanding, and it became clear that the price of my curiosity was rising. Despite the unnerving nature of my encounters, I felt a strange kinship with the man. We were both prisoners, he of the well, and I of a life that felt increasingly hollow. I began to understand his desperation, his desire to be free. Yet there lingered a fear, a premonition that to aid him might invite a darkness I could not control. I had always been practical, grounded, but this was unlike anything I had ever known. The man promised to fulfill my deepest desire, to grant a wish that would change my life. In return, he asked only for my trust, for a simple act that would break the seal and release him. It was a decision that weighed heavily on me, and I spent long nights pacing the garden, the moon casting my shadow against the stone path. I debated with myself, wrestling with the morality of the choice before me. Yet, each time I approached the well, the man's promises whispered sweetly in my ear, drowning out my doubts with the siren call of possibility. Finally, compelled by a mixture of hope and dread, I stood once more at the well's edge. The night was silent, the air thick with anticipation, and I knew that I must decide. With trembling hands, I dropped a single coin into the darkness, sealing my fate with a wish whispered into the night. The change was imperceptible at first, a ripple that spread through the air, altering the very fabric of the world around me. The garden seemed to hold its breath, the shadows deepening as the moonlight dimmed. I waited, heart pounding in my chest, for the fulfillment of my wish, but the expected transformation never came. Instead, a deep, resonant laugh echoed from the well, a sound that chilled my blood and froze me in place. The air crackled with energy, and I realized too late the true nature of the bargain I had struck. The man was free, released from his prison, but the fulfillment of my wish was not his goal. In those desperate moments, I understood the depth of my error. The whispers had twisted my desires, ensnaring me in a pact with a being whose intentions were far from benign. The garden, once a place of peace, had become a crucible of fear, the well its dark heart. The man, no longer confined, took form beside the well, his presence a shadow that devoured the light. His eyes met mine, and in them I saw the truth, a hunger that could never be sated, a darkness that sought to consume. My wish had been granted, but at a cost far greater than I had imagined. He vanished then, leaving behind an emptiness that echoed through the garden, a void that could never be filled. The well, now silent, stood as a reminder of my folly, its whispers stilled, its secrets kept. In the days that followed, I attempted to resume my life, but the garden was no longer a sanctuary. The shadows lingered, stretching long and deep, and the memory of the man in the well haunted me. I found myself avoiding the garden, unable to face the stone path, the overgrown weeds a testament to my neglect. Yet the whispers returned, softer now, a gentle reminder of the darkness that lay beneath. The well, though silent, called to me still, a siren's song that I struggled to resist. I understood now the true nature of its magic, a binding, a curse that could never be undone. As time passed, the garden fell into disrepair, the well a forgotten relic of the past. I moved on, seeking solace in other pursuits, but the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that never faded. I knew that the man was out there, somewhere. His presence felt in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of my hubris. The garden, once vibrant and alive, had become a place of fear, its beauty tarnished by the darkness within. I had learned a harsh lesson, one that I would carry with me always, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, and that the price of curiosity can be higher than one can bear. I remember the day I dared my best friend, Sam, to ruin my life. It seemed innocent enough, a mere challenge tossed flippantly between two bored souls, attempting to outdo each other in a series of escalating dares. It was a chilly autumn afternoon, the kind where the sun barely warmed your skin, and the leaves swirled in unpredictable patterns across the neighborhood streets. We were sitting on the cracked steps of the old park pavilion, an area long abandoned by the city and its residents, save for the occasional wanderer or curious teenager. Our bond had been forged over years of shared secrets, whispered confessions, and the laughter of long summer nights. We were inseparable, or so I thought. "Come on, I dare you," I said, grinning as I leaned back on my elbows, feeling the rough concrete scrape against my jacket. Sam's eyes, usually so bright and mischievous, seemed to darken momentarily as he considered my challenge. It was a game we played often, daring each other to do stupid things, harmless pranks or benign acts of defiance. But life had grown mundane, and the stakes needed raising. "I dare you to try and ruin my life," I repeated, thinking it a silly notion, something that could never truly happen. He laughed then, the sound echoing in the quiet park. But there was something unsettling in the way his lips curled into a smile, a hint of calculation I hadn't noticed before. "All right," he said, his voice smooth and unperturbed. Weeks passed, and the dare became a distant memory, overshadowed by the routines of school, work, and the mundane details of daily life. But slowly, imperceptibly, things began to change. It was subtle at first. Little things went missing, my keys, my wallet, only to turn up in strange places I was certain I hadn't left them. I blamed it on my own forgetfulness, the scatterbrained tendencies I'd always had. Then, the whispers started. People I'd known for years would look at me differently, their eyes lingering just a bit too long, their conversations halting as I approached. Rumors of things I'd supposedly said or done in drunken stupors, moments I had no memory of, circulated among my friends and colleagues. I laughed it off, attributing it to the natural ebb and flow of social circles. But doubt began to creep in, insidious and unwelcome. Sam remained a constant presence through it all, his demeanor unchanged, supportive even. He would listen patiently as I vented my frustrations, offering reassurances that everything would blow over. "People are just being weird," he'd say, his tone light and dismissive. I took comfort in his words, clinging to the familiarity of our friendship, blind to the carefully orchestrated chaos he was weaving around me. As the weeks turned into months, the disturbances became more pronounced. My boss called me into his office one morning, a grave expression etched across his features. "We've had some complaints," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. Inside were emails sent from my account, laced with inappropriate comments and criticisms of my colleagues. I was stunned, the breath knocked from my lungs as I protested my innocence. "It wasn't me," I insisted, the words tasting bitter and hollow. But there it was, irrefutable proof of my supposed misconduct. I was given a warning, a notice that should anything else occur, I would be terminated. I left the office in a daze, my mind racing as I tried to piece together how this could have happened. I changed my passwords, increased my security settings, convinced that some malicious hacker must have been behind it. Yet, the suspicion lingered, a shadow that loomed over every interaction, every sideways glance from my coworkers. It wasn't until I found myself at the abandoned warehouse that I began to see the full picture. The warehouse had been a place of refuge in our youth, a sprawling structure on the outskirts of town, its walls covered in graffiti, its floors littered with debris. Sam and I had spent countless hours there, exploring its dusty corridors, concocting grand adventures from its forgotten relics. But now it stood silent and foreboding, a monument to the past, its shadows stretching long and dark in the fading light of an overcast afternoon. I'd gone there searching for answers, driven by a restless compulsion I couldn't quite explain. As I wandered through the echoing halls, memories of laughter and shared secrets flooded back, a bittersweet nostalgia tinged with an unease I couldn't shake. It was then that I heard the footsteps, soft and deliberate, the sound barely discernible above the whisper of the wind through broken windows. "Sam," I called, my voice echoing eerily in the vastness. There was a pause, a moment of breathless anticipation before he emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. "I knew you'd come," he said quietly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why?" I asked, the single word laden with the weight of all my confusion and betrayal. He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curve of his lips that chilled me to the core. "You dared me," he replied simply, as though that explained everything, as though that absolved him of the chaos he had inflicted. A chill ran through me, the realization settling like a stone in the pit of my stomach. He had been behind it all, the missing items, the rumors, the emails, every piece of my carefully constructed life slowly dismantled by his hand. "But why, Sam? We're friends." He shrugged, a casual motion that belied the intensity in his eyes. Because I could, he said, the words so matter of fact that it took a moment for their full implication to sink in. You wanted excitement, something out of the ordinary. I gave it to you. Anger flared within me, a hot, consuming fire that quickly gave way to a chilling sense of helplessness. You call this excitement? I asked, gesturing to the emptiness around us, to the shell of my former life. You've always underestimated me, he replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. But now you see, I can shape your world, twist it, until you don't recognize it anymore. His words hung in the air, heavy with the truth I'd been unwilling to see. I'd underestimated him, dismissed his cunning and intelligence, content in the belief that our friendship was unbreakable. But here we were, standing amidst the ruins of our past, a chasm of deceit and betrayal stretching between us. What now? I asked, my voice barely audible above the roaring silence. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, a magnetic force that compelled and repelled in equal measure. Now, you decide, he said softly, his eyes locked onto mine. Do you fight back, or do you let me win? I stood there, caught in a web of my own making, the architect of my own downfall. The dare had been a jest, a careless challenge to a friend I thought I knew. But Sam had seen it for what it truly was, an opportunity, and he had taken it with both hands, molding it into something that exceeded my darkest imaginings. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to rebuild, piecing together the fragments of my life with trembling hands. Sam remained a constant presence, an enigmatic figure on the periphery, watching with an intensity that unnerved and unsettled. But he never interfered further, content to let me navigate the mess he had created. I learned to be wary, to second-guess every decision, every interaction, the specter of his influence always looming. Trust became a fragile, elusive thing, a distant memory I clung to even as it slipped through my grasping fingers. And though I vowed to never let anyone wield such power over me again, the fear remained, a lingering shadow that followed me relentlessly. Sometimes I would find myself back at the warehouse, standing amidst the echoes of my past, yearning for the simplicity of what once was. But innocence, once lost, can never be reclaimed. The dare had been fulfilled, and with it came the understanding that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. I still see Sam from time to time, a ghost from a life that no longer feels like my own. His smile remains unchanged, warm and inviting, a facade that belies the depths beneath. But I know better now. I know that beneath his charm lies a mind capable of unspeakable manipulation, a mind that had once thrived on the challenge of my destruction. In an odd way, I suppose I should thank him. He showed me the fragility of trust, the ease with which it can be twisted and torn. He taught me to be cautious, to guard my heart and mind against the subtle machinations of those who would do me harm. But the cost was high, and the innocence of my youth lies buried beneath the weight of his betrayal. The warehouse stands as a testament to my folly, a silent witness to the dare that changed everything. I no longer visit it as often, the memories too painful, the echoes too loud in the quiet of my thoughts. But it remains, a constant reminder of the power of words, the peril of careless challenges in the hands of those we think we know. And so I continue on, navigating the uncertain waters of a world forever altered by a single, seemingly harmless dare. Sam succeeded in his challenge, but I am left with the pieces, the shards of a life I must rebuild, one careful step at a time. And though the fear lingers, I carry with me the knowledge that I will never make the same mistake again. It started as a foolish dare on an unremarkable autumn afternoon, the sky grayed by a reluctant sun that barely pierced the dense canopy of clouds. I was sitting across from my best friend, Samuel, at a weathered picnic table in the park of the small town we both called home. There was nothing particularly special about our town, just a collection of modest houses, a grocery store that closed too early, and streets that echoed with the silence of the mundane. We were on the cusp of turning 20, just young enough to feel invincible, yet old enough to know that feeling was a lie. Perhaps it was the boredom that led me to propose the dare. Or maybe it was the subtle, unspoken competition that had always simmered beneath the surface of our friendship, like a dark current in an otherwise placid lake. We both knew it was there, but we never acknowledged it, until that day. "I dare you," I said, a grin playing on my lips, "to ruin my life." Samuel chuckled, a sound that was both amused and incredulous. "Ruined how?" he asked, propping his elbows on the table. The wind rustled the leaves above us, a whispering chorus that seemed to hang on my every word. "I don't know," I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Make me question everything. Pull the rug out from under my feet. You know, really make me regret ever daring you." His eyes narrowed slightly, the gleam of a challenge lighting up his expression. "You sure about that?" he asked, his voice tinged with something that might have been concern, or perhaps anticipation. "Absolutely," I replied, returning his gaze with unflinching confidence. The moment passed with a lingering sense of foreboding, one I dismissed too easily, as youth often does. At first, nothing happened. Days slipped into weeks, and our lives unfurled in their predictable monotony. We went about our routines with the ease of actors on a stage, playing roles we had long since mastered. Samuel continued his job at the local hardware store, while I balanced a part-time gig at the library with night classes at the community college. We still met in the park sometimes, but the dare was like a half-forgotten joke, until the first disturbance made its unsettling appearance. It was small, almost laughable, how it began. I found a note in my mailbox, written in handwriting, that looked eerily like my own. It was a short, cryptic message. "You're not who you think you are." I laughed it off at first, thinking it was some prank Samuel had concocted. But when I asked him about it, he merely raised an eyebrow and denied any involvement. Over the next few weeks, the notes continued to appear, each one more unnerving than the last. "Everything you know is a lie," one read. Another said, "Trust no one, not even yourself." These weren't just idle words on a page. They crawled into my mind, nesting in the quieter corners of my thoughts, where they bred doubt and unease. Then came the photographs, images of myself that I had never seen before. They depicted me in various locations across the state, standing outside a diner in a town I had never visited, sitting on a bench in a park that wasn't our own, and even in the middle of a bustling street market that I couldn't recall ever attending. My face was unmistakably mine, yet the scenarios were unrecognizable. It was as if pieces of an alternate life were being sewn into the fabric of my reality. I confronted Samuel again, but he maintained his innocence, his demeanor so convincingly sincere that I began to doubt whether he had anything to do with it at all. Yet the question lingered like a shadow. If not him, then who? The escalation was subtle, but relentless. My phone calls were intercepted by static-filled voices that whispered my name. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes blink back at me when I hadn't moved. And worst of all, people began acting strangely around me. Friends treated me with a cautious distance, as if I were a stranger slipping into the skin of someone they used to know. Even my mother, during one of our rare visits, looked at me with an expression of uncertainty, as though she were searching for something familiar in my eyes and finding only a void. The real tipping point came one night when I received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was mine, distorted and alien, speaking words I couldn't understand. It felt like an echo from a dream, one that left me reeling with disorientation when I awoke. I was losing my grip on reality, spiraling into a madness that was as insidious as it was consuming. Desperate for answers, I decided to trace the origins of the photographs. I traveled to the places they depicted, hoping to find some clue that would untangle the web of confusion. My first stop was the diner, a small establishment in a neighboring town. As I stepped inside, the clatter of cutlery and murmur of conversation were familiar, yet foreign. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes, greeted me with a nod, and I felt a flicker of recognition pass across her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, handing me a menu. "Have I been here before?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the din. She paused, glancing at me with a mixture of curiosity and pity. "I see a lot of faces, hun, but yours, there's something about it." Her words only deepened the mystery. I left the diner with more questions than answers, my mind a labyrinth of doubt and paranoia. Each subsequent location offered the same frustrating lack of clarity, with people who seemed to recognize me, but provided no real insight into why. The climax of this bizarre journey came one evening as I was driving back to my town, the road unfurling before me like a ribbon of uncertainty. The sky was a bruised purple, the horizon bleeding into night. I was exhausted, my mind stretched taut like a string on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the headlights, standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. The car skidded to a halt, mere inches from the figure, and as I sat there, heart pounding, I saw that it was Samuel. He stood there, drenched in the eerie glow of the headlights, his expression a blend of triumph and apology. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air biting at my skin. "What the hell are you doing, Sam?" I demanded, my voice tinged with a fear I couldn't fully articulate. He smiled then, a weary, almost resigned smile. I did it, didn't I? I ruined your life. Words failed me. The enormity of what had transpired settled over me like a shroud. He had orchestrated everything, from the notes to the photographs, the voices and the reflections. It had all been an elaborate game, a manipulation of reality so deftly executed that I had been unable to discern the boundary between truth and illusion. Why? I asked, struggling to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. Because you dared me, he replied simply, as if that were reason enough. In that moment, I understood the truth of our friendship. The competition that had simmered beneath the surface had finally boiled over, consuming us both. I realized that he had needed to prove something, not just to me, but to himself, and in doing so, he had unraveled the very fabric of my existence. We stood there in silence, two silhouettes against the darkness, bound by a history that now seemed irreparably tainted. I wanted to hate him, to scream and curse and demand retribution, but all I felt was an overwhelming sense of loss, as if something precious and irreplaceable had slipped through my fingers. Eventually, Samuel turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows that lined the road. I watched him go, knowing that our friendship had been irrevocably altered. The rules of the game had changed, and in the end, there were no winners, only survivors. In the days that followed, life resumed its normal rhythm, but the lingering fear remained. It seeped into the cracks of my daily routine, a reminder of how easily the familiar could become strange and the secure could unravel. I had dared him to ruin my life, and he had succeeded beyond my wildest imaginings. Now, every time I pass a mirror, I hesitate, bracing myself for the possibility that the reflection might blink back, that it might hold a secret I have yet to uncover. Every anonymous letter in the mail, every unknown number that flashes on my phone screen, sends a shiver down my spine. Trust, once so freely given, is now a scarce commodity, hoarded and guarded with vigilance. And though the game is over, the specter of its aftermath lingers, a constant companion in the shadows. I find myself questioning everything, every assumption, every certainty I once held dear. The world I knew has shifted, and the ground beneath my feet feels perilously unstable. Perhaps one day I'll find a semblance of peace, a way to reconcile the threads of my fractured reality. But until then, I live with the knowledge that what began as a simple dare has become a haunting reminder of how fragile our lives truly are, and how close we are to the edge of the unknown. I always thought of myself as a person who savored the ordinary. I had built a life meticulously structured around predictability, a life with few surprises, and I liked it that way. My job was in an office with beige walls and the comforting hum of computers. My apartment was a small but cozy nook in a mid-sized city where I knew my neighbors, but not well enough to be involved in their drama. My best friend, Ethan, was a stark contrast to me. Adventurous, daring, with a propensity for chaos that somehow never seemed to disrupt his life, but added spice to mine. We had known each other since childhood, and our friendship had always been a gentle tug of war between my need for stability and his craving for thrill. It was over a mundane dinner in a bustling little diner, with the predictable clatter of cutlery and the faint aroma of roasted coffee beans hanging in the air, that Ethan proposed the dare. "Why don't we spice things up a bit?" he teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I dare you to let me ruin your life." I laughed it off at first. The idea seemed preposterous, a jest to fill the silence between bites. But Ethan pressed on, his voice weaving tales of how stepping outside my comfort zone could lead to the most unexpected and exhilarating experiences. In hindsight, I should have known better than to underestimate Ethan's flair for the dramatic. The first few days after accepting the dare, nothing happened. Life continued its rhythmic, predictable pattern. I was almost convinced Ethan had forgotten our agreement, and I chided myself for ever believing he would invest time in such a benign prank. But then, subtle changes began to unfold. It started small. My car keys would disappear for hours, only to reappear in the very spot I swore I left them. Emails would vanish from my inbox. Appointments I don't remember booking would pop up on my calendar. Always inconvenient, albeit slightly annoying, places. It was an innocuous Friday afternoon when the first real disturbance occurred. I was at work, churning through another report, when a call came through from HR. They asked why I had submitted my resignation letter. My heart skipped a beat, my confusion quickly morphing into a cold, creeping unease. I hadn't resigned. I hadn't even considered it. Yet, there it was, my digital signature neatly affixed at the bottom of a well-composed resignation letter. The HR manager was understanding, almost amused, correcting the error without much fuss. I laughed it off awkwardly, but a knot had begun to form in the pit of my stomach. I called Ethan that night, intending to joke about how far he'd gone with the dare. "You're behind the resignation, aren't you?" I chuckled, masking the undercurrent of tension in my voice. But Ethan merely laughed. "Do you really think I'd go that far?" he asked, his voice a blend of humor and something else I couldn't quite place. He sounded genuinely amused, almost as if he were watching a particularly engaging episode of his favorite show. I was left feeling uncertain, the first tendrils of doubt weaving their way into my thoughts. The disturbances escalated over the next few weeks. I would find myself locked out of my own apartment, discover items misplaced in the oddest of places, and receive calls for job interviews I never applied for. Strangers approached me, greeting me warmly as if we had known each other for years, yet I couldn't place their faces. Each incident was small in isolation, but together they formed a tapestry of disruption that began to fray the seams of my carefully woven life. Ethan, always one step ahead of my suspicions, continued to play the role of the bemused best friend. He was supportive, sympathetic even, always quick with a joke to lighten the mood or a suggestion to help me regain control. Yet, with each interaction, a part of me began to question his involvement. Could he truly be orchestrating this elaborate charade? And if so, why? My world began to shift more drastically when I found myself embroiled in a police investigation. It was an overcast Tuesday when two officers knocked on my door, asking about a recent break-in at a nearby store. They had security footage showing someone who looked remarkably like me. I was bewildered, my protests falling on polite but skeptical ears. I had been home that night, alone with a book and a steaming cup of tea. Ethan was the only person I had spoken to, recounting my night in a lengthy phone call that now felt like a tenuous alibi. As the days stretched into weeks, my life became a constant cat and mouse game. A shadow seemed to loom over every aspect of my existence, a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to my own. I began to second-guess myself, questioning my own memory, my sense of reality. It was as if I were living in a house of mirrors, each reflection slightly skewed, distorting the image I had of my own life. The climax of this bizarre, nightmarish game came one night when I returned home to find my apartment door ajar. The room inside was a chaos of overturned furniture and scattered belongings, my sanctuary transformed into a scene of violation. Amidst the mess, a single piece of paper lay on the coffee table, stark against the otherwise disorderly environment. It was a note, penned in a handwriting that was eerily similar to my own. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" It read. In that moment, everything crystallized. The sense of being watched, the feeling of losing control, the creeping suspicion that my life was no longer my own. It wasn't just Ethan's dare that had spiraled out of control, but my own desire to step beyond the boundaries of the ordinary, to flirt with the chaos I had always avoided, that had led me here. I called Ethan, my voice a whisper of panic. "This has gone too far. You need to stop." There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence that stretched into eternity before he responded. "I haven't done anything, Han," he said, his voice laced with a sincerity that chilled me to the bone. "But if you're scared, I'm here." And that was the most terrifying realization of all, that perhaps Ethan was telling the truth. That maybe the person orchestrating this intricate game of psychological manipulation wasn't him, but a darker part of myself, unleashed by my own subconscious desires, my own yearning for something beyond the mundane. In the days that followed, I tried to piece together the fragments of my life. I moved to a new city, cutting ties with the familiar, hoping to leave behind the shadows that seemed determined to follow me. But even now, in moments of quiet reflection, I catch glimpses of that shadow, lurking at the edges of my existence, a reminder of the dare that had once sounded so harmless. Ethan and I still talk, though less frequently. Our conversations are tinged with an unspoken understanding, a shared knowledge of the game we played and the boundaries we crossed. I continue to live in that uneasy balance between ordinary and extraordinary, haunted by the lingering fear of losing myself again, of finding that my own reflection has become a stranger. It's a fear that whispers in the darkness, a subtle reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are those we create within ourselves. I've always been one to push boundaries, to test the limits of what's possible with a reckless, almost arrogant disregard for the consequences. Perhaps that's why I dared my best friend, Jonathan, to ruin my life. It started as a joke. We'd been friends since childhood, bound by shared secrets and the kind of loyalty that only exists in storybooks. We were sitting in a dimly lit bar, the air heavy with the scent of spilt beer and stale smoke, the world outside reduced to shadows and passing headlights. The idea was simple, absurd even. How far could one go to dismantle the structures of another's life? Jonathan took a long sip of his drink, his eyes thoughtful, considering. "You always say that nothing can shake you," he said, his voice barely audible over the background clatter. "But what if I tried?" There was a hint of something in his tone, challenge mingled with curiosity. I laughed, dismissing it as just another one of our silly hypotheticals. "Go ahead," I said, raising my glass in a mock toast. "I dare you." For weeks, nothing happened. Life continued in its predictable pattern. Work filled my days, a repetitive cycle of meetings and paperwork, punctuated by the occasional night out or weekend adventure. Jonathan and I saw each other often, sharing stories and dreams in the comforting embrace of familiarity. I had almost forgotten about the dare, relegating it to the dusty corners of my mind, where all idle thoughts eventually settle. Then, the first disturbance occurred, a minor inconvenience that I barely registered as a sign of what was to come. One morning, I found my car missing. It was an old, battered thing, more rust than paint at this point, but reliable nonetheless. Panic flared briefly before I remembered Jonathan's cryptic smile when I last spoke about my reluctance to buy a new one. "Time for an upgrade," he'd said, and I had shrugged it off. The police report I filed felt more like a formality than anything else. Days later, my phone began receiving strange calls at odd hours. There was never anyone on the other end, just silence broken occasionally by a soft, distant rustling. It unsettled me, but I dismissed it as a prank, the kind of juvenile tricks kids play when they discover they can make anonymous calls. I mentioned it to Jonathan over drinks. He listened, nodding with an expression of mild interest, offering no solutions or advice. His lack of concern was comforting, normalizing the unnerving events until I barely thought about them. But as these disturbances escalated, the sense of normalcy began to fray. My emails were hacked, my social media accounts filled with strange, cryptic messages. Friends texted me, confused by odd remarks or requests they claimed I'd sent. I found myself surveilled in a way that felt both intimate and invasive, as if someone had slipped beneath my skin and peered out through my eyes. I confronted Jonathan one evening, half laughing, half serious. "Is this you? You said you'd try to ruin my life." He met my gaze with an enigmatic smile. "You told me to," he replied simply, and then changed the subject. His ambiguity was infuriating, yet part of me admired his commitment to our game. Still, I felt a chill at the thought that my oldest friend could orchestrate this chaos with such precision. Then came the climax, the moment where the thin veneer of control shattered entirely. It was a quiet evening, the sky a deep blue that stretched endlessly into the horizon. I was driving down a familiar road that cut through the forest, the dense canopy above filtering the fading light into long, clawing shadows. My headlights traced the winding path, and for a moment, I was lost in the rhythm of the drive, the hum of the engine a soothing counterpoint to my frayed nerves. But then I saw it, a figure stepping out from the trees, illuminated briefly in the piercing beam of my lights. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt, heart hammering in my chest. Jonathan walked toward me, calm and composed, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. He opened the passenger door and slid in, his face unreadable. "You're ruining my life," I said breathlessly, the words tumbling out in a rush. "You're actually doing it." He turned to me with a slow, deliberate smile. "No, you're ruining it yourself. I'm just showing you how easy it is." His gaze was steady, unwavering, and I felt a tremor of fear beneath the surface of my anger. We drove in silence, the tension between us a palpable force. I knew this road, and yet it seemed different, each twist and turn unfamiliar, as if seen through new eyes. The trees closed in around us, an impenetrable wall of darkness, and the night air was thick with the promise of rain. Jonathan's revelations came in quiet, measured tones. He spoke of the vulnerabilities I'd exposed, the careless ease with which I'd entrusted him with the keys to my existence. Each word was a carefully placed brick in the growing edifice of my paranoia, until I felt the weight of it suffocating me. The realization that I was complicit in my own downfall, that I'd handed him the tools to dismantle my life, gnawed at me with relentless persistence. When we finally reached the end of the road, he got out without another word, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone with the echoes of his accusations. I sat there, the engine idling, the forest silent once more. I could feel the boundaries of my reality shifting, the ground beneath my feet as uncertain as my thoughts. I knew that I would not see Jonathan again, not in the way I had before. In the days that followed, I tried to reclaim my life, to piece together the remnants of my former certainty. But Jonathan had been right. It was too easy to unravel the fabric of what I had taken for granted. My job slipped away, my relationship strained under the weight of suspicion and doubt. Even the familiar comforts of my home felt illusory, as if reality had become a fragile construct, awaiting the slightest pressure to crumble. The lingering fear is the worst part. The sense that at any moment, everything could fall apart again. I find myself questioning every interaction, every gesture. How much of my life is still within my control, and how much is influenced by the invisible hand of an absent friend? I wonder if I am still playing his game, or if it has become my own, an endless cycle of self-destruction. Each day, I drive that same forest road, half expecting to see him step from the shadows once more. The fear that he will and the fear that he won't are equally potent, binding me to the path I set in motion with a careless dare. And so, I am left with this haunting realization. I dared my best friend to ruin my life, but in doing so, I gave him the power to show me that it was never truly mine. The day began like any other. The gentle hum of the coffee maker filled the air as I, Xander, sat in my cozy kitchen, the morning light filtering through the blinds. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee promised a day of routine and simplicity, a day just like the hundreds before it. I had always found comfort in the predictability of my life, my job, my friends, my solitary evenings spent reading in the quiet of my apartment. It was a Saturday, and as was tradition, my best friend, Kyle, would soon arrive. We shared a peculiar bond, one that had weathered the storms of adolescence and transitioned into adulthood with surprising resilience. Our friendship had a playful edge, often fueled by mutual dares and challenges that we dared to propose to each other, mostly out of boredom or a shared desire to escape the mundane. When Kyle arrived, the conversation flowed with ease. We joked, reminisced, and inwardly marveled at how our lives had settled into such routine patterns. In one of those moments where the air felt thick with nostalgia and yearning for the slightest disruption to the monotony, I proposed a dare. It was meant to be harmless, a jest infused with the innocence of our old challenges. "I dare you to ruin my life," I said with a laugh, feeling invincible in the safety of my ordered world. Kyle's expression shifted subtly, a strange glint appearing in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. "All right," he replied, his voice carrying an undertone that made me pause. But then the moment passed, the conversation moved on, and I forgot about the dare as the day slipped away into the folds of memory. The following week, things began to shift. It started with minor inconveniences, the type that easily slipped into the realm of coincidence. My morning alarm failed to sound, making me late for work. Files on my computer seemed to disappear only to reappear in different folders. My email inbox was suddenly flooded with spam, an annoyance, but nothing more. Then the oddities began to escalate. At work, I noticed a change in the demeanor of my colleagues. They seemed colder, more distant. Whispers followed me through the corridors, and curious glances lingered a moment too long. I shrugged it off, attributing it to office politics, or perhaps my own imagination running wild on a slow day. It wasn't until I found myself summoned to a meeting with my supervisor that the reality of my situation began to sink in. She sat across from me, her gaze searching, as she questioned me about emails I had supposedly sent. Emails filled with inappropriate comments and accusations, words I had never typed, sentiments I did not hold. My protests were met with skepticism, the shadow of doubt beginning to cast itself over my once secure position. Leaving the office that day, I felt the first twinge of fear. A creeping unease settled in my chest, a sense that something was terribly awry, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what. That night, I tried calling Kyle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. A part of me wondered if he was involved, but I dismissed the thought as paranoia. Kyle was my friend, my confidant, someone who had always been there, standing by my side. The disturbances continued. My social media accounts were hijacked, filled with posts that painted me in a light that wasn't my own. Friends and family reached out, confused and concerned, questioning my sudden change in behavior. It felt as though I was losing control, my life no longer my own, slipping through my fingers like sand. One evening, Driven by desperation, I ventured into my local church. It was a place I hadn't visited in years, but I hoped to find solace, perhaps clarity. I sat in one of the back pews, the silence of the sanctuary wrapping around me as I tried to gather my thoughts. I closed my eyes, seeking an anchor in the chaos that my life had become. "Xander," a voice called softly, and I turned to see Father Matthews approaching. His presence was calm, reassuring. "You look troubled, my son." I nodded, words escaping me as I grappled with the enormity of what I'd been experiencing. I spoke in halting sentences, explaining the bizarre events, the feeling of being watched, manipulated. The father listened with a patient ear, his expression thoughtful. "Sometimes we are faced with trials that test our very spirit," he said after I finished. "It is in these moments we must seek the truth within ourselves and the courage to confront that which seeks to unravel us." Leaving the church, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I decided it was time to confront Kyle, to seek answers and, hopefully, to end the nightmare I found myself living. I drove to his apartment, my heart pounding in my chest with a mix of fear and anger. Arriving at his door, I hesitated, gathering the courage that Father Matthews had spoken of. I knocked firmly, and after a moment, Kyle opened the door, his face an unreadable mask. There was a tension in the air, a palpable shift in our dynamic. "Xander," he greeted, his voice devoid of the warmth it once held. "What brings you here?" I took a deep breath, my resolve hardening. "Kyle, I need to know. Are you behind all of this? The emails, the social media posts, everything that's been happening to me?" He didn't respond immediately, his eyes assessing me with an intensity that made me shiver. Then he smirked, a hint of malice behind his otherwise familiar features. "You did dare me after all." His words hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled back, unable to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. It was true, I had dared him, but never in my wildest nightmares did I imagine he would take it seriously, or take it this far. "Kyle, why?" My voice was a mix of disbelief and betrayal. "You live such a tidy life, Xander. So predictable, so boring. I thought you needed a little chaos, a little excitement," he explained, his tone almost casual, as if he were discussing the weather. My mind raced, trying to find reason amidst the madness. "This isn't excitement, Kyle. This is my life, my career, my relationships. You've put everything at risk." He shrugged, an infuriatingly indifferent gesture. "It was just a game, Xander. You know how we are with games." A game. The word echoed in my mind as I stood there, grappling with the reality that my closest friend had chosen to toy with my life for his own amusement. I felt a cold fury rising within me, a need to reclaim what had been taken, to restore the order that had once been my refuge. "I'll fix this," I vowed, more to myself than to him, before turning away, leaving him standing in the doorway with his callous smirk. The next few weeks were a blur of damage control. I reached out to my workplace, to IT departments, to friends and family, explaining, apologizing, trying to rebuild the bridges Kyle had burned. It was exhausting, emotionally draining, but with each small victory, I felt a piece of my life returning. Kyle, however, did not fade into the background. He became a specter, haunting the periphery of my existence. I would catch sight of him in unexpected places. A coffee shop, the library, always watching, always waiting. His presence was an ever-present reminder that the dare, though meant in jest, had set in motion a series of events that could not easily be undone. Despite my efforts, the fear that had taken root during those early days lingered. It was a gnawing anxiety that whispered in the quiet moments, a shadow that loomed over my interactions with others. Trust, once given freely, became a fragile thing, easily shattered and hard to rebuild. The experience changed me in ways I could never have anticipated. My life, once so neatly ordered, was now a tapestry of caution and vigilance. I learned to navigate the world with a wary eye, to question the intentions of those around me, to protect myself from the whims of those who might seek to exploit my vulnerabilities. In the end, Kyle's dare had succeeded in its own twisted way. My life, as I had known it, was irrevocably altered. The chaos he had sown taught me the value of resilience, of standing firm in the face of adversity, even when the source of that adversity is someone you once considered a friend. As the months slipped by, and the wounds of betrayal began to heal, I found myself reflecting on the nature of trust and the fragility of the human psyche. In the calm moments, when the world seemed to settle into a semblance of peace, I realized that my life, though scarred, was still my own. The fear, though it lingered, served as a reminder of the strength I had discovered within myself, the courage to face the shadows and emerge, if not unscathed, then at least whole. I never thought of my life as particularly remarkable. It was, by all accounts, a life of tranquil monotony, easily overlooked among the grand dramas of city existence. My apartment was my sanctuary, a small but cozy one-bedroom nestled within the heart of the bustling metropolis. It was a place of books and quiet reflections, where I could curl up with a well-loved novel and escape into other worlds. My evenings were often spent in solitude, accompanied by the soft glow of a reading lamp and the occasional pitter-patter of rain against the windows. Things had been this way for as long as I could remember, and for the most part, I was content. I had a steady job as a librarian, a modest circle of friends, and a budding relationship with someone who intrigued me in ways I hadn't expected. His name was David, and we met at a literary event a few months prior. We bonded over a shared love of classic literature, and soon found ourselves entangled in a gentle romance, full of conversations that stretched long into the night. David was charming in his quietness, a man of few words but profound thoughts. Our time together was marked by a sense of ease, a natural cadence that seemed rare in the world of modern dating. Yet, there was a part of him that remained inscrutable, a secretive depth that piqued my curiosity, but which he never fully revealed. I was drawn to him, enchanted by his mystery, convinced that whatever lay beneath was a treasure worth uncovering. The first disturbance came on a night much like any other. I had invited David over for dinner, a simple affair of pasta and wine shared amidst laughter and soft music. Afterward, as he prepared to leave, he paused at the door and regarded me with an intensity I hadn't noticed before. His eyes, usually so gentle, seemed to bore into me with an urgency that was unsettling. "Stay safe," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There was an edge to those words, a gravity that weighed heavily in the air between us. I brushed it off, attributing it to a fleeting moment of overprotectiveness, and watched him retreat into the night. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I felt a strange restlessness that kept me from sleep. There was a sense of being watched, a prickling at the nape of my neck that refused to subside. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, reassured myself that it was nothing more than an overactive imagination, and finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Days passed, and the feeling grew more persistent, insinuating itself into the quiet corners of my life. I began to notice things: a book out of place, a curtain slightly askew, the faintest trace of a scent that wasn't mine. These were small things, easily dismissed, but collectively they gnawed at my sense of security, fraying the edges of my calm. The escalation was subtle, a gradual crescendo that unfolded over the course of weeks. David's behavior became increasingly erratic. Our conversations, once a source of comfort, turned tense with unspoken words. He would call at odd hours, his voice tremulous with emotions he kept hidden. "I just wanted to hear your voice," he'd say, a tremor in his tone, "to make sure you're okay." There was a protectiveness to his concern that should have been touching, but instead felt suffocating. I began to question whether I truly knew the man I had let into my life. It was as if he were a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit, an enigma wrapped in layers of contradictions. One evening, as I returned home from work, I was greeted by a sight that stopped me cold. On my kitchen table was a bouquet of white roses, their petals glistening softly in the fading light. There was no note, no indication of who had left them, but I knew with an instinctive certainty that they were from David. I hadn't given him a key, yet somehow he had found his way in. A chill ran through me, threading icy fingers through the fabric of my resolve. I wanted to confront him, to demand answers, but fear held me silent. Instead, I began to scrutinize my surroundings with a heightened awareness, searching for signs of intrusion, for any clue that might unravel the mystery. The climax came without warning, a harrowing revelation that shattered the fragile normalcy of my world. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon, sunlight streaming through my window in golden shafts. I was cleaning, lost in the routine of dusting and tidying, when I discovered the hidden compartment. It was behind the bookshelf, a small alcove skillfully concealed, and within it lay the evidence of his obsession. Photographs of me taken without my knowledge, snippets of conversations recorded in stealth, and a journal filled with meticulous entries about my daily life. Each page was a testament to David's vigilance, his fixation chronicled in painstaking detail. As I stood there, the truth unfurled before me, a tapestry of unsettling revelation. I was not a partner in a mutual romance. I was the object of an affection that had warped into something darker, something born of control and possession. The realization was a visceral blow, a sickening twist of betrayal that left me breathless. I confronted him that evening, the confrontation a blur of accusations and denials. David's calm facade crumbled beneath the weight of his obsession, his pleas for understanding underscored by a madness that defied reason. "I did it for us," he insisted, eyes wild with desperation, "to keep you safe." But there was no safety in such love, only a perilous descent into a chasm from which there could be no return. I severed ties with him that night, my heart heavy with a sorrow that mingled with relief. It was a necessary end, a finality that marked the beginning of a new and uncertain chapter. In the days that followed, the apartment felt both foreign and familiar, a battleground where echoes of the past lingered like ghosts. The fear, though less acute, remained a shadow at the periphery of my consciousness, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the deceptive nature of appearances. I changed the locks, fortified my routines with vigilance, yet the sense of vulnerability persisted. It was as if his presence was an indelible stain, a reminder that even the most seemingly benign connections could harbor darkness. The world, once a place of ordered simplicity, now seemed rife with hidden threats, with truths buried beneath layers of deceit. In time, the scars began to fade, leaving behind a wary resilience. I learned to navigate the complexities of human connections with a cautious heart, to cherish the sanctity of my solitude while embracing the possibilities that life continued to offer. Yet, the lessons of that experience were etched into my being, a quiet vigilance that would forever shape the contours of my trust. And so, I returned to my books, to the solace of words and the refuge of stories that unfolded within the safety of my apartment's walls. The city continued its ceaseless dance beyond my window, a testament to life's inexorable march. But within the quiet haven of my home, I found a renewed strength, an unexpected truth that had been waiting to be discovered all along. The first time I arrived at St. Daniel's Mental Hospital, the sun was casting a gentle, warm glow over the red brick facade of Century Manor. The building stood ceremoniously, as if no time had passed since its closure decades ago. The windows, though dusty and some shattered, still seemed to gaze out thoughtfully at the world beyond. I had always been drawn to places like this, relics of the past that whispered stories of what used to be. That day, I was not just a visitor. I was an investigator, tasked with documenting the history and the mystery surrounding this infamous asylum. I entered through the main doors, which creaked with a sound that echoed through the empty halls, like a whisper. The air was cold, despite the warmth of the autumn afternoon outside, and as I walked through the foyer, I could almost sense the presence of those who had once inhabited this place. But it was just a building, I told myself, a relic of a time when mental health was misunderstood, and treatments were as much about confinement as they were about care. The first few days at Century Manor were spent cataloging the artifacts left behind, patient records, medical equipment, and personal belongings, all scattered as if everyone had left in a hurry. It was fascinating to piece together the lives that had once revolved around these rooms, Each object held a story, and each story was a step deeper into the heart of the manor. Yet, despite the eerie tingle in the air, everything felt normal enough until the disturbances began. It started subtly, a misplaced object or a flickering bulb, things I attributed to the decrepit state of the building. One evening, as I was packing up to leave, I noticed a chair that had been moved across the room. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind. Surely I hadn't noticed it earlier. But then there were the sounds. In the dead silence of night, I began to hear whispers, faint and unintelligible, as if a conversation was happening just out of earshot. I assured myself it was the wind playing tricks in the old ducts, or perhaps the settling of the building's foundation. However, when the whispers turned into clear voices, my rational explanations began to falter. I was working late in the office one night when I heard a gentle humming resonate through the hallway. It was a mournful melody, one that seemed to rise and fall with a sorrowful cadence. I stepped out to investigate, my footsteps merging with the sound, creating an eerie duet. Yet, as I reached the corridor, the humming ceased, leaving only the silence to fill the void, a silence that seemed more unnerving than the sound itself. Determined to get to the bottom of these occurrences, I set up recording equipment throughout the manor. I wanted to capture whatever was happening to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation. For several nights, the equipment recorded nothing unusual, but the air felt thicker, as if the building held its breath, waiting. And then, one morning as I reviewed the footage, I saw it. A shadow, moving with purpose across the room, devoid of any source or bearer. It was a figure, and it seemed to pause, watching the camera, before dissolving into the darkness. The escalation continued, with doors slamming shut on their own, and once clear mirrors fogging over with messages that vanished as soon as I tried to decipher them. The most chilling was a simple, haunting phrase: "Help us." It was then I felt the true weight of the manor's history press down upon me. The ghosts of St. Daniel's were not just figments of a troubled mind. They were real, and they were reaching out. My nights became sleepless, filled with the constant anticipation of more messages, more signs. I roamed the halls with a flashlight, seeking out the voices that called to me. I began to understand their stories, fragments of pain and longing trapped within the walls. There was the nurse, whose regret over a patient's death kept her tethered to this world, and the patient who never stopped searching for a freedom they never knew. The climax of these encounters came on a stormy night, when the manor seemed to come alive with an energy it had never shown before. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the rain pounded against the walls like a heart-seeking entry. It was then that I saw her, a woman in a white gown, standing at the end of the hallway. Her face was a blur, her features washed away by the rain and shadows, yet her presence was unmistakable. "Please," she whispered, her voice carried by the wind, "help us find peace." I reached out to her, but as I took a step forward, she vanished, leaving me alone with my outstretched hand. The energy in the room dissipated, leaving a palpable silence, as if the building itself had paused to mourn her loss. In the days that followed, I continued my work with a renewed sense of purpose. I began to document not just the physical artifacts, but the tales of those who lingered, hoping that by telling their stories, I could offer them the peace they sought. Yet, even as I prepared to leave Century Manor, I knew the echoes of its past would never fully fade. The whispers and shadows had become a part of me, a lingering fear that the world beyond the visible was more complex than I had ever imagined. Century Manor taught me that the history we see is only a fraction of what truly exists. The ghosts of St. Daniel's remained, not as malevolent spirits, but as remnants of lives interrupted. They were the echoes of emotions too strong to be quelled by time, calling out to anyone who would listen and understand. As I closed the doors to the manor for the last time, I felt their presence like a gentle breeze, a reminder that some stories never end. They simply await the next teller. And so, the haunting of Century Manor continued, a tale etched into the very fabric of its being, as eternal as the bricks and mortar that housed it. The old farmhouse stood alone in a sea of windswept fields, a solitary structure where nature seemed to reclaim its place, slowly but surely. Its weather-beaten wood creaked with every gust, and the once vibrant paint had peeled away, leaving the bare bones of the place exposed to the elements. Despite its dilapidated state, there was a strange allure to it, an invitation whispered on the wind, drawing me in. I had purchased the property on a whim, enamored by its isolation and the quiet it promised. I'd grown weary of the city's relentless noise, the clamor of people and machines that never ceased. Here, amidst the rustling cornstalks and the occasional call of a distant bird, I found the peace I craved. The farmhouse, despite its appearance, offered a refuge, an escape from the ceaseless demands of modern life. The first few weeks were uneventful. I busied myself with minor repairs, brushing off the cobwebs and musty smells that clung to every corner. The silence was profound, almost tangible. It wrapped around me like a heavy quilt, each room filled with echoes of a time long past. I often found myself standing by the window, gazing out at the horizon where the fields met the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment. But then, the first disturbance came. It was subtle at first, a shadow glimpsed from the corner of my eye, the kind that flits away the moment you turn to face it. It happened only occasionally, and I dismissed it as a trick of the light, the way shadows dance under the waning twilight. Yet, as days turned to weeks, these occurrences grew more frequent. The shadows took on forms, fleeting, indistinct, but undeniably there. One evening, as I sat reading in the small parlor, I heard it, a soft, mournful sigh. It was the sound of despair, a whisper that sent a chill racing down my spine. I looked up, heart pounding, eyes scanning the room for the source. Nothing, only the gentle creaking of the floorboards in response to the evening breeze. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just the house settling, that old structures had their own language, their own stories to tell. Yet, the disturbances continued. Objects would move from their places. A book, a cup, my reading glasses. Things I was certain I left in one spot would appear elsewhere, as if nudged by unseen hands. I tried to rationalize it, blaming my own forgetfulness, but a seed of doubt took root in my mind. I found myself on edge, every creak and groan of the house feeding into a growing unease. The escalation was gradual, but undeniable. The sighs turned to whispers, unintelligible yet laden with emotion. I would awaken in the middle of the night, my room filled with a suffocating presence, as if the air itself was watching, waiting. I began to see them, the shades. They would appear in moments of solitude, hovering on the periphery of my vision. Translucent figures, their features blurred, obscured by time and sorrow. They never approached, but their presence was inescapable, an oppressive weight that grew heavier with each passing day. It was during one such night, a storm raging outside, that the climax of this haunting unfolded. Lightning cast stark, fleeting illuminations through the windows, and the rain battered against the walls with a fury that seemed almost sentient. I was in the kitchen, preparing a late supper, when I felt it. A cold breath against the back of my neck. I turned sharply, heart hammering in my chest, and there they were. Not shadows, not fleeting glimpses, but fully formed apparitions standing in the doorway. There were 3 of them, a man, a woman, and a child. Their eyes held a depth of sorrow and longing that transfixed me, rendering me immobile. The room seemed to fall away, the only thing anchoring me to reality, the intensity of their gaze. They said nothing, yet their story unfolded in my mind. A family torn apart by tragedy, their lives snuffed out long before their time. The farmhouse had been their home, and now it was their prison. As suddenly as they appeared, they were gone, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence. But something lingered, a sense of understanding, of connection. The storm outside had abated, leaving a calm in its wake, but the whispers remained, softer now, almost a lullaby. I realized then that the house was never truly mine. It belonged to them, these unresting souls, bound to the land by a past I could never fully comprehend. In the days that followed, the fear subsided, replaced by a solemn acceptance. The disturbances continued, but they no longer filled me with dread. Instead, they felt like a communion, a bridge between the living and the dead. I came to cherish the whispers, the touches, and the shadows as part of the house's identity. My presence there was a part of that story, a witness to the eternal dance between the past and the present. Yet, a lingering fear remained, an understanding that one day I too might become part of this haunting tableau. The house, with its secrets and its stories, would continue to stand long after I was gone, a testament to the inexorable passage of time and the restless nature of lost souls. In this place, solitude was not an absence, but a presence, a reminder that we are never truly alone. And so I remain, the caretaker of a legacy that is not mine, watching over the fields and the spirits they harbor. I listen to their whispers in the night, and I find a strange comfort in their company, knowing that in this quiet corner of the world, the past is never truly past, and the souls that wander here will forever be unresting. The farmhouse stood silent and forgotten on the crest of a hill, surrounded by tangled weeds and gnarled trees that clawed at the sky. It had once been a place of life and laughter, a refuge from the world. But now it was a relic, its glory days buried beneath dust and neglect. The paint on its wooden boards had peeled away, revealing the gray beneath, and its windows were like eyes that watched without seeing. I had always been drawn to places like this, places where the past lingered like a whisper on the wind. Maybe it was the quiet, or the stories such places seemed to hold, tales woven into the very fabric of their walls. I first came upon the old farmhouse while wandering the fields one autumn afternoon, the air crisp and the sky a deep, endless blue. There was a certain magnetism to it, an allure that beckoned me closer. I paused at the edge of the overgrown drive. My curiosity piqued and felt a strange sense of homecoming. I imagined the lives that had once unfolded here, the births, the celebrations, the quiet evenings by a crackling fire. It was easy to envision, and even easier to entertain, the thought of stepping through its creaking doors, to explore what memories might still linger. As I approached, the wind picked up, rustling the dry leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. The air seemed to thicken, the atmosphere charged with something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I brushed it off as the chill of the season, an overactive imagination, fueled by too many late-night ghost stories. But even as I told myself this, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone, that the house itself was watching my every move. The first disturbance came as I crossed the threshold. The door, heavy and weather-beaten, groaned open on its hinges, a sound that echoed in the empty hollows of my mind. The interior was as expected, dark, musty, the stale air thick with the scent of decay. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that pierced through gaps in the boarded windows, and the silence was profound, almost sacred. I wandered through the rooms, each one telling its own story. The parlor, with its faded floral wallpaper peeling like the skin from a forgotten fruit, spoke of genteel gatherings long past. The kitchen, with its iron stove and empty cupboards, whispered of meals prepared and shared, the clatter of dishes, and the warmth of a family. It was in the upstairs bedroom where I first felt it, the palpable coldness that wrapped around my shoulders like a shawl. At first, it was subtle, a barely there chill that could have been a draft. But as I stood there, looking at the bed, its frame still intact beneath a thick layer of dust, the cold intensified, sinking into my bones. I felt an urge to leave, an instinctual warning, but stubborn curiosity anchored me in place. As the days turned to weeks, I found myself returning to the farmhouse, unable to resist its silent pull. Each visit revealed more of its secrets, subtle clues left behind by those who had once called it home. A child's toy, forgotten and faded beneath a bed. A photograph, its edges curled with age, depicting a family frozen in time, their expressions solemn yet kind. I was piecing together a history, a narrative of love and loss, and it fascinated me. But with each visit, the disturbances grew more frequent, more intrusive. It began with the sounds: footsteps overhead, the creaking of the old wooden floorboards under a weight I couldn't see. Then came the whispers, soft and indistinct, like the murmur of a distant conversation I was not part of. I would stand in the parlor, heart pounding, straining to make out the words, but they always eluded me, slipping away like smoke through fingers. One evening, as twilight descended and shadows lengthened, I saw her. A figure standing by the window, backlit by the waning light, her form blurred and insubstantial. She was there for just a moment, a heartbeat, and then she was gone, leaving only the faintest impression in my mind. I felt no fear, only an overwhelming sadness, as if I had glimpsed something tragic and irrevocable. The escalation was gradual, but undeniable. What began as curious visits turned into a compulsion. I spent hours in that house, drawn to its secrets like a moth to flame. The sounds grew louder, more persistent, and I began to sense not just one presence, but many. It was as if the house was filled with the spirits of those who had lived and died within its walls, each one clamoring for attention, for acknowledgement. I started to lose track of time, the boundary between the living and the dead blurring in the dim light of the farmhouse. Sleep eluded me, my dreams haunted by faces I did not know, voices calling out in anguish. I learned to navigate the house by instinct, moving through its rooms with a familiarity that was not entirely my own. The ghosts had become part of my world, or perhaps I had become part of theirs. The climax came on a stormy night. The wind howled outside, rain lashed against the windows, and the old house groaned and shifted like a ship in a storm. I was in the parlor when it happened, a presence descending upon me with the force of a tidal wave. It was her again, the woman by the window, only now she was close, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with sorrow. She reached out, a silent plea in her gaze, and I felt her anguish wash over me like ice. I could sense the others too, shadows gathering in the corners, their whispers rising to a crescendo. They had a story to tell, a story of betrayal and loss, of a family torn apart by greed and tragedy. The woman had been the matriarch, beloved and respected, her life cut short by a deceitful act that had doomed them all to this restless existence. As her presence enveloped me, I understood what they wanted: to be heard, to be remembered, to find peace in the acknowledgement of their suffering. It was a burden I felt unworthy of bearing, yet in that moment I could not turn away. I spoke their story aloud, my voice trembling with the weight of their pain, and as I did, the house fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting like a shroud. But the fear did not leave with them. It lingered in the shadows, in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the thin veil between worlds. I left the farmhouse that night, the rain washing away the last vestiges of daylight, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what lay beyond the realm of the living. The house remained as it was, an eternal guardian of secrets best left undisturbed. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to normalcy, to forget the ghosts and their tragic tale, but it was impossible. They haunted my thoughts, their whispers echoing in the quiet moments, reminding me of promises made and debts unpaid. I felt their presence in the rustle of leaves, the creak of floorboards, in every shadow that stretched across my path. The farmhouse stood empty again, its doors closed, its windows dark, yet I knew it was not truly abandoned. Unseen and unstoppable, the souls remained, bound to the earth by the weight of their unfinished story. I was but a passing visitor in their endless night, a brief flicker of warmth in a world gone cold. And though I had left the place behind, I understood that I carried a part of them with me, a part of their sorrow etched into my soul. In the end, the house on the hill was more than just a building. It was a testament to the enduring nature of love and grief, a reminder that some stories never die. They linger like shadows at the edge of the light, waiting for someone to listen, and as long as they waited, the farmhouse would stand, a silent witness to the unresting souls within its walls. It was a late autumn afternoon when I arrived at the old farmhouse. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the wide fields that stretched out in every direction. The air was crisp, with a biting chill that hinted at the winter to come. I had inherited this place from a distant relative I barely knew, a great uncle whose existence I had only discovered upon receiving the letter from the solicitor. The farmhouse stood in isolation, an unremarkable structure of weathered wood and peeling paint, its windows dark and uninviting. As I stepped out of my car, I took a moment to absorb the scene. The land was vast and empty, save for the twisted remains of an old barn and some overgrown patches of what might once have been a garden. The silence was profound, almost palpable, as if the world itself was holding its breath. It was a place that seemed untouched by time, frozen in a state of elegant decay. I made my way to the front door, the wooden boards creaking underfoot like voices whispering secrets from the past. The key turned with a reluctant click, and the door swung open with a groan, revealing a hallway dimly lit by the last rays of sunlight filtering through dusty windows. The air inside was stale, carrying the scent of old wood and neglect. I flicked the light switch, but nothing happened. Of course, the electricity would have been cut off long ago. As I explored the rooms, I found them sparsely furnished, each piece covered with a shroud-like sheet, adding to the air of abandonment. A sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that I was intruding upon something long forgotten. Yet, there was nothing overtly sinister about the place, nothing that would suggest it was anything other than an ordinary deserted farmhouse. It was not until the first night that I began to sense something was amiss. Lying in the old iron bed, I stared up at the patchwork of shadows cast by the moonlight through the window. The silence that had seemed so comforting during the day now felt oppressive, as though the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. I heard it then, a faint rustling sound, like the soft brush of fabric against fabric. It drifted through the air, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere, all at once. I sat up, straining to hear, my heart thudding in my chest. There it was again, more distinct this time, a murmur, barely perceptible, like distant voices carried on the wind. I told myself it was nothing, just the creaks and groans of an old house settling into the night. But deep down, I knew that was not true. There was something here with me, something unspeakable beneath the veneer of normalcy. The disturbances continued over the following days. During the daylight hours, the house appeared unchanged, its secrets hidden beneath layers of dust and neglect. But at night, the atmosphere shifted, growing tense and electric. The whispers returned, sometimes accompanied by the sensation of a cold breeze brushing past me, even though all the windows were tightly shut. Objects would be found out of place, moved from where I had left them, though I had been alone in the house. I began to feel a presence, an awareness that clung to the shadows, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. There was a heaviness to the air, as if the house was filled with unseen eyes, tracking my every movement. I could feel them, those unresting souls, trapped between this world and the next, their anguish resonating within the very walls. My sleep was plagued by nightmares, vivid and disturbing. I dreamed of spectral figures drifting through the rooms, their faces obscured by veils of shadow. They would reach out to me, their fingers like tendrils of mist, beckoning me to join them in their endless dance of despair. Each morning I awoke drenched in sweat, the echoes of their ghostly cries ringing in my ears. The final night was the worst. The air was thick with anticipation, charged with a sense of impending doom. I lay awake, unable to shake the feeling that something was drawing near, something that could not be stopped. The whispers began again, more insistent this time, rising and falling like the tide, a chorus of lamentation that pulled at my soul. I rose from the bed, compelled by a force I could not resist. The house seemed to pulse with energy, each room a labyrinth of echoes and shadows. As I wandered through the darkened halls, the voices grew louder until they were a cacophony, filling my mind with their desperate pleas. It was then that I saw them, the ghosts of the past emerging from the shadows. Their forms were insubstantial, flickering like candle flames in a draught, yet their presence was undeniable. They surrounded me, a swirling mass of despair and longing. I could see their faces now, contorted with sorrow, their eyes empty and pleading. Their mouths moved in silent supplication, but I could hear their words, clear as a bell. They spoke of betrayal and loss, of lives cut short and dreams shattered. They were the souls of those who had once lived here, trapped by the weight of their unfinished business, unable to move on. And they wanted me to understand, to share in their grief. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not just an intruder in their home. I was a part of this story, bound by the same ties that kept them here. The house had claimed me, just as it had claimed them, and there was no escape. The climax came with the dawn, the first light of day breaking over the horizon. The ghosts began to fade, their forms dissolving into the morning mist, yet their presence lingered, a shadow that would never leave. I stood there, alone in the silence, my heart heavy with the weight of their sorrow. As the days turned into weeks, the farmhouse became a place of both solace and torment. I had come to understand the restlessness of the souls trapped within its walls, their yearning for release, a constant undercurrent in my thoughts. Though the hauntings had ceased, their echoes remained, a reminder of the thin veil that separated my world from theirs. I could never truly leave the farmhouse, not in spirit, for it was a part of me now, as I was a part of it. The unresting souls had found a place within my heart, their whispers a permanent fixture in the quiet of the night. And while the world outside moved on, I remained bound to this haunted place, a guardian of its secrets, forever listening to the echoes of the past. I first laid eyes on the old farmhouse during one of those long drives meant to clear my mind. I often found solace in the back roads that snaked through the countryside, the rolling fields, and the distant line of trees that framed the horizon. It was an overcast day, the sky a dull gray, casting a muted light over everything. The air was heavy, carrying the scent of rain that never seemed to come. The farmhouse stood on the edge of a forgotten road, set back from the cracked asphalt by a wide swath of overgrown grass. To the casual observer, it was just another relic of a bygone era, its once white paint now peeling and faded to a dull, ghostly gray. Shutters hung at odd angles, and an old swing set, its chains rusted, creaked softly in the breeze. There was something about it that drew me in. Perhaps it was the quiet desolation, or the way it seemed untouched by the passage of time. I parked my car on the shoulder of the road and walked up the gravel path leading to the front porch. The boards creaked under my weight, and I hesitated for a moment, listening. There was only the sound of the wind whispering through the trees and the distant call of a crow. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the scent of dust and decay. The house, though empty, seemed to hum with a strange energy. I wandered through the rooms, each one a time capsule filled with the remnants of a life once lived. Old furniture covered in white sheets, a piano in the corner of the living room with yellowed keys, and a collection of faded photographs that lined the mantelpiece. It was in this state of reflective calm that I first felt the disturbance. As I stood in what must have once been a child's bedroom, I heard it, the faintest sound of laughter, like the echo of a memory not quite forgotten. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I turned quickly, expecting to find someone behind me, but the room was empty. The sound had faded, replaced by the rhythmic tapping of rain against the window. I tried to rationalize it, a trick of the mind, perhaps, brought on by the isolation and the eerie stillness of the place. Yet, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I made my way back to the car, the echo of that laughter still ringing in my ears, and drove away, telling myself it was nothing. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of the farmhouse lingered in the back of my mind, a haunting presence I couldn't quite dismiss. I found myself returning to that same road, drawn inexplicably to the place despite my better judgment. Each visit revealed more subtle disturbances, a shadow in the corner of my eye, a whispered word on the edge of hearing. On my third visit, I decided to dig deeper. I brought along a camera, hoping to capture evidence of what I felt, but could not see. As I moved through the house, the air seemed heavier, charged with an unseen force. It was as if the house itself was breathing, alive in some unfathomable way. In the basement, I found remnants of old newspapers, their headlines barely legible. They spoke of a family tragedy, a fire that had claimed the lives of the residents decades ago. There was something about the story that resonated with the sensations I had felt in the house. The laughter, the shadows, the whispers. Were they echoes of those trapped by the flames, unable to find peace? The idea of restless spirits seemed preposterous, a notion fit for horror novels rather than reality. Yet, standing in that dark, musty basement, I couldn't help but feel their presence. It was as if the house was a liminal space, a boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. My heart pounded in my chest as I ascended the stairs to the ground floor. The house was different now, charged with an intensity that was almost palpable. As I stepped into the living room, I saw it. A figure standing by the window, its form indistinct, like a shadow made of smoke. I froze, instinct screaming for me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The figure turned slowly, its face obscured, but I felt its eyes on me, piercing through the veil of fear. A voice, soft and sorrowful, filled the room. Why? Why do you disturb us? The question lingered in the air, heavy with accusation and despair. I stumbled back, my mind racing to comprehend the incomprehensible. The air vibrated with energy, and the room seemed to twist and warp around me. It was as if the house itself was crying out, filled with the pain and rage of those who could not move on. In a blind panic, I bolted for the door, the echo of that sorrowful voice trailing after me. Outside, the sky had darkened. The storm that had been threatening now unleashed in full fury. Lightning split the sky, and the wind howled with a ferocity that matched the chaos within. I drove away, my heart racing, the farmhouse disappearing in the distance like a specter fading into the mist. But even as I put miles between us, the presence lingered, a weight pressing down on my soul. Days passed, but the memory of that encounter haunted me. Sleep was elusive, my dreams filled with shadows and whispers. I found myself drawn to the farmhouse, unable to resist its pull. It was as if the spirits had reached out, tethering me to their sorrow, refusing to let go. On my final visit, the air was thick with anticipation. The house loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the stormy sky. I stepped inside, the door creaking ominously behind me. The air was charged, electric with the presence of those who dwelled within. The shadows moved, forming the indistinct shapes of figures long gone. They surrounded me, their presence felt rather than seen. I stood in the center of the room, heart pounding, as the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices overlapping and intertwining. In that moment, I understood. The house was not merely haunted, it was a vessel, a prison for souls unable to move on. Their stories, their pain, were etched into its very walls, calling out for release. I spoke into the void, my words swallowed by the darkness. "What do you want from me?" The voices quieted, and one rose above the rest, a child's voice, filled with longing. "Remember us." With those words, the air shifted, the tension easing as if a burden had been lifted. The shadows receded, and the oppressive weight of the house diminished. I stood there, breathing deeply, the air now still and calm. The presence was still there, but its anger had faded, replaced by a quiet sadness. I left the farmhouse for the last time, the rain falling softly around me. As I drove away, I glanced back one final time. The house stood silent, its secrets still hidden within its walls, but its hold on me finally broken. The experience lingered, a shadow on the edge of my consciousness, but I felt a strange sense of peace. I had given the spirits what they sought, a promise that their stories would not be forgotten. As the road stretched out before me, I felt a weight lift, the sense of being watched fading with each passing mile. Yet deep down, I knew the farmhouse would always be there, waiting, a testament to the unresting souls trapped within. And in quiet moments, when the world was still and the shadows long, I would hear their whispers, a reminder of the unseen that lingers just beyond our comprehension. When I first came upon the abandoned farmhouse, it stood amidst a sprawling sunlit field, a silhouette of forgotten times. The sky, an endless expanse of blue, stretched above it, punctuated occasionally by the cries of distant birds. The farmhouse seemed to belong to another era, with its peeling white paint and sagging roof. Yet there was a certain peace about it that drew me in. It was a place I stumbled upon during one of my aimless drives, a habit I had taken to in search of tranquility amidst the chaos of my daily life. The surrounding landscape was a quilt of golden grains, gently swaying in the breeze, their whispers barely audible over the chirping of cicadas. I felt strangely at home here, in this pastoral solitude. Curiosity led me to wander closer, past the rusting remnants of farming equipment that lay scattered like forgotten toys. The front door creaked open under the slightest pressure, as if welcoming me into its folds. Inside, the air was cool and still, undisturbed by human presence for what seemed like decades. Dust motes danced lazily in shafts of light that pierced through the boarded windows. I wandered from room to room, each space filled with the musty scent of aged wood and memories long since faded. In the living room, a grand fireplace stood as the centerpiece, its stonework blackened by countless fires that had once warmed the souls inhabiting this house. Above it, a wooden mantel supported a collection of photographs, their frames tarnished with time. Faces of a once happy family smiled down, their eyes holding secrets of a life now lost. I traced a finger across one of the frames, disturbing the dust that had settled like a protective veil over the images. As I lingered, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping into my bones. It was as though the house itself was watching me, its silence pregnant with untold stories. The feeling was fleeting, overshadowed by the allure of this forgotten sanctuary. Still, I decided to leave, though I promised myself I would return. There was something about the house that called to me, a whisper on the edge of consciousness that promised revelations. In the following weeks, I became a regular visitor. I brought with me a notebook and a camera, hoping to capture the essence of the place. Each visit revealed new details, subtle changes in the atmosphere that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The farmhouse had become a part of my routine, a refuge from the relentless pace of modern life. It was during one such visit that I first noticed the disturbance. It was a brisk autumn afternoon, the sky marbled with gray clouds threatening rain. I had settled in the living room, leafing through my notes, when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible music. At first, I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the melody persisted, weaving through the halls like a ghostly symphony. It was a haunting tune, both beautiful and melancholic, drawing me deeper into the house's embrace. I followed the sound to a room at the end of a narrow corridor. The door was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, the music ceased abruptly, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The room was empty, save for a single rocking chair that swayed gently as though someone had just vacated it. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I had experienced. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had awakened something within the house. My dreams were plagued by visions of the farmhouse, its once inviting presence now overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. I saw the family from the photographs, their spectral forms wandering the halls, searching for something lost. I woke in a cold sweat, the echoes of their cries lingering in my mind. The next day, I returned to the farmhouse, driven by a desire to understand the source of my unease. The air was heavy with anticipation as I crossed the threshold, the familiar creaks and groans of the old wood echoing my own apprehension. The house was different now, its silence charged with an energy that prickled at my skin. In the kitchen, I found the table set for dinner, plates and utensils laid out as though expecting guests. This was new, a detail I knew had not been there before. The sight sent a chill down my spine, yet I couldn't bring myself to leave. Instead, I wandered through the house, each step accompanied by the feeling of being watched. In the upstairs hallway, I paused before a mirror. My reflection stared back, weary and unnerved. As I turned away, I caught a glimpse of movement in the glass, a shadow that flickered and disappeared. It was then that I understood. The house was not empty. It was inhabited by the remnants of those who had lived and died within its walls. The days that followed were a blur of restlessness and mounting dread. I couldn't escape the feeling that the spirits of the farmhouse were reaching out to me, their presence growing stronger with each visit. I became obsessed, returning to the house time and again, hoping to uncover the truth behind its haunting. One evening, as twilight descended, I found myself drawn back to the room with the rocking chair. The air was thick with tension as I crossed the threshold, the familiar melody playing softly in the background. I felt a chill pass through me as the chair began to rock, its motion deliberate and unnerving. Before I could react, the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me in the room. Panic surged through me, but as I struggled to open the door, a voice whispered in the darkness, a child's voice, pleading and forlorn. It spoke of a tragedy, of lives cut short and dreams shattered. The desperation in its tone tugged at my heart, and I realized that the spirits sought closure, a release from their endless wandering. In that moment, I understood my role. I was the bridge between the living and the dead, the one who could bring peace to the unresting souls. With a resolve born of empathy, I set about uncovering the history of the farmhouse, piecing together the fragments of its past. Through old records and local tales, I learned of the family that had lived there, a prosperous farmer, his wife, and their 2 children. Their lives were marred by a series of misfortunes, culminating in a tragic fire that consumed the house and claimed their lives. The details were sparse, but the weight of their sorrow was palpable. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the farmhouse one final time. The spirits awaited me, their presence a palpable force that filled the air. I spoke to them, recounting their story with compassion and understanding. As I did, the house seemed to sigh, its tension easing as the spirits found solace in my words. The melody played once more, a final, lingering note that resonated in the quiet. The rocking chair stilled, the shadows retreated, and the oppressive silence lifted. I felt a sense of peace settle over the farmhouse, as though the souls within had finally found rest. As I left the farmhouse for the last time, I knew that I had been changed by the experience. The haunting had been more than a brush with the supernatural. It was a reminder of the connections that bind us, both in life and beyond. The farmhouse stood as a testament to those bonds, a silent witness to the stories of those who had come before. Even now, as I drive past the field where the farmhouse once stood, I feel its presence, a quiet whisper on the wind that speaks of the past and the enduring nature of the human spirit. The memories linger, a gentle reminder of the unresting souls who had once called it home. And though the house is gone, its story continues, etched forever in the fabric of time. The farmhouse stood at the edge of an expansive field, its windows like sunken eyes that had seen too much. Over the years, it had acquired a reputation in the small town of Marrowville. The stories varied, tales of shadows moving without cause, whispered conversations with no participants, and music drifting through the air when the world around it was silent. My interest in the farmhouse wasn't born out of mere curiosity. It was necessity. After my parents' sudden passing, I had inherited the place. It was far from a prime real estate opportunity, and with funds dwindling, I decided the time had come to either sell it or at least see if there was anything of value left. On a brisk autumn morning, under a sky painted with the muted colors of a fading season, I set out to explore the depths of my inheritance. The road to the farmhouse was riddled with whispers of leaves that seemed to move of their own volition, the crunch of gravel underfoot offering a rhythm to my otherwise silent journey. I had visited the farmhouse a few times as a child, but memories of those visits were hazy and fragmented, like a half-remembered dream. My parents never spoke much about it, and now I was the sole keeper of whatever secrets it might hold. The first day I arrived, the house was just as I remembered it, if not more decrepit. The paint had long since peeled away, and the wooden boards groaned under the weight of time. As I pushed open the front door, a chill crept up my spine, not from the cold, but from something intrinsic and unsettling. The air was thick with stagnation, a testament to years of neglect. I wandered through the rooms, each layered with dust that seemed to dance in the shafts of light cutting through the windows. It was curious how some parts of the house still retained a semblance of their former beauty. The parlor, though unfurnished, had ornate moldings, and the fireplace still bore the mark of artistry in its stonework. Yet, there was a tangible sense of something else, an undercurrent of unease that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. As evening approached and the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I settled into what might have once been a dining room. I had brought a sleeping bag and some supplies, planning to stay the night. Despite the unsettling aura of the place, I was determined to uncover whatever lingered here. It was in the gathering darkness that the first disturbance occurred. It started as a soft melody, a tune that was both unfamiliar and strangely nostalgic. At first, I thought it was a trick of the wind, perhaps the melody of leaves brushing against one another. But as I concentrated, the sound became clearer, emanating from somewhere deeper within the house. Entranced, I followed the music, descending a flight of stairs into the basement, a place I had avoided earlier due to its oppressive aura. The melody grew louder, almost beckoning me to come closer. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw an old gramophone in the corner, its handle turning slowly as if guided by an invisible hand. I approached cautiously, the music wrapping around me like a siren's call. The room was filled with an array of forgotten objects, old furniture, trunks filled with garments from an era long past, and an assortment of family portraits, their faces obscured by age and dust. What struck me most, however, was the gramophone itself. It was impossible for it to play without someone winding it. Yet here it was, spinning a hauntingly beautiful tune. My hand shook slightly as I reached out to touch the gramophone, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingers. As quickly as the music had begun, it stopped, leaving a silence so profound that it seemed to echo. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the air around me pulsating with an intangible energy. When I finally turned back, my breath caught in my throat. The portraits on the walls had changed during my brief distraction. The figures in the frames seemed clearer, their eyes fixated on me with an unsettling intensity, expressions frozen in a tableau of silent screams. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a stack of old books. Something had shifted. An invisible line crossed, and though the music had ceased, the feeling of being watched intensified. In the following days, my exploration of the farmhouse became a routine of sorts. Each morning I would wake to the sound of silence, and as the day progressed, the house's eerie presence grew more palpable. Objects seemed to move on their own accord. Chairs that I'd left pushed against the table would be found in the middle of the room. Curtains that had been drawn were now open, swaying gently as if caressed by unseen hands. My nights were plagued by unsettling dreams, visions of people I had never met, their voices a cacophony of whispers that spoke of longing and despair. It was as if the farmhouse itself was trying to communicate, to convey a message that was just beyond my grasp. I spent hours in the library, poring over old journals and letters, piecing together fragments of a story that seemed embedded in the very walls. One particular evening, as a storm raged outside, I found myself drawn back to the basement. The sense of foreboding had become a part of me, an ever-present shadow that I could neither shake nor fully understand. The gramophone now stood silent in its corner, yet the basement felt alive with a tense energy. As lightning illuminated the room, I noticed something new, a small door, half hidden behind a stack of crates. It intrigued me, this secret passage that had escaped my notice. With a hesitant push, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow corridor that led further into darkness. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and curiosity propelling me forward. The corridor opened up into a small chamber, and as I stepped inside, the air grew colder, my breath visible in the dim light. In the center of the chamber stood an ornate mirror, its surface covered in a layer of grime. As I wiped it clean, a flash of movement caught my eye, and I realized the reflection was not my own. In the mirror, the room appeared different, filled with people dressed in clothes from another era. They moved about, seemingly unaware of my presence. A young woman with long dark hair caught my gaze, and for a moment, our eyes locked. Her expression was one of deep sadness, and as she opened her mouth to speak, a soundless scream erupted, the agony of it resonating in the pit of my stomach. I stumbled backward, breaking the connection, the chamber now as it was before, empty save for the mirror. Yet the memory of her face lingered, a ghostly imprint that refused to fade. It was then that I realized the truth. The house was not merely haunted, it was a prison, a purgatory for souls unable to find peace. The days that followed were a blur, each one blending into the next. I became consumed by the need to understand, to somehow free the souls trapped within those walls. I delved into the farmhouse's history, discovering a narrative of tragedy and loss. It was once the home of a prosperous family, the Hawthorns, who had met a series of unfortunate fates. The details were murky, but it was clear that something terrible had happened, leaving an indelible mark on the house. My own connection to the house became increasingly fraught, the line between the living and the dead blurring as nights of fitful sleep were filled with haunting visions. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they became a constant companion, a chorus of voices that echoed in the corners of my mind. On the final night, as another storm descended, I found myself back in the basement, standing before the mirror. Desperation clung to me like a second skin, and in the depths of the glass, I saw the young woman again, her eyes pleading with silent urgency. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold surface, and the room around me dissolved. I was no longer in the basement, but in the past, an observer to the events that had bound the souls to the farmhouse. I watched as the family, unaware of the darkness lurking within their home, fell victim to unseen forces. The young woman, Maria, was at the center of it all, her spirit the most tormented. It was her sorrow, her anguish, that resonated most deeply, a tragedy that had echoed through time. As the vision unfolded, I understood the truth. The house was a vessel, a conduit for the unresting souls, and I, inadvertently, had become a part of its cursed history. The realization hit me with a force that left me breathless, and as the vision faded, I was pulled back into the present, standing alone in the basement once more. Though I longed to help, I knew there was little I could do. The house's power was beyond my understanding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Yet, as I gazed into the mirror one last time, I felt a shift, a subtle change in the air. The souls were still there, but their presence was less oppressive, as if acknowledging my efforts, my empathy. I left the farmhouse with a heavy heart, the weight of its history a burden I would carry. Though I had not freed the souls, I had, in some small way, made peace with their existence. The farmhouse remained a sentinel of mystery, its windows watching the world with silent, knowing eyes. Back in Marrowville, the stories continued. Whispers of the haunted farmhouse passed from one generation to the next. Yet, for me, the experience was a reminder of the blurred lines between past and present, the living and the dead. The farmhouse was a place where time stood still, where memories lingered like shadows, waiting to be acknowledged. And though I had left, a part of me remained, bound to the house by an invisible thread, a connection that transcended the confines of mortality. The unresting souls of the farmhouse were a part of me now, their stories etched into my own, a testament to the enduring nature of memory and the human spirit. The sun had just begun to set, casting a warm golden glow through the windows of our family home. The light filtered through the leaves of the old oak tree in the front yard, dancing in playful patterns on the floor. It was a sight I had seen 1,000 times before, and yet it never failed to bring a sense of peace and serenity to the living room. The house was old, but it was filled with memories, laughter, and the comforting knowledge that it was the place my family had always called home. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, humming a soft tune as she prepared dinner. Our daughter, Emily, was sitting cross-legged on the floor, her attention absorbed by the colorful pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Occasionally, she would look up and flash me a smile, her eyes full of the innocence and joy of childhood. I watched her, feeling a deep sense of contentment, grateful for the simple pleasures of life. The tranquility of the evening was suddenly interrupted by a chill that crept through the room. It was as if a window had been left open on a winter's night, sending an unexpected shiver down my spine. I looked around, puzzled, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Sarah seemed undisturbed in the kitchen, her gentle humming continuing unabated. Emily, focused on her puzzle, appeared equally oblivious to the sudden change in atmosphere. "Daddy, can you help me with this piece?" Emily's voice broke the silence, her small hand holding up a piece of the puzzle. I walked over to her, kneeling by her side. The puzzle was of a vibrant garden, flowers blooming in every imaginable color. Together, we managed to find the right spot for the piece, and she clapped her hands in delight. It wasn't long before I felt it again, a presence, subtle yet undeniable, standing just beyond the threshold of my awareness. It was like the echo of a voice, just out of reach, whispering my name. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the sensation. Perhaps it was the stress of work or the exhaustion from a restless night's sleep. But the feeling lingered, casting a shadow over the warmth of our home. That night, as I lay in bed beside Sarah, sleep eluded me. Our bedroom was dark, save for the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the curtains. I could hear the soothing rhythm of Sarah's breath as she slept, each exhale a reminder of the life and love we shared. Yet, the sense of unease persisted, clinging to me like a shroud. I closed my eyes, willing myself to drift into the embrace of sleep. A noise, soft yet distinct, pulled me from the brink of slumber. It was the sound of a child's laughter, echoing faintly through the halls. I sat up, heart racing, straining to listen in the stillness that followed. The laughter came again, this time closer, a melodic giggle that tugged at the edges of my memory. "Emily?" I whispered into the darkness, though I knew she was asleep in her room. I slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb Sarah, and made my way down the hall. Emily's door was ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to spill into the corridor. I peeked inside, my breath catching in my throat. Emily was there, sleeping soundly, her small form curled beneath her blanket. I exhaled softly, relief washing over me. But the laughter continued, drawing me further down the hallway, past the shadows that seemed to stretch and shift in the moonlight. It led me to the living room, where the golden glow of daylight had been replaced by the silvery sheen of night. The room was empty, yet the laughter persisted. It was a haunting echo, as if the walls themselves were whispering secrets from long ago. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The laughter ceased abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it was almost tangible. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding, before turning back towards the bedroom. As I did, the air grew cold once more, a lingering presence brushing against my skin like a forgotten memory. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of Emily's voice. "Daddy, are you okay?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. I forced a smile, nodding as I ruffled her hair. But her question lingered, echoing in my mind as I went about my day. Was I okay? And what was it that had been haunting the corners of our home? Days passed, the laughter revisiting me each night, a spectral reminder of something lost and forgotten. I began to notice other things too. A soft humming in the distance, the scent of roses where none should be, the fleeting sensation of being watched. Each experience was subtle, easily dismissed in the light of day, yet they collected in my mind like pieces of a puzzle, forming a picture I couldn't quite see. On an evening much like the first, I found myself in the living room once more, the twilight casting long shadows across the walls. Emily was asleep, Sarah dozing beside me as we watched an old film. The warmth of her presence should have been comforting, but the chill had returned, more insistent now, a silent urging that couldn't be ignored. I turned to Sarah, about to speak, when the laughter returned, louder and more distinct than before. It was not merely a sound now, it was a presence, filling the room with an energy that was both familiar and strange. I stood up, compelled to follow its call, my heart heavy with a mix of dread and curiosity. The laughter led me to the window, where the old oak tree stood silhouetted against the night sky. Its branches swayed gently in the breeze, casting moving shadows on the ground. And there, beneath its boughs, stood a figure, a child, her form faint but unmistakable in the moonlight. I blinked, certain it was a trick of the light, yet the figure remained, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver through my soul. She seemed to smile, a soft curve of her lips that was both comforting and unsettling. I couldn't move, rooted to the spot by a force beyond comprehension. "Daddy," the voice came, soft and melodic, echoing through the night. "Are you okay?" The words were the same as Emily's, yet they resonated differently, a deeper connection that transcended time and space. My heart ached with a longing I could not understand, and tears filled my eyes as I struggled to respond. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, though the words felt inadequate in the face of such a revelation. The child did not answer, her form beginning to fade as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. I reached out, desperate to hold on to this moment, but she was gone, leaving only the rustling of leaves in her wake. In the days that followed, the encounters grew more frequent, the apparitions lingering longer each time. The child would appear in the garden, on the stairs, in the reflections of windows, always watching, always silent. She was both a stranger and something intimately familiar, a paradox that haunted the edges of my consciousness. My nights were filled with restless dreams, visions of a life that might have been. I saw a girl laughing as she played beneath the oak tree, her hair catching the sunlight as she ran through fields of wildflowers. Her laughter was the same as Emily's, yet it carried an echo of something lost, a bittersweet melody that tugged at my heart. "Are you okay, Daddy?" The question haunted my waking hours, an insistent reminder of the child who had become a part of our lives, an enigma wrapped in the shroud of the past. I found myself drawn to the old oak tree, spending hours beneath its branches, searching for answers in the patterns of light and shadow. One evening, as the sky darkened and the first stars appeared, I felt her presence beside me. She was more tangible now, a spectral figure of light and memory, her eyes searching mine with a depth that seemed to bridge the chasm of time. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The wind rustled the leaves, a gentle murmur that was both comforting and otherworldly. She reached out, her hand almost touching mine, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "To watch over you," she replied, her voice a soft caress that lingered in the air. "To make sure you're okay." Her words were a balm to my soul, easing the ache of unspoken grief. Yet they also carried a weight of sorrow, a reminder of the fragility of life and the bonds that transcend its boundaries. I closed my eyes, feeling her presence wrap around me like a gentle embrace, a connection that was as real as it was ephemeral. When I opened my eyes, she was gone, leaving only the whisper of wind through the leaves. I sat there for a long time, the stars overhead bearing silent witness to the passage of time. And as the night deepened, the sense of lingering fear began to fade, replaced by a quiet acceptance, a realization that some mysteries are not meant to be understood, only embraced. The following day, as the sun rose over our home, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The child had become a part of our lives, a guardian spirit who watched over us from the shadows, her presence a reminder of the love that endures beyond the veil of the world. "Daddy, are you okay?" Emily asked, her voice filled with the innocence of childhood. I smiled, pulling her close, my heart full of gratitude for the life we shared. "Yes, Emily," I replied, my voice steady and sure. "I'm okay." And in that moment, beneath the canopy of the old oak tree, I knew that we were watched over, cared for by a presence that was both a part of us and beyond our understanding. The fear had become a gentle whisper, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us all, a mystery that had found its place in the fabric of our lives. The soft glow of dawn filtered through the delicate curtains of my suburban home, a quaint little house nestled among a row of identical structures. The neighborhood was a symphony of chirping sparrows and the distant hum of early morning traffic. I took a deep breath, savoring the moment as I wrapped my hands around a steaming cup of coffee. Life, as I knew it, was routine and comforting, the days blending seamlessly into one another like brush strokes on a canvas. My husband, Mark, was already dressed for work, his tie perfectly knotted, an ever-present smile playing on his lips. He kissed me lightly on the cheek, whispering a promise to return by dinner. Our daughter, Emily, was still asleep, her 6-year-old form cocooned in pastel sheets. Her presence was a constant source of joy, her laughter a melody that soothed any lingering disquietude. As she slept, I often found myself standing at her doorway, marveling at the sheer innocence that radiated from her small frame. The morning unfolded like any other. I prepared breakfast, tidied the rooms, and made a mental checklist of the errands to run. Emily stirred awake, her tiny footsteps padding across the hardwood floor. We settled into a comfortable routine, breakfast done, dishes washed, and the day ahead laid out with precision. It was a comforting normalcy, one that gave me a sense of purpose. But life has a way of shifting beneath our feet, subtly and imperceptibly at first. The first signs were barely noticeable, like whispers in a breeze, dismissible if you weren't paying attention. It began with the phone calls, unknown numbers that rang incessantly, only to fall silent the moment I answered. I chalked it up to telemarketers, a nuisance but no real threat. Then came the letters. Anonymous envelopes slipped into our mailbox, each one containing a single sheet of paper with a simple, unsettling message: "She knows." I dismissed them as pranks, albeit ones that left a disquieting impression. Mark was unconcerned, his reassurance a balm that momentarily eased my anxiety. "Some juvenile prankster," he suggested, "probably bored and looking for some mischief." He was so confident, his demeanor unruffled, and I let his calmness seep into my bones. Yet, there was a part of me that couldn't shake the feeling of unease, like an itch just out of reach. Days turned into weeks, and the disturbances persisted, seemingly growing bolder with each passing day. I felt watched, an unsettling sensation that shadowed my every move. The feeling was most intense in Emily's room, where the air seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. I began to notice small things out of place. A toy shifted slightly from where it had been left, or a window open that I was sure I'd closed. When I mentioned these to Mark, he dismissed them as lapses in memory, yet I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of intrusion. The nights became restless. Shadows danced across the walls with a malevolent grace, and the wind howled with a voice that chilled my spine. I found myself wandering the halls at night, plagued by the sensation that something lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. My reflection in the hallway mirror seemed to mock me, its eyes dark and hollow, filled with an understanding that eluded me. Then, one evening, an event transpired that shattered the fragile peace we'd maintained. It was late, the sky a deep indigo, stars obscured by thick clouds. Emily had drifted off after an evening of play, her soft breathing a lullaby that filled the room. I was in the kitchen, tidying up after dinner, when I heard it. A muffled sound, like a cry swallowed by the walls. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest, the sound echoing in my mind. It came again, unmistakable now, a child's voice pleading, "Help me." Panic surged through me as I raced up the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps. I burst into Emily's room, my breath caught in my throat. She lay there, untouched, her sleep undisturbed. The room was as it should be, yet the feeling of wrongness persisted, clinging to the air like a shroud. I checked the windows, the closet, peered under the bed. Nothing. There was no sign of disturbance, no evidence that anyone but Emily had been in the room. I returned downstairs, shaken but trying to rationalize the experience. Perhaps it had been a trick of the wind, or my mind playing games. Yet, deep down, I knew that explanation rang hollow. The following day, I confided in Mark, but he was dismissive, attributing my anxiety to stress and lack of sleep. "Why don't you take a day for yourself?" he suggested, his eyes filled with concern. "Get some rest, maybe see a friend." I took his advice, hoping a day away would clear my mind. But the unease followed me, a specter that refused to be banished. I returned home to find Mark and Emily in good spirits, their laughter a balm to my frazzled nerves. For a brief moment, normalcy returned, the warmth of family life enveloping us. But it was short-lived. That night, as I lay in bed, the house silent save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock, I heard it again. The voice, more insistent, a child's plaintive wail, echoing through the corridors. "Help me," it pleaded, the words tinged with desperation. I leapt from the bed, my heart pounding, driven by a primal need to protect my child. The house was cloaked in darkness as I moved through it, each room a shadowy tableau. Emily's door was ajar, the hallway light casting a sliver of illumination across her sleeping form. She was safe, untouched by whatever haunted these walls. I stepped into her room, the air thick with anticipation, and there, In the darkness, I felt it. A presence, watching, waiting. Unable to shake the feeling, I turned, my gaze falling on the mirror opposite Emily's bed. My reflection stared back, an unfamiliar face, twisted with fear. But it was the reflection beside mine that sent a shiver down my spine. A shadowy figure stood there, its form indistinct, a dark blur that seemed to pulse with malevolence. Panic gripped me as I blinked, and when my eyes reopened, the figure was gone, leaving only the echo of a child's cry in its wake. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, and in that moment, I understood. The whispers, the shifting objects, the voice, they were all connected, part of a pattern I had been too blind to see. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. Something wanted Emily. The next morning, I was a woman transformed. My nerves taut. I felt every creak and groan of the house with an acute awareness. My daughter remained blissfully unaware, her world filled with laughter and innocence. But I couldn't shake the fear that had taken root, a gnawing dread that grew with each passing hour. I decided to dig into the house's history, seeking answers to the questions that plagued me. Hours were spent at the local library, poring over microfilm and dusty records, tracing the lineage of our home. It was there, in the brittle pages of a forgotten newspaper, that I found my answer. Years ago, our house had been the site of a tragedy. A girl, not much older than Emily, had vanished without a trace, her disappearance a mystery that had haunted the community. Her name was Anna, and though her fate remained unresolved, whispers of foul play lingered. The more I read, the more a pattern emerged, one that suggested her spirit lingered, trapped within the confines of our home. Armed with this knowledge, I returned home, my resolve steeled. I would not allow this specter from the past to harm my family. That evening, I laid a plan, determined to confront the entity that haunted us. I spent hours preparing, gathering items I hoped would offer protection: salt, sage, symbols of faith. I waited until the house was shrouded in darkness, the world outside silent and still. It came as I knew it would, the air thickening with a presence that defied understanding. I felt its eyes on me, a weight that was both oppressive and undeniable. I moved through the house, scattering salt in doorways, whispering prayers under my breath. The atmosphere crackled with energy, charged with a tension that was almost palpable. In Emily's room, the air seemed to freeze, a chill that seeped into my bones. I called out, my voice steady, demanding that the spirit show itself. There was a moment of silence, stretched taut, and then I saw it. The figure from the mirror, no longer a shadow, but a girl, her eyes wide with sorrow and longing. Anna. She hovered near the bed, her form translucent, her mouth forming words that echoed in my mind. "Help me," she repeated, the plea a whisper that resonated deep within. I reached out, compelled by a force beyond reason, my hand passing through her form. She flickered, her image blurring, and for a moment, I saw the truth. The pain, the fear, the yearning for justice that had kept her bound. Compassion replaced my fear as I realized she was not the threat I had imagined, but a lost soul seeking retribution. Her death had gone unanswered, her cries for help drowned out by the passage of time. Empowered by this revelation, I promised her what she sought: justice. The following days were a blur of activity. I reached out to the local authorities, reopening the case that had long been considered cold. The evidence was scant, the trail long faded, but I persisted, driven by a need to set things right. My determination bore fruit, as old secrets were unearthed, truths whispered by those who had long held their silence. In a stunning turn of events, a suspect was apprehended, a man who had lived undetected in our midst, his sins buried beneath layers of respectability. Anna's story was brought to light, her memory honored, her spirit finally laid to rest. The atmosphere in our home shifted, the air lighter, the sense of unease dispelled. But even as the world returned to normal, the echoes of that time lingered, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next. I often found myself reflecting on those events, my heart heavy with the knowledge of how close we had come to the brink. Though the presence was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling that something remained, a shadow at the edge of my vision, a whisper in the night. It was as if the house had retained a memory of those dark days, a subtle reminder that some stories never truly end. Emily remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, her innocence preserved. But I knew, deep down, that the experience had changed me irrevocably. I was no longer the same person. My understanding of the world forever altered. As I stand at the window, watching the sun dip below the horizon, I feel a presence at my side. It is not malevolent. Rather, it is a comforting sense of being watched over, protected. In the silence, I hear a whisper, soft as a breeze. "Thank you," it says, a final farewell from the girl who had been trapped in darkness for far too long. The world moves on, as it always does, but I hold on to the lessons learned, the understanding that sometimes the past reaches out, seeking resolution, seeking peace. And though the fear has faded, a part of me remains wary, attuned to the unseen, the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. For that is the nature of life, a tapestry woven with strands of the known and the unknown, the living and the departed, each thread a connection to something greater than ourselves. The autumn leaves had begun to fall, a golden cascade lining the streets of our small suburban town. Life had measured its pace with the steady regularity of the seasons, and I found solace in the mundane rituals of day-to-day living. I had my routines, a morning coffee, a walk with our dog through the park, and an evening where I sat by the window, reading old letters. These letters were all I had left of her, my daughter, Emily, whose presence had vanished like a dream evaporating with the dawn. It had been 3 years since she went missing, 3 years since our world was turned inside out. Yet, every day, I imagined her face in those old photographs, her laughter echoing in the quiet spaces of our home. The day Emily disappeared was unremarkable in its normalcy. She had gone to school, kissed me goodbye, and never returned. The search that followed was thorough yet fruitless. No trace of her was found. The police eventually labeled the case cold, and I was left with an aching void and unanswered questions. Friends and neighbors offered condolences, but their words were hollow, unable to fill the emptiness that had carved itself into my heart. In the evenings, when the world was silent, I would sit by the window and watch the shadows lengthen, hoping that one day she would step through the door, smiling, as if she'd just been out playing in the yard. It was on a crisp October evening that the first disturbance rippled through my carefully maintained facade of normalcy. I was sitting in my usual spot by the window when the doorbell rang. A peculiar unease settled over me as I rose to answer it. Visitors were rare in the evening, and the hour was late. I opened the door to find a girl standing on the porch, her hair wind-tossed and her eyes wide with something that I can only describe as longing. "Mom," she said, her voice a haunting echo from the past. It was Emily. I blinked, convinced I was caught in a cruel dream. She looked older, her features sharper, but there was no mistaking her. She had the same eyes, the same gentle curve of her smile that could light up the darkest of days. I pulled her into my arms, tears streaming down my face as every suppressed emotion flooded to the surface. Joy, disbelief, and a lingering shadow of fear. "Where have you been?" I asked, my voice shaking with a multitude of questions. Her response was vague, cloaked in mystery. "I've been away," she said softly, "but I'm home now." There was something in her tone, a calmness that was unfamiliar, yet I was too overwhelmed to fully grasp it. Over the next few days, Emily settled back in as if she had never been gone. Her return was the talk of the town, whispers trailing us everywhere we went. People were curious, naturally, but they kept their distance, allowing us the space to reconnect as a family. For a time, life seemed to tilt back toward normalcy, with Emily resuming her old routines and slipping naturally into her place at home. Yet underneath the surface, something was amiss. I would catch her staring into space, her gaze unfocused and distant. At night, I heard her murmuring in her sleep, words that were unintelligible, yet filled with an unsettling resonance. There were moments when I'd find her standing at the window, looking out into the night with an expression of profound melancholy. When I asked her about it, she'd smile and assure me everything was all right. But a mother's instinct is rarely wrong. I knew that something was haunting her. The escalation came gradually, as subtle as the changing seasons. Strange occurrences began to plague our home. Lights flickered incessantly, shadows seemed to move of their own volition, and there was a chill in the air that no amount of warmth could dispel. Emily became increasingly withdrawn, her previously luminous presence now shrouded in an aura of impenetrable mystery. She spoke less, and when she did, her words were tinged with a cryptic quality that left me feeling unsettled. I began to notice things missing, little things at first, a book, a picture frame, a favorite mug. But then, larger items disappeared, only to return in odd places, with no explanation. The sense of unease grew, a creeping vine, twisting through the fabric of our home. It wasn't long before I started hearing whispers in the night, a chorus of voices just beyond comprehension, weaving through the silence. Desperate for answers, I confronted Emily, hoping to unravel the enigma that hung between us. "Emily," I said gently, "where were you? What happened?" She hesitated, the flicker of fear passing through her eyes. "I was lost," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Somewhere dark. They let me go, but they're still with me." "Who are they?" I pressed, my heart pounding in anticipation of a truth I wasn't certain I wanted to hear. Emily's eyes met mine, and in that moment, it felt as though a veil had lifted, revealing the depths of her soul. "Spirits," she said, her voice steady and eerily calm. "They're here, watching." The revelation was chilling, a cold hand gripping my heart. I wanted to dismiss her words as the ramblings of a troubled mind, but the evidence was all around us. The inexplicable phenomena, the pervasive sense of being watched. My rational mind waged war with the intuition that had been screaming at me since her return. As the days passed, the disturbances intensified. Objects flew off shelves, doors slammed shut of their own accord, and the whispers grew louder, forming a cacophony that echoed through the house. I felt trapped in a waking nightmare, each day blurring into the next, as reality seemed to unravel at the seams. One evening, when the wind howled outside and the moon cast an eerie glow over the town, the climax unfolded in a sequence of events that felt both inevitable and surreal. I awoke to find Emily standing at the foot of my bed, her expression serene, yet tinged with an otherworldly sadness. "They want you to know," she said, her voice carrying an unsettling gravity. "They want you to understand." Before I could respond, the air around us seemed to thicken, charged with an energy that was palpable and oppressive. Shadows danced along the walls, forming shapes that defied explanation. The whispers crescendoed into a chorus of anguish, their voices a symphony of despair that pierced the silence. "Emily, what is this?" I cried out, fear and confusion tightening their grip on me. "They're lost," she replied softly. "They want peace." In that moment, I understood. The spirits that lingered were not here to harm us, but to communicate, to reach out from their shadowed realm in search of solace. Emily, in her time away, had become a conduit, a bridge between worlds. Her return was not just a miracle. It was a plea for understanding, a call to acknowledge the presence of those who could not rest. The realization brought with it a sense of calm, a clarity that cut through the fear. I reached for Emily's hand, squeezing it gently as a silent promise passed between us. Together, we would help these restless souls find the peace they sought. In the days that followed, the disturbances abated, the atmosphere in our home shifting from tension to quietude. Emily and I worked together, learning to listen to the whispers, to discern the stories hidden within their spectral cadence. We performed small rituals, lighting candles and speaking words of comfort, offering a beacon of hope to those trapped in the shadows. Life resumed a semblance of normalcy, but the experience left an indelible mark on us both. Emily seemed lighter, her eyes brighter, as if the weight of her burden had been lifted. The house, too, felt different, warmer, more welcoming, as though it had been cleansed of its lingering unease. Yet, the fear lingered, a shadow that stretched beyond the bounds of our understanding. It was not a fear of the spirits or the supernatural, but of the unknown, the vast expanse of mystery that lay beyond the veil of our perception. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights, held the potential to remind us of the tenuous balance we now walked. In the quiet moments, when Emily and I sat together by the window, watching the world beyond, I would sometimes catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow, a whisper of presence. It was a reminder that we were part of something larger, something that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Though the fear was ever present, it was tempered by a sense of connection, a recognition of our place in the tapestry of existence. We continued to live our lives, bound by the knowledge of the unseen and the understanding that Emily's return had opened a door that could never be closed. And in that acceptance, we found a measure of peace, knowing that we were not alone, that the echoes of the past would always be with us, guiding us through the shadows of the unknown. The day was like any other in our quiet little suburb, a small town where each house stood neatly aligned, each garden meticulously pruned, and every face familiar in the way only small communities can breed familiarity. It was the kind of place where the sun always seemed to cast a warm, golden hue on the sidewalks, where children rode their bikes in languid loops, and adults exchanged pleasantries about weather and work from porch to porch. Life here was predictable, and after the heartache we had endured, predictability was a refuge. 3 years ago, my daughter Emily vanished without a trace. She was 10 at the time, a vibrant force of nature with laughter that bubbled over like a brook and eyes that sparkled with mischief and love. Her disappearance had been like a black hole, swallowing the light from our family and leaving a void that felt endless. Weeks turned into months, and months into years, with each day stretching painfully into the next. Her room remained untouched, a shrine to her memory, filled with toys that yearned for her touch and books waiting for her to return and read them. I remember the day she vanished with a clarity that tormented me. It was a Sunday afternoon, the kind of day where the world seemed to be cocooned in tranquility. Emily had gone to play in the yard, her laughter ringing out like a joyful bell. But when I called her in for dinner, she was gone. The police searched, the community rallied, but all efforts led to dead ends. Eventually, the world moved on, expecting us to do the same. But how could we? Morning routines became a salve. I'd wake, prepare breakfast for just my husband and myself, and then sit on our front porch, sipping coffee as the neighborhood slowly came alive. On this particular morning, I noticed the way the light filtered through the oak tree branches, casting playful shadows on the pavement. Lost in thought, I almost didn't hear the knock at the door. When it came again, insistent, I put down my mug and opened the door. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I might faint. There, standing before me, was Emily. My heart lurched and my mind raced, struggling to comprehend the image before me. She looked the same as the day she disappeared, unchanged, as if time had merely paused for her. Those same sparkling eyes met mine, but there was something different in them, an unfamiliar depth, an echo of something I couldn't name. "Mom," she said, her voice carrying the soft lilt of familiarity and the sharp edge of the uncanny. I reached out with trembling hands, my heart pounding furiously in my chest as I pulled her into a tight embrace. She felt solid and real against me, dispelling the fear that I was dreaming. Tears streamed down my face, wetting her hair as I held her, too afraid to let go. "How?" I managed to whisper, my voice choked with emotion. "Where have you been?" But Emily merely smiled, a serene, almost knowing smile that sent shivers down my spine. "I'm home now," she replied softly. "That's all that matters." The days that followed her return were surreal. The initial shock rippled through our community, each neighbor expressing disbelief and cautious joy. The police came and went, but Emily's story was as elusive as the day she vanished. She couldn't, or wouldn't, explain where she'd been. Her answers were vague, veering into the strange and fantastical, leaving us with more questions than answers. She spoke of a place between, where shadows danced, and time was as fluid as water. A place where she was never alone, but never truly with anyone either. While her words unnerved me, I clung to the relief of her presence. Having her back at the dinner table, hearing her laughter fill our home once again, it was a balm for an ache I had thought eternal. Yet, even as I basked in her return, a nagging unease settled deep within me. There were small things, subtle shifts in her behavior that I couldn't quite pinpoint. A certain stillness in her, an uncanny ability to appear and disappear without a sound, and a tendency to stare into the distance as if listening to a voice only she could hear. One evening, as I watched her from the kitchen, I noticed her standing at the window, silhouetted by the dying light of the day, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I approached quietly, hesitant to break whatever spell held her. "Emily?" I called softly. She turned to me slowly, her features bathed in shadows. "They're watching," she said with a small, enigmatic smile. "Who's watching, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The ones from the between," she replied, her voice almost a whisper. "They're always watching." Her words sent a chill through me, like the ghost of a winter breeze on a summer night. I tried to brush it off, attributing it to a child's imagination, a coping mechanism for whatever she had endured. But the feeling of being watched lingered long after she had gone to bed, casting long shadows in the corners of my mind. The next few weeks unfolded in an uneasy rhythm. Emily's presence seemed to be a catalyst for strange occurrences around the house. Items would go missing, only to reappear in odd places. The lights flickered unpredictably, often leaving us in darkness that felt heavier than it should. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I'd hear whispers, soft, unintelligible murmurs, that seemed to seep from the walls. Our once peaceful home now felt different, as if another presence had moved in with us, one that was not entirely benign. My husband, ever the rationalist, dismissed these incidents as electrical faults and forgetfulness, but I could see the doubt creeping into his features, mirrored in my own. One particularly restless night, I awoke to find the space beside me empty. My heart skipped as I realized my husband was not in bed. I rose, the wooden floor cold against my feet, and ventured through the darkened house, drawn inexplicably to Emily's room. The door was ajar, and soft light spilled into the hallway. Peering inside, I found Emily sitting cross-legged on her bed, her gaze locked on the wall opposite her, where shadows seemed to ripple and shift like dark water. My husband stood beside her, seemingly transfixed by the same unseen spectacle. "Tom," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid of breaking the strange spell that held them. He turned to me slowly, his eyes glazed and distant. "They have secrets," Emily said, her voice ringing with an eerie clarity. "They whisper them to me." "What secrets?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. Emily's smile was small and secretive. "Secrets of the between," she replied, her words echoing in the stillness. "Things that were, and things that will be." The air felt thick with tension, like the charged atmosphere before a storm. I took a cautious step forward, reaching for Tom, pulling him gently away from whatever had captured his attention. He blinked, confusion clouding his features, but he allowed me to lead him back to bed, leaving Emily to her whispers and shadows. The following days were a swirl of worry and weary vigilance. I kept a close watch on Emily, my heart aching to understand what she had become entangled with. She moved through the days with an ethereal grace, her presence both comforting and unsettling. The sense of being watched intensified, and I began to see fleeting figures at the edge of my vision. Slender silhouettes that vanished when I turned to look directly. One afternoon, while Emily was out playing in the yard, I ventured into her room. It felt different, colder, almost like a place forgotten by the sun. I moved with careful steps, drawn to her small desk where numerous drawings were scattered. They were depictions of shadowy figures, their forms reminiscent of human shapes, but twisted and elongated, set against a backdrop of swirling darkness. My heart pounded as I leafed through them, each image more disquieting than the last. A soft rustle behind me made me jump. I turned to find Emily standing in the doorway, watching me with those deep, knowing eyes. "They like it when I draw them," she said simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It makes them feel real." I struggled for words, my throat tight with a mix of fear and love. "Emily, why are they here?" She paused, her expression thoughtful, then replied with a haunting simplicity. "They followed me home. They wanted to see where I came from." The realization that these entities had traveled with her from whatever liminal space she had occupied struck me with a visceral dread. Yet, I felt a compulsion to understand, to protect her from whatever malevolent force might be lurking behind those shadowy forms. As the days turned to weeks, the sense of unease grew, twisting into a constant companion. The figures became bolder, lingering at the edge of my vision, their presence an oppressive weight on my psyche. Emily seemed unfazed, moving through our world with the same ethereal grace, her interactions with the shadows becoming a natural part of her routine. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the house was bathed in twilight, I felt an overwhelming compulsion to confront whatever had taken root in our home. I gathered my courage and approached Emily's room, the air thick with an otherworldly charge. Inside, the shadows moved like a living tapestry across the walls, their forms more distinct and sinister than ever before. Emily sat in the midst of them, her face serene, watching their dance with an unsettling calm. "Emily," I called softly, stepping into the room. "It's time for this to end. We need to let them go." She turned to me, her expression unreadable. "They won't leave," she said, her voice a gentle murmur. "Not until they've taken what they came for." My heart sank at her words, the weight of their implications settling over me like a shroud. "What do they want?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Emily's gaze bore into mine, filled with an ancient wisdom that belied her years. "They want what was taken from them," she replied, her voice a haunting melody. "They want something that belongs to this world." Before I could press further, the shadows surged forward, enveloping the room in inky darkness. I felt their presence, cold and vast, pressing in from all sides. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but I forced myself to remain grounded, focusing on the love I held for Emily, using it as an anchor against the encroaching void. In the heart of that darkness, I heard their whispers, fragments of a story long forgotten, of lives interrupted and promises broken. The weight of their sorrow was overwhelming, a torrent of emotions that threatened to drown me. But through the chaos, Emily's voice rang clear, guiding me back to the light. "They just want to be remembered," she said softly, as the shadows began to recede, leaving behind a lingering chill. "They need someone to hold their story, to keep it alive." Her words hung in the air, a revelation that settled over me with a profound clarity. These entities, whatever they were not here to harm, but to find closure, to be brought into the light of remembrance. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our home shifted. Emily continued to draw, her images transforming from dark, shadowy figures to vibrant depictions of light and life. The sense of being watched faded, replaced by a quiet peace that settled over the house like a gentle rain. Though the shadows were gone, their presence lingered in my thoughts, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary between our world and whatever lay beyond. Emily remained unchanged by time, her laughter a joyous symphony that filled our home, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As summer turned to autumn, I found myself on the porch once again, watching the leaves dance in the wind. The world around me felt renewed, vibrant with the promise of a new day. And though a part of me would always wonder about the mysteries of the between, I knew that for now, Our family was whole. Emily was home, and that was all that truly mattered. The soft hum of the kettle resonated gently in the kitchen, a comforting melody in my otherwise silent house. I watched the steam curl upward, dissipating into the morning air, just as I prepared my solitary breakfast ritual of toast and tea. This was my routine now, a quiet life on the outskirts of a small-town suburb where the days blurred together into a seamless tapestry of sameness. I had learned to find solace in these small rituals, to bury the aching void of my daughter's absence in the methodical motions of daily life. It had been 3 years since Emily disappeared. 3 agonizing years since that sunny afternoon when she ran out to play with her friends and never returned. The search parties, the police investigations, the endless questions with no answers, they all led to dead ends and faded into a grim acceptance of the unknown. People in town were kind, but kept their distance, as though grief were contagious, and I was a walking reminder of the fragility of their own loved ones. Yet, just as the kettle whistled its crescendo, a knock echoed through the quietude of my home, startling me. I wasn't expecting anyone, and visitors were a rarity. I hesitated, teacup in hand, before setting it down and moving toward the door, a strange sense of anticipation prickling my skin. I opened the door to find her standing there, a vision from a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. Emily, my Emily, but not quite. The girl before me wore the same familiar features, the cascade of chestnut hair, the deep-set, curious eyes. Yet there was something different in her gaze, an unsettling depth that seemed to pierce right through me. "Hello, Mom," she said, her voice a haunting echo of a memory. I stood paralyzed, my mind struggling to reconcile the impossible. She looked older, of course, as time had not stood still for either of us. But it was more than age. It was as if she had lived a lifetime in those 3 years, and perhaps she had. "Emily?" I whispered, the name of fragile hope escaping my lips. She nodded, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I reached out instinctively, my fingers trembling as they brushed against her cheek, real and warm. A sob choked its way up my throat, and I pulled her into a tight embrace, the scent of her hair a nostalgic balm to my fractured soul. But even as I held her, I felt a coldness emanate from her skin, a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. As the initial shock ebbed away, questions flooded my mind, each one vying for release. Where had she been? How had she survived? What had happened to her? But all those inquiries tangled into silence, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of her presence. "Can I come in?" she asked, her voice soft, almost pleading. Of course. I stepped aside, and she walked in with an air of familiarity, as though she had never left. The day unfolded with an eerie normalcy. I found myself making tea again, this time for both of us, watching her as she sat at the kitchen table, her fingers tracing the grain of the wood, her eyes lingering on each corner of the room, as if reacquainting herself with a long-lost friend. We spoke little, words trembling through the tension of the moment, and I let her lead the conversation, careful not to push too hard, too fast. "Do you remember this place?" I asked, my voice tentative. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting mine with an inscrutable expression. Bits and pieces, like fragments of a dream. It was then I noticed the shadows under her eyes, the pallor of her skin, and a chill seeped through me once more. Something was not right. But how could I question the miracle of her return? Could a mother's love not forgive all transgressions, all impossibilities? As the day gave way to evening, Emily remained, her presence both comforting and disquieting. I found myself watching her closely, noting every gesture, every flicker of emotion. Her laughter was the same, yet tinged with an edge of something darker, something that lay just beneath the surface. That night, she slept in her old room, a place I had left untouched since her disappearance. I stood by the door, watching her form rise and fall with breath, a miracle I dared not question aloud. Yet sleep eluded me, haunted by an unease I couldn't shake, and I found myself wandering the house, each creak of the floorboards echoing like a ghostly whisper. In the days that followed, Emily's presence became both a balm and a burden. She began to recount stories of her time away, snippets of a life that seemed both fantastical and terrifying. Her words painted a world of shadowy figures and hidden realms, a place where time twisted and reality blurred. She spoke of beings who watched and whispered, guardians and captors in equal measure. I listened, torn between disbelief and a mounting dread. "Why did you come back?" I asked one evening as we sat by the window, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Emily turned to me, her eyes reflecting the dying light, and for a moment I saw something ancient and knowing within them. "I had to," she replied simply, yet the weight of her words lingered, heavy and impenetrable. As days turned into weeks, the atmosphere in the house shifted. I couldn't quite place when it started, but the air grew thick with an oppressive presence. Strange occurrences began to unravel the fragile semblance of normalcy we had tried to cultivate. Doors creaked open of their own accord. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. And at night, whispers threaded through the air, too soft to understand, but impossible to ignore. I tried to rationalize, to attribute these happenings to stress and exhaustion. But the truth loomed ever larger, undeniable and terrifying. Emily was different, changed in ways that defied understanding. She seemed to know things before they happened, her eyes distant and knowing, as though she carried the weight of secrets too profound to voice. One night, driven by a restless curiosity and mounting fear, I ventured into her room while she slept, searching for answers in the silence. Her journal lay on the bedside table, its pages worn and stained. Hesitation clawed at me, but I opened it, driven by a desperate need to understand. The entries were scattered, a tapestry of thoughts and experiences that painted a portrait of a fractured mind. She wrote of the place she had been taken to, a realm between worlds where shadows danced and time stretched like elastic. Her words spoke of figures who loomed at the edges of her awareness, watching, waiting. Her final entry, sent a chill racing down my spine. I cannot stay. They will come for me, and I must be ready. In that moment, I understood. Emily's return was not the miracle I had longed for, but something far more complex and terrifying. She had crossed a boundary, touched a world that should remain unseen, and now that world reached back for her. As realization settled in, the house seemed to shudder, as if acknowledging the truth I had uncovered. The whispers grew louder, the shadows more insistent, and I felt their gaze upon me, probing, questioning. I confronted Emily the next morning, the words spilling out of me in a torrent of fear and desperation. "What is happening, Emily? What have you brought back with you?" She looked at me with those ancient eyes, sadness etched into her features. "I'm sorry, Mom," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I could keep them at bay, but they're already here." A cold despair settled over me, and I understood then that I was powerless to stop whatever was coming. Emily's presence was both a gift and a curse, a tether to a world beyond comprehension. In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. The house became a living entity, groaning under the strain of an unseen force. Lights flickered and died, mirrors cracked without warning, and a chill permeated every corner. Emily's health deteriorated, her vibrant spirit dimming as though the very life was being drained from her. I watched, helpless, as the fabric of our reality unraveled. And then, one night, the climax I had feared unfolded. Shadows congealed into form, a presence that filled the room with an oppressive force. Emily stood at the center, her eyes closed, a tranquility about her that was both eerie and profound. "I'm sorry," she whispered to me, as if from a great distance. "But it's time." The shadows closed in, enveloping her in a cocoon of darkness. I screamed, reaching out, but my hands passed through empty air. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The room was empty, and Emily was gone. Again. The silence that followed was absolute, a void that stretched into the corners of my soul. I stumbled back, the weight of what I had lost crushing me. Emily had returned only to be taken once more, her presence a fleeting echo of a reality forever altered. In the aftermath, the house returned to its stillness, the disturbances ceasing as abruptly as they had begun. But the fear lingered, a constant shadow that refused to dissipate. I knew now that the boundaries between worlds were fragile, and that my daughter had been a bridge between them. Life continued in the small-town suburb, the routine of daily life, a comforting distraction from the truth that lay beneath. But in moments of quiet, I felt the presence that watched and waited, a reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond the veil of perception. Emily's return had been both a gift and a curse, a lesson in the unfathomable depths of love and loss. And though she was gone, her memory remained, a haunting specter that whispered of things unseen and a world forever changed. I had often heard of the island nestled quietly within the vastness of Lake Michigan, an experimental community so shrouded in secrecy that its existence seemed more like an urban legend than reality. Rumors swirled about a place where the government had once conducted genetic experiments, a laboratory hidden within a seemingly quaint township. Yet, it was not until a brisk autumn day when I received an invitation, an unexpected letter that would unravel the truth behind these whispers. The invitation was handwritten, its ink slightly smudged as if penned in haste. It was a call to visit the island, an opportunity to see the community for myself. Signed by a Dr. Elias Marlowe, a name unfamiliar to me. Though perplexed by the invitation, a swell of curiosity pushed me to accept. It was a brief journey by ferry, the mainland quickly disappearing from view as the island loomed ahead, its silhouette sharp against the reddening sky. As I disembarked, the island greeted me with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The village, with its charming cobblestone paths and picturesque cottages, seemed idyllic. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of children's laughter. A peace settled over me as I strolled through the community, taking in its serene beauty. Yet beneath this veneer lay something I couldn't quite place, a subtle dissonance that prickled at the back of my mind. Dr. Marlowe, a gaunt man with thinning hair and eyes that seemed always to be searching for something just out of sight, met me at the village center. He spoke with a voice that was both soothing and unsettling, recounting the island's history as we walked. The community, he explained, was once a hub for genetic research, a project initiated decades ago to enhance human capabilities. But as funding dwindled and ethics grew murkier, the island transformed from a research facility into a self-sustaining society. Its residents left to foster the next generations. The children I saw playing in the square were unlike any others. There was an uncanny synchronicity to their movements, a grace that seemed almost choreographed, as if they were in constant silent communication. Their laughter, though genuine, had a peculiar note that sent a shiver down my spine. It was then I noticed their eyes, each pair reflecting an unsettling depth, as though they held secrets untold. As evening fell, Dr. Marlowe led me to a small inn where I would stay during my visit. The rooms were modest, yet comfortable, and as I lay in bed that night, the island's eerie calmness wrapped around me like a blanket. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by dreams of faces I had never seen, yet somehow recognized, and whispers that faded into the night. The following day unfolded with the same serene facade. I wandered the paths, observing the daily lives of the villagers. They moved with purpose, their routines seamless and unperturbed by an outsider's presence. Conversations were hushed, eyes casting frequent fleeting glances my way. It was as if they shared a collective consciousness, a unity that extended beyond mere community. My exploration led me to the island's outskirts, where the forest loomed thick and imposing. It was there, amid the dense trees, that I first sensed the island's darker undertones. An inexplicable pull drew me deeper into the woods, and it was there I stumbled upon an abandoned structure, overgrown with ivy and neglect. The remnants of what was once a facility lay scattered, rusting equipment, faded notes scrawled in scientific jargon, and faded photographs of children, their faces alight with an unnatural vibrancy. It dawned on me that these were the predecessors of the children I had seen, perhaps the very subjects of the experiments long ceased. The realization settled like a stone in my stomach, the implications of which weighed heavily on my mind. Had these children been bred in captivity, their lives orchestrated by unseen hands, forever bound to the island by an experiment that had outlived its creators? Returning to the village, a new tension thrummed beneath the island's tranquil exterior. The children watched me with an intensity that was both captivating and unnerving, their eyes following my every move. I felt exposed under their silent scrutiny, as if they were assessing my presence, measuring my intentions. Dinner with Dr. Marlowe that evening was an equally unsettling affair. He spoke of the island with a reverence that bordered on zealotry, his words laced with an undercurrent of pride and something darker. He described the community's successes, the children's remarkable abilities, yet deftly sidestepped the ethical shadows cast by the island's past. When pressed, his answers were evasive, deflecting with the practiced ease of someone well-versed in concealing truths. As night descended, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being an intruder in a world not meant for outsiders. The island, with its picturesque facade, had begun to reveal itself as a gilded cage. Its residents the birds bred for a song only they could hear. The children, with their strange synchrony and knowing eyes, were the legacy of an experiment that, while abandoned, had never truly ended. It was in the dead of night that the island's true nature revealed itself. Awoken by a sound I couldn't quite place, I found myself drawn once more to the forest. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting ghostly shadows on the path as I followed an unknown calling. It led me to a clearing where the children stood in a perfect circle, their eyes closed, faces lifted to the sky as if in silent communion. There was a palpable energy that thrummed through the air, a connection that seemed to pulse from child to child, binding them in an unseen web. I watched, transfixed, as they began to hum in unison, a haunting melody that resonated deep within me, stirring emotions I couldn't name. It was beautiful and terrifying, a lullaby and a warning entwined. In that moment, I understood the truth of the island, the legacy of experiments long buried but never forgotten. The children were not mere remnants. They were the culmination, carrying within them the echoes of a past shrouded in secrecy, their very existence a testament to human hubris. The island was their haven, a sanctuary built on the bones of ambition and ethical compromise. As the melody reached its crescendo, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, a surrender to the inevitability of the island's truths. Yet with it came a lingering fear, a recognition that I had glimpsed something profound and unknowable. The island, with its serene facade and eerie depths, was a world unto itself, a place where the past and present coalesced in a haunting dance. When the night finally gave way to dawn, the children dispersed, leaving me alone in the clearing. The island, now bathed in morning light, seemed almost mundane in its beauty. the shadows of night retreating to the corners of memory. Yet as I retraced my steps back to the village, I knew the island's secrets would remain with me, etched into my mind like an indelible mark. Dr. Marlowe bid me farewell at the dock, his expression unreadable, yet tinged with an understanding that needed no words. The ferry pulled away, the island slowly receding into the horizon, a haunting silhouette that would forever linger in my thoughts. Even now, back on the mainland, the island's essence haunts me. The children, with their ethereal smiles and eyes that saw beyond the veil of normalcy, remain vivid in my mind. The melody of that night, an eternal whisper, reminds me that some truths are not meant to be uncovered, some mysteries best left enshrouded in their own shadows. The air was crisp and carried a metallic tang as I stepped off the boat onto the shore of the Holy Isle, the wind combing through my hair with an insistence that felt almost like a caress. There was a sense of peace that permeated this place, as though the land itself was untouched by time. The sand was cool beneath my shoes, and I could feel the history humming beneath my feet, a pulsing reminder of the lives that had once thrived here. The island was an isolated speck amidst the vast expanse of the sea, its only features a ruined monastery perched atop a craggy hill and the remnants of a castle silhouetted against the pale sky. I had been drawn here by the stories, whispered in corners of libraries and in the cryptic notes of old journals. A ceremony, they said, that was both sacred and sinister, a rite that tethered the island to the world in ways few understood. I was not alone. Several others had made the journey with me, though we traveled separately. I recognized their faces from the ferry, each bearing expressions of quiet determination, or perhaps resignation. We nodded to one another with the silent camaraderie of those who knew they were about to partake in something beyond the ordinary. As I made my way toward the monastery, the path wound through a landscape dotted with wildflowers and gnarled trees, their branches reaching out like wizened fingers. The stone ruins loomed ahead, their presence a testament to the echoes of chants long extinguished from the present, but somehow preserved in the very stones that made up the structure. Inside, the monastery was a labyrinth of shadows and light, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else. Incense, perhaps, or the lingering traces of a long-forgotten ritual. I wandered through the aisles, my footsteps muffled by the moss that carpeted the ground. The silence here was profound, a deep, resonant quiet that promised secrets to those willing to listen. It was then that I noticed the first disturbance. A chill crept through the air, not the kind brought on by the sea breeze, but one that emanated from within, a sensation that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. I had the unshakable feeling of being watched, as though the walls themselves had eyes and were observing my every move with a scrutiny that was both unsettling and intimate. I paused before what must have once been an altar, now nothing more than a slab of stone surrounded by crumbling pillars. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I turned sharply, expecting to find someone standing behind me. There was no one, only a trick of the light, perhaps, or the shadows playing games with my mind. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something etched into the stone, a series of symbols that were almost obscured by the encroaching moss. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer, tracing the lines with my fingers. The symbols were familiar, reminiscent of those I had seen in the old journals, their meanings lost to the passage of time, but still carrying an aura of significance. Questions churned in my mind as I exited the monastery, the sense of being observed lingering like an unwelcome guest. I decided to head toward the castle, hoping to find answers, or at least some distraction from the unease that had settled over me. The path to the castle was steeper, the grass slippery underfoot. The ruins rose majestically, their walls encased in ivy, the windows dark and vacant. There was a beauty to the decay, a solemn dignity that spoke of ancient glories and forgotten tragedies. Within the castle's boundaries, I found a group of the others who had journeyed here. They were gathered in a circle, their voices hushed and serious. As I approached, they turned toward me, their faces a mixture of relief and anticipation. It was clear they had been discussing the ceremony, the rite that had drawn us all to this desolate place. We spoke quietly, sharing the fragments of knowledge each of us had gleaned. The ceremony was said to be a binding of sorts, a communion with the island's spirit, a spirit that demanded sacrifice, though the nature of such a sacrifice was shrouded in mystery. No one knew for certain what it entailed or who might be chosen, only that it was essential for the island's continued existence. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly man, whose features were sharp and weathered. His eyes bright, with an intensity that belied his age. He introduced himself as the keeper of the isle, the guardian of its secrets, and the one who would oversee the ceremony. His presence was commanding, and as he spoke, we listened with rapt attention. The ceremony, he explained, was a tradition that stretched back centuries, a pact between the land and those who sought its protection. It was a ritual of renewal, a way to ensure the balance was maintained, though he did not elaborate on what the balance entailed. The keeper's gaze swept over us, measuring, assessing, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. There was something unsettling in his eyes, a depth of knowledge that seemed both ancient and alien. With a final nod, he bid us prepare for the ceremony, which would take place at dusk. As the day wore on, a sense of tension built among us, a silent understanding that something significant was about to unfold. I found myself drawn back to the monastery, seeking solace in its crumbling walls, while the others dispersed to contemplate their own thoughts and fears. It was there, in the fading light, that the true nature of the ceremony revealed itself to me. As shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the symbols on the altar seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsating with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The air around me vibrated with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. I was not alone. A presence filled the space, a being unseen yet undeniably there, its essence woven into the fabric of the island itself. I felt its call, a beckoning that resonated deep within my soul, urging me to step forward, to embrace the role that had been chosen for me. The realization struck me with the force of a tidal wave. I was the sacrifice, the chosen one, selected not by chance but by a design that had been set in motion long before my arrival. Panic surged through me, followed swiftly by acceptance, a calm that settled over my fear like a balm. As I stood before the altar, a sense of peace enveloped me, a certainty that this was my destiny, that the island's spirit and mine were intertwined in a dance that transcended time and space. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, feeling the energy flow through me, around me, becoming a part of me in a way that was both intimate and profound. When I opened my eyes, the others were there, their faces illuminated by the dying light. They watched with expressions of awe and reverence, understanding dawning in their eyes as the keeper stepped forward to begin the ceremony. His voice rang out, a chant in a language both alien and familiar, weaving through the air like a silken thread. I could feel the island's spirit responding, its presence a comforting embrace that surrounded us all. The ceremony was a blur of sensation and emotion, a symphony of light and sound that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I felt myself lifted, carried by the tide of energy that surged through the monastery, a conduit between the island and the world beyond. As the final notes of the chant faded into silence, I found myself standing once more before the altar, the symbols now dormant, their glow extinguished. The keeper's gaze met mine, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired, a shared understanding that words could not capture. In the aftermath, there was a stillness, a moment frozen in time as we stood together, bound by the experience we had just shared. The island felt different, its spirit no longer a distant echo, but a living presence that pulsed beneath the surface, a heartbeat that matched my own. With the ceremony complete, we departed the monastery, our footsteps echoing softly in the twilight. The island seemed to welcome us with open arms. The tension that had hung over us dissipated like morning mist. Yet, as we returned to our lives, the memory of the ceremony lingered, a haunting refrain that played at the edges of my consciousness. The island remained with me, its spirit a constant companion that whispered secrets in the quiet moments, a reminder of the choice I had made and the bond that could never be broken. Even now, I feel its presence, a gentle tug on my soul, a call that beckons me back to the Holy Isle, where the ruins stand watch over the sea and the ancient rite endures, a testament to the enduring connection between the land and those who heed its call. And so, the fear remains, not of the island itself, but of the knowledge it has imparted, a revelation that has forever altered my understanding of the world and my place within it. The island's spirit and mine are one, bound by a ceremony that transcends time, an eternal dance that continues to unfold beneath the stars. The first time I set foot on the isolated island, it was under the guise of a documentary project, an island virtually unknown, skimming through the annals of time undisturbed, perched as a lone sentinel in the vastness of the ocean. The islanders, a small community of peculiar recluses, were the subject of my interest. I carried with me a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to uncover the whispered secrets of a place untouched by modernity. Life on the island appeared idyllic at first glance. The villagers moved through a rhythm of life as ancient as the land itself, each day marked by the rising and setting of the sun. They welcomed me with a hospitality that was genuine, though reserved, their eyes often lingering a second too long, as if assessing my worthiness. There was a tranquility in the air, a tranquility that belied an undercurrent of tension I could not yet decipher. My lodgings were simple yet comfortable, a small hut that overlooked the vast sea. Each morning I would rise with the sun to the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, a sound that gradually became more than just a backdrop. It was a quiet reminder of the island's isolation, its detachment from the world I knew. The villagers went about their rituals with an unspeakable grace, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, the sea, and the winds that whispered through the palms. Life blossomed around me with an air of enigmatic simplicity, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of something lurking just beneath the surface. It was during one of my walks through the village that I first noticed the strangeness, a peculiarity that gnawed at the edges of my senses. In the heart of the village stood a stone altar, weathered by centuries, its presence a testament to an ancient reverence. The villagers called it the Guardian's Rest, a sacred place, they said, protected by the guardian of the hidden world. The first instance of disturbance came unexpectedly, a ripple in the calm facade. A young girl, no older than 6, approached me with a solemnity that seemed beyond her years. Her eyes told of a wisdom that contradicted her youth, as if she held secrets untold. She handed me a small driftwood carving, its form strange and twisted, resembling no creature I had seen before. "For protection," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the whisper of the wind. Confused, I accepted the gift, thanking her with a nod. As she scampered away, I studied the carving, feeling the smoothness of wood shaped by hands, molded by tradition. It was a small token, yet it felt heavy with portent. I tucked it into the pocket of my jacket, a talisman against an unknown threat. Days passed, and the island's veneer of tranquility began to show its cracks. The villagers' behavior grew more insular, their eyes shadowed with a wary vigilance. Conversations ceased when I approached, replaced by furtive glances and whispered exchanges. It was as if the island itself held its breath, waiting for an inevitable occurrence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of crimson and gold, I found myself drawn to the Guardian's Rest. The altar stood silent, an imposing figure against the encroaching darkness. I felt an inexplicable pull, a desire to understand the mystery that clung to the villagers like a shroud. As I stood there, a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, his face etched with the lines of age and wisdom. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his voice a soft rumble of earth and stone. "The island's spirit calls to you." I nodded, unable to articulate the unease that had settled in my bones. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It is a sanctuary, a boundary between worlds," he replied. "Here, the Guardian watches over us, keeping the darkness at bay. But there are times when the boundary weakens, and the drifters come." "Drifters?" I echoed, the word foreign yet familiar. Spirits untethered, lost between worlds, the elder explained, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the veil of our reality. They seek to enter, to find solace in the living world. The revelation hung heavy in the air, the weight of it pressing against my chest. It was then that I understood the significance of the driftwood carving, a talisman against the drifters. The island was not merely isolated by geography, but shrouded by a supernatural boundary, a fragile shield against forces that sought entry into our world. The nights grew longer, darkness creeping into the edges of the village like an encroaching tide. The air was charged with anticipation, a sense of waiting for something inevitable, something that could not be stopped. The villagers gathered at the altar in silent vigil, their faces drawn and weary, eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. The escalation came suddenly, without warning. A storm rolled in from the sea, fierce and unrelenting, battering the island with winds that howled like tormented souls. The villagers gathered at the Guardian's Rest, forming a circle around the altar, their voices rising in a chant that resonated with a primal power. I stood among them, the driftwood carving clutched tightly in my hand, feeling the raw energy coursing through us, binding us as one. The storm reached a fever pitch, the air crackling with electricity. As the boundary weakened, the drifters clawing at the edges of our world. Through the chaos, I saw them, shadows moving against the darkness, figures translucent and insubstantial, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They pressed against the boundary, seeking entry, their presence a palpable weight in the air. In the eye of the storm, the islanders' chant rose to a crescendo, a plea for protection, a call to the Guardian. The elder stepped forward, his voice ringing out above the tumult, invoking the ancient power that lay dormant within the land. The altar glowed with an ethereal light, a beacon in the storm, casting the shadows back into the void. The climax came with a sudden stillness, a moment suspended in time as the boundary was restored. The drifters repelled back into the darkness. The island sighed as one, a collective exhalation of relief as the storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. The villagers dispersed, their faces weary but relieved, the knowledge of their triumph etched into their eyes. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary. The island's tranquility was restored, but the memory of the drifters remained, a lingering fear that could not be erased. I carried the driftwood carving with me, a talisman against the darkness, a reminder of the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of reality. As I prepared to leave the island, I understood that the cleansing ritual was more than tradition. It was a necessity, a guardian's duty to protect the living from the lost. The villagers watched as my boat departed, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky, a silent vigil for the world they protected. The island receded into the distance, its secrets safe for another turn of the tide. But as I returned to the world I knew, the fear lingered still, a whisper of shadows in the periphery of my vision. I realized then that the boundary between worlds was thin, and the drifters would always be there, waiting for the moment when they might slip through once more. The sky bore the muted hues of dawn when I first saw the island, a lonely silhouette against the vast expanse of shimmering water. Our small boat, battered from the unexpected storm, creaked and groaned as the waves pushed us mercilessly towards the shore. I had not anticipated such a violent shift in the weather, nor the silent, foreboding welcome of the isle that now loomed closer with every passing second. As I staggered onto the soft sand, I felt a surreal sense of relief mingled with trepidation. The island, with its dense cluster of palm trees and the gentle rustle of leaves, seemed almost tranquil. It bore the deceptive appearance of paradise, untouched by human hands. For a moment, I could almost convince myself that this could be a place of refuge, a temporary sanctuary until rescue came. The first few days on the island were peaceful. I spent my time gathering coconuts and fishing with makeshift spears. The sun was unforgiving, and the nights were cool, but the simplicity of survival offered its own rhythm. I found a small freshwater spring, its discovery a stroke of good fortune, and set up camp nearby under the foliage, where the leaves provided scant shelter from the elements. Yet, despite the island's serene veneer, an inexplicable unease gnawed at me. At times, as I wandered along the shore or delved into the dense underbrush in search of food, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows that seemed too deliberate, too alive to be swayed solely by the wind. Then came the first disturbance. It was a night like any other, the moon casting a silvery glow over the landscape. I was awakened by a sound, a low, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. It rose and fell in haunting cadence, chilling the nighttime air. Listening intently, I realized it was no mere animal call. Something far more sinister lay at its origin. Sleep proved elusive that night. I lay staring at the canopy of stars, the sound of the ocean a steady rhythm that accented the anxious beating of my heart. In the morning, as the first light of day dispelled the shadows, I set out to explore the source of the noise. My feet carried me deeper into the heart of the island, past ancient trees that towered like silent sentinels, their boughs whispering secrets older than time itself. The terrain grew more rugged as I pressed on, and soon I found myself standing before the entrance of a cave, its gaping mouth a dark promise of mystery. Hesitant, yet driven by a curious compulsion, I entered. The air was cool inside, and my footsteps echoed softly as I moved deeper into the darkness. It was there, in the shadowy depths, that I first encountered the creature. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a figure of darkness and fluid form, as though it were shaped by the shadows themselves. Its eyes, when they found mine, were orbs of cold, fathomless black that seemed to peer into the very soul. I froze, every instinct screaming to flee, yet my body refused to obey. The creature made no move towards me. It merely observed, a presence both terrifying and oddly tranquil. After what felt like an eternity, it turned, disappearing into the deeper recesses of the cave, leaving behind an air of profound unease. I stumbled out into the sunlight, my mind racing to comprehend the encounter. The days that followed were marked by an escalating tension. I began to notice other signs, strange patterns in the sand, and unfamiliar tracks leading to and from the forest. Each night, the haunting wail echoed, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, a constant reminder of the entity that shared the island with me. Desperation spurred me into action. I crafted rudimentary tools, set up traps, but all efforts seemed futile. The creature, whatever it was, moved with an intelligence that belied its beastly form. It seemed neither hostile nor benign, simply present, a spectral overseer of the island's solitude. The climax arrived on a stormy night, when the winds howled like a chorus of phantoms and the rain fell in sheets. My camp was a miserable refuge against the elements, and the oppressive darkness made the world seem small and confined. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows. This time, I did not retreat. Whether it was madness or courage that governed my actions, I stepped forward. The air around me was charged with an electricity that was not entirely of the storm's making. We stood facing each other, the creature and I, two solitary figures bound by the island's enigma. In that moment, clarity washed over me. The creature was not merely a beast, but a guardian of sorts, an ancient spirit intertwined with the very essence of the island. It was then I understood that this encounter was my penance, a test of survival and understanding, a trial of redemption for past sins I had long buried under the sands of forgetfulness. The creature moved towards me, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. It paused, and as its eyes met mine once more, I felt a profound acceptance, a silent acknowledgement of shared solitude. Then it was gone, leaving behind a sense of peace and a lingering question. Was this redemption, or simply a new beginning? The storm passed, and with it, the oppressive weight of fear seemed to lift. The island, though still isolated, no longer felt like a prison. Instead, it became a place of reflection where I could confront the past I had tried to escape. The creature's presence, though unseen, was a constant whisper in the rustle of the leaves and the crash of the waves. As I write this, I know that rescue may come one day, or perhaps it may not. But here, in this tranquil captivity, I have made my peace. The island has become both my sanctuary and my confessor. I am no longer the man who arrived on these shores, but someone new, shaped by the silence and the shadows, forever altered by the creature's gaze. And so, the fear lingers, not in the form of dread, but as a reminder of the unknown that still breathes beneath the island's surface. In every shadow lies a story untold, in every whisper, a secret kept. The creature, a guardian of mysteries, watches still, a silent friend in the solitude of my redemption. My journey to the southern Pacific island began under the pretext of an academic expedition, a noble cause masked by my personal curiosity. The island, unnamed on many maps but known in whispers among archaeologists, was said to contain ruins of an ancient civilization, buried deep within its dense jungles. My colleagues at the university, were skeptical, dismissing it as another wild goose chase inspired by myths and half-truths. But my determination was unwavering, fueled by obscure references and a series of increasingly vivid dreams that tugged at my consciousness. My arrival was unceremonious, the small seaplane skimming across the crystalline waters before depositing me on a narrow strip of yellow sand. The island was lush, the air heavy with humidity and the sweet scent of blooming flora. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of exotic birds, a symphony of nature that shrouded the island's secrets in serene beauty. For the first few days, I settled into a routine. My modest camp was established near the shore, a canvas tent my only shelter from the elements. By day, I ventured into the jungle, machete in hand, cutting through the thick underbrush in search of any signs of the ancient ruins. By night, I pored over my notes and sketches, trying to piece together the fragments of evidence I had gathered from a multitude of disparate sources. The forest was a world unto itself, a living entity that seemed to breathe and pulse with an energy all its own. Towering trees, their canopies interwoven like a verdant tapestry, filtered the sunlight into ethereal beams that danced upon the forest floor. Vines hung like serpents from the branches, swaying gently with the breeze. I felt a sense of peace, a comforting normalcy amid the wildness. Yet, beneath this tranquility, there was an undercurrent of something else, an awareness that prickled at the edges of my mind. The first disturbance came on the 5th day. I had stumbled upon a clearing, its grassy expanse dotted with strange stone structures that rose from the earth like the bones of forgotten giants. Weathered and overgrown, these monoliths bore intricate carvings that defied any known language, their glyphs twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive when touched by the sunlight. As I carefully documented the sight, a shiver ran down my spine. A faint laughter, distant yet unmistakable, echoed through the trees. I froze, the pen slipping from my fingers as I strained to listen. The laughter was neither joyful nor sinister, but it carried with it an unsettling familiarity, as if the island itself was acknowledging my presence. That night, I lay awake in my tent, the tropical heat oppressive and stifling. The laughter haunted my thoughts, a ghostly refrain that replayed over and over. I rationalized it as the product of fatigue and isolation, yet a lingering unease gnawed at me. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of shadowy figures dancing amongst the ruins, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The following days saw an escalation of the island's strange phenomena. As I delved deeper into the jungle, the laughter grew more frequent, more insistent. It seemed to follow me, a shadowy companion that never revealed itself. The forest, once a place of vibrant life, now felt watchful, its presence heavy and omnipotent. The very air vibrated with an anticipation that set my nerves on edge. One afternoon, as I examined a particularly elaborate carving, I felt a prickle of awareness at the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I saw nothing but the dense foliage, yet the laughter rippled through the air, closer now and more pronounced. I called out, a tentative greeting that was swallowed by the jungle's silence. The response was immediate, a burst of laughter that seemed to come from all directions at once, surrounding me in its intangible embrace. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus, to remember the purpose that had brought me here. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid dreams that seemed more real than waking life. In these dreams, I wandered through the ruins, guided by laughter that led me deeper and deeper into the heart of the island. There, a shadowy figure awaited, its features obscured by darkness. Each night, I attempted to reach it, but just as I thought I would succeed, the dream would dissolve, leaving me alone in my tent, drenched in sweat. The climax came on the 10th day. I had ventured further than ever, driven by an inexplicable compulsion. The jungle seemed to part before me, as if guiding me towards a destination I was meant to find. Eventually, I emerged into a clearing larger than any I had seen. In its center stood a towering stone archway, its surface engraved with the same glyphs that adorned the other ruins. The air was thick with expectation, the silence so profound that I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. As I approached the archway, the laughter began again, a cacophony that resonated deep within my bones. It was no longer distant, but immediate, enveloping me like a living thing. My heart pounded as I stepped beneath the arch, the world shifting around me as I crossed the threshold. On the other side, the jungle remained unchanged, yet there was a palpable difference. The air felt heavier, the colors deeper and more vivid, and there, standing before me, was the shadowy figure from my dreams. Its form was indistinct, a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of the jungle, yet its presence was undeniable. The laughter ceased, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to stretch on for eternity. We stood there, the figure and I, locked in a silent communion. I felt an understanding pass between us, a recognition of a bond that transcended time and space. The figure inclined its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, and then slowly faded into the forest, leaving me alone once more. The journey back to my camp was a blur, my mind reeling from the encounter. The jungle, though unchanged, now felt different, as if imbued with a newfound respect for the secrets it harbored. The laughter no longer haunted me, but lingered as a gentle memory, a reminder of the unseen presence that watched over the island. Though I eventually left the island, its mysteries unresolved, the experience remains with me, a lingering fear that resides in the quiet corners of my mind. The ruins, the laughter, and the shadowy figure are as vivid now as they were then, etched into my memory. The island's secrets continue to elude explanation, but the encounter has reshaped my understanding of the world, leaving me with the unsettling knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The jungle was, in its own right, a breathing entity. Each day, as I trudged through the dense foliage, the cacophony of hidden creatures blended into a symphony of life that both soothed and tormented my senses. I was a soldier in the British Indian Army during the Arakan campaign in Burma, and the war was a distant rumble compared to the immediacy of the jungle's presence. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath a labor. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, the Arakan jungles offered an odd sense of normalcy. The routine of survival anchored us amidst the larger storm. The company I was part of had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the jungle. We were a group of men, welded together by the fire of conflict, each of us aware of the other's fears and habits. The jungle was a constant, an unchanging backdrop to our daily struggles. It was easier to surrender to its embrace than to resist it. Easier to let its verdant tendrils wrap around us than to fight its immensity. We had learned to read its signs, to interpret its whispers, and navigate its dense undergrowth with the expertise of those who had been hardened by necessity. It was during one of these routine patrols that the first disturbance broke the veneer of normalcy. We had been assigned to scout a section of the jungle that was, according to our intelligence, possibly infiltrated by enemy forces. As we moved deeper into the green labyrinth, the air seemed to grow denser, more oppressive. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the ever-present danger, yet what I felt was not the usual anxiety of an impending skirmish. It was something more profound, more ancient. The jungle seemed to shift around us, its shadows lengthening and twisting in ways that defied logic. There was a moment, a fleeting glimpse of something that my mind could not fully comprehend. It was a shape, a movement at the periphery of my vision, slithering between the trees with an unnatural grace. I dismissed it initially as a trick of the light, a manifestation of my weary mind, until I saw it again. This time, others saw it too, a collective recognition of an entity that did not belong to this world. It was as if the jungle itself was harboring a secret, a hidden presence that had grown tired of remaining unseen. Our patrol continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. The men were uneasy, their usual banter replaced by tense silences, punctuated by furtive glances between the trees. We all sensed it now, an undercurrent of something watching us, something malevolent and ancient. We pressed on, driven by duty and an unspoken agreement to unravel the mystery that had enshrouded us. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the jungle closing in around us with a predatory hunger. The escalation of events was as insidious as the creeping vines that tangled our path. 2 of our men vanished without a trace, swallowed by the jungle with barely a whisper. Their disappearance was met with a grim acceptance, for we all knew that the jungle was not a forgiving adversary. Yet, there was something else at play, a deeper, more sinister force at work. We began to speak of the jungle in hushed tones, as if fearing that our words might summon its wrath. Each night as we made camp, the darkness would settle like a living entity, blanketing us with an impenetrable shroud. The usual nocturnal calls of the jungle were absent, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed down on us with a suffocating weight. It was during these nights that the dreams came, visions of an incomprehensible horror lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. I saw shapes, twisted and grotesque, writhing in a darkness more profound than any I had ever known. They whispered my name, beckoning me to join them in their eternal embrace. The climax came with the suddenness of a lightning strike. We had made camp near a river, hoping that its presence might offer some reprieve from the oppressive heat. As night fell, the air hummed with a strange energy, a vibrational pulse that resonated in my bones. It was then that the entity revealed itself, a monstrous form that defied the boundaries of reality, emerging from the jungle with a fluidity that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was as if the very fabric of the world had torn open to release this abomination, a being of shadows and whispers, its presence warping the space around it. Panic ensued, our discipline unraveling in the face of this eldritch horror. Men screamed, their minds shattering under the weight of its gaze. I stood frozen, a prisoner of my own terror, as it reached out with tendrils of darkness, each one a promise of oblivion. There was no escape from its grasp, no sanctuary in which to hide. It was as if the jungle itself had become an extension of the entity, its roots and vines lashing out to ensnare us. In that moment of despair, a clarity emerged. I understood that this entity was not of our world, not a creature born of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the jungle's deepest nightmares, a sentinel guarding the threshold between reality and an unfathomable abyss. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange peace settle within me, a resignation to the inevitable. The entity receded as abruptly as it had appeared, the jungle releasing us from its cryptic hold. We were left with the echoes of its presence, the jungle returning to its indifferent symphony. Our numbers were fewer, the survivors burdened with the haunted knowledge of what we had witnessed. Yet, the jungle was unchanged, its mysteries intact, its secrets guarded by an eldritch custodian. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root in our minds, an insidious presence that shadowed our every step. The jungle was no longer a mere backdrop to our war. It had become an active participant, a sentient force with its own agenda. We spoke little of what we had encountered, the words heavy with the weight of disbelief. Yet, we all knew that the jungle held on to its secrets, waiting patiently for the next unwary soul to wander into its depths. I returned to the front lines eventually, but the memory of the jungle and its nightmare never left me. In the quiet moments, when the world around me grew still, I could feel its presence, a constant reminder of the boundaries between sanity and madness. The jungle was alive in ways that defied comprehension, its heart beating in time with an ancient rhythm that resonated through my very being. As I sit now, penning these reflections, I am struck by the sense of inevitability that pervades my memories. The jungle was never just a landscape. It was a living, breathing enigma, a repository of truths that mankind was never meant to uncover. And though I have left its shadow, the jungle remains a part of me, its whispers a constant echo in the corridors of my mind. In the heart of the Amazon, where the dense canopy keeps secrets from the sun and whispers of the wind carry the echoes of forgotten legends, I embarked on a journey that would forever alter my perception of reality. As an ethnobotanist, I was drawn toward the uncharted depths of the jungle, intrigued by stories of a plant that could cure any ailment, a botanical marvel shrouded in the myth of divine origins. Growing up, tales of the jungle god, the last of its kind, were bedtime stories that lulled me into dreams of adventure. Now, standing at the edge of the world's green lung, those stories felt like a calling. The first few days were a blur of routine. My guide, Miguel, a local with a deep knowledge of the forest, led us through the underbrush with the deftness of someone born to it. Beneath the oppressive heat and the symphony of the jungle's creatures, I felt a sense of normalcy, even peace. I documented every plant we encountered, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Our camp was a humble setup, nestled beside a clear, burbling stream, the sound of which lulled me into a sense of security each night. It was during one of these tranquil evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, that Miguel spoke of the god's fall. His voice held an eerie reverence as he recounted the legend. Long ago, he began, a deity roamed these forests, a guardian spirit who took on the form of a great beast. As humans encroached upon its domain, it withdrew deeper into the jungle, and with it, the power it bestowed upon the land began to wane. But the god was said to have left behind a part of itself in the form of a rare plant, one that could heal mortal wounds and grant visions of the divine. I listened, captivated by his words, my skepticism tempered by the wonder of the place. The rational part of me dismissed it as folklore, yet a small, insidious seed of curiosity took root. That night, as I lay in my tent, the jungle seemed to breathe around me, each rustle and chirp a reminder of the mysteries it held. The first disturbance came when Miguel disappeared. It was early, before dawn, when I noticed his absence. His hammock lay empty, swaying slightly as if he had just left. I waited, assuming he had gone to answer nature's call. But as the hours stretched and the sun rose, worry set in. I ventured out, calling his name, my voice swallowed by the jungle. There was no response, only the indifferent chorus of life that continued around me. I retraced our path from the previous day, hoping to find some clue. Instead, I stumbled upon something far more unsettling, a clearing, untouched by the chaos of the forest, its center dominated by a massive stone, an altar perhaps, weathered by time, but still imposing. The air here was different, charged with an energy that prickled my skin, and at the base of the stone, I found a scattering of Miguel's belongings, his canteen, a small journal, but no sign of him. Panic began to seep in, a cold sweat breaking across my brow. I was alone, truly alone, the realization as suffocating as the humid air. I returned to camp, hoping against hope that Miguel would be there, waiting with an explanation. But the camp was as I left it, untouched and silent. With the sun setting once more, I made the decision to stay put, lighting a fire in the hopes it would guide Miguel back to me. Sleep was elusive, my mind a cacophony of fear and logic. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. The following day, the forest felt different, more alive, as if aware of my presence. scrutinizing my every move. I set out again, driven by the need to find Miguel and an inexplicable draw toward the altar I had discovered. The path seemed to unfold before me, urging me forward. As days turned into a week, my routine became a quest. I spent long hours scouring the jungle, only to return to the altar, now a focal point of both my hope and dread. The journal I found was a trove of notes, sketches of plants, and entries in Miguel's neat handwriting, detailing observations and musings about the jungle. But the last entry spoke of a dream of transformation, and a beckoning call deeper into the heart of the forest. The transformation began subtly. I first noticed it in the way the jungle seemed to respond to my thoughts. Plants would part as I approached, animals watched but did not flee, and the air buzzed with an energy that I could feel in my bones. I chalked it up to exhaustion and stress, yet each day the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. Then came the visions, fleeting at first, like glimpses through a fogged window, shapes and shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. But with each night, they grew clearer, more vivid. I saw the god of the jungle, a creature of immense power and grace, its eyes pools of wisdom and sorrow. It walked with purpose through the forest, its presence a catalyst for life, each step leaving trails of green and vibrant growth. The climax of my experience came during a storm. The air was thick with the promise of rain, the sky a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds. I stood at the altar, a silent witness to nature's fury. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the clearing in stark relief, and in that moment, I felt a surge of energy so profound it brought me to my knees. The jungle god stood before me, no longer a figment of dreams, but a tangible presence, its eyes meeting mine with an understanding that transcended words. The transformation was complete. I felt the boundaries of my being dissolve, merging with the essence of the forest. I saw through its eyes, felt through its senses, my humanity a distant memory. The god's fall was not a demise but a passing of the mantle, a cycle of rebirth in which I was now entwined. When the storm passed, the world was changed. I was changed. The jungle was no longer a mere collection of flora and fauna. It was a living, breathing entity, its consciousness intertwined with mine. Miguel was gone, perhaps never to return, yet I understood now. The call he had followed was the same that had led me here, a summons not to heal, but to become. In the days that followed, I remained at the altar, guarding it as a sentinel of the new order. I no longer needed sustenance. The jungle provided all I required. Time lost its meaning, each day blending into the next, a seamless flow of existence. The lingering fear, however, was not for myself, but for the world beyond the jungle. I had witnessed the transformation, felt the power of the god within me, and understood its fragility. The world outside crept ever closer, its reach threatening to disrupt the delicate balance we had achieved. I feared for them, for those who would come seeking answers, only to find the same fate. Yet, I knew that should another soul be drawn to the heart of the jungle, they too would find a path, a transformation that would change everything. The jungle kept its secrets, and I, now a part of it, held them close, knowing that some mysteries were meant to remain hidden, their truths a quiet echo in the symphony of life.